it has reserves up to 5 to 10 days. And now in the big statement that's coming from the United States, it's also given a concession to India and has, for the moment, at least for the next 30 days, has allowed India to go ahead with Russian oil purchases. But how realistic is that really? And for how long are we going to see the Strait of Hormuz remain shut to the world? Him is getting us more from the newsroom.
All right. So, of course, as this vital oil artery remains choked, as Kritsween mentioned earlier, we're going to feel the pinch at home as well, and of course for the rest of the globe also. Remember, Donald Trump has given us a rough timeline of about 4 to 5 weeks. If we stay on this trajectory, we could see crude prices go up to about $130 a barrel. Right now it stands at around $85 a barrel. But this is all due to the disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. Akash is here for more updates. Akash, what can you tell us?
So you see, Strait of Hormuz, of course, is an important, transit way for the vessels that are coming from, countries like Qatar and Bahrain. And in fact, when we talk about these developments, so Iran, of course, has denied the blockage. And freedom of navigation is something, that we expect out of any country, that is somewhere claiming to follow the international norms and laws. And we know it for a fact that how, several vessels, several oil tankers have been, attacked by forces. We still don't know as to if Iran is behind those attacks or US is behind those attacks or any third country, is attacking these vessels. But, I'll show you this data. This is by IFC IOR where, this is total 10 vessels have been hit by, the forces nearby the Strait of Hormuz, and we have 5 lives lost in these incidents, and 69 people have been rescued. The conditions that are very much there in the Gulf of Oman and the nearby area in the vicinity is, these GPS jamming. And, then we have a problem in navigation where vessels are finding it difficult to navigate. Freedom of navigation, whenever we talk about freedom of navigation, so even in the exclusive economic zone of any country, you have freedom to navigate. Yes, there are some protocols that you have to, tell the host country that we are going to navigate from your area or your exclusive economic zone, but 200 nautical miles is the area that is exclusive economic zone of any country, and as per international laws or the United Nations Convention of Laws on Seas, you can transit from any place in the international water, and right now it is disrupted. It has been disrupted because of the fact that we have tensions going on between US, Israel and Iran. US, Israel, of course, on one side of the table and, Iran on the other. And we are seeing the missiles from one side to another, drones and, several other weapons. But this is, one picture that has been released by IFC IOR. IFC IOR is an Indian agency that keeps an eye on the developments in the Indian Ocean region. And, I'll try to zoom where I'll try to show you, in fact, the vessels. On 1st of March, we had this Hercules Star, that was hit by some sort of weapon, and similarly, the Ocean Electra and these other vessels were hit. Total 10 vessels have been hit, and these are civilian vessels. They have nothing to do with the war that is ongoing, and this is the reason why, countries have now been coming out, and are somewhere releasing the data. For example, in India, till yesterday, we had 37 civilian vessels that were somewhere stuck in this particular area. Indian Navy is, of course, there, but then there are several sort of protocols that they have to follow. But right now, Iran has somewhere denied the restriction or any sort of restriction from their side.
All right. Thank you so much for that as well, Akash. And with that, I'm going to toss it over to Kritsween, who's bringing us all the updates from the studio as well.
Okay, now this is a formal communication that's coming from Iran. They've taken to social media, and this is the official Twitter account of the Permanent Mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the United Nations. So this is a comment that's coming from them. And it says, and I quote, the claim that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz is baseless and absurd. Not just that, also say it's the US that has endangered maritime security. So that's a big counterclaim that's coming in from Iran just yesterday, nearly 2,000 miles from Iran's shores. The Iranian frigate visiting India as a naval guest with 130 sailors on board was struck. The reckless attack violates fundamental principles of international law and freedom of navigation. So that's how Iran is choosing to deflect the blame and completely point it on to the United States. In fact, not willing to take the blame of closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Whether or not the current leadership in Iran is on board this one stance that's been chosen or picked rather by the officials, the permanent mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to United Nations remains to be seen still. But for now, let's talk about how everyone is watching to see whether Kurdish fighters will also launch a ground offensive into Iran. Who are the Kurds? We're getting you more details in this CNN report. Take a look.
Everyone is watching to see whether Kurdish fighters will launch a ground offensive into Iran. So who are the Kurds? They're one of the largest stateless ethnic groups in the world, about 30 to 40 million people spread across a mountainous region spanning Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire a century ago, they were promised a state of their own. It never materialized. In Iran, Kurdish armed groups have fought the government for decades, operating from bases along the Iraqi border. Multiple sources say the CIA has backed some of those groups as they prepare for a possible ground offensive. In Iraq, the picture is very different. Kurds here built a powerful autonomous region after the fall of Saddam Hussein and worked closely with the United States in the fight against ISIS. But they're wary of provoking Iran and are trying to stay neutral, calling for peace and stability. In Syria, Kurdish militias became one of Washington's most effective partners against ISIS, controlling much of the northeast. But they were ultimately forced to give up some of that territory to the government in Damascus. Across the region, Kurdish politics and loyalties vary widely, but many share a long history of struggle for recognition, autonomy, and in some cases, their own state.
All right, then moving forward, Iranian army vows revenge after cowardly attack by US Navy on frigate Dina. The army of the Islamic Republic of Iran, it's vowed retaliation after the country's naval frigate Dina was targeted in an attack that led to the martyrdom of several young cadets who were returning from an international naval exercise. Remember, this has happened very close to home off the coast of Sri Lanka. Now, this is the latest that we're getting right now. Iranian army, they're vowing revenge after the cowardly attack by US Navy on frigate Dina. Remember, the US CENTCOM has also put out those visuals saying that Iranian Navy perhaps thought that they would be safe in the international waters. Completely an escalatory rhetoric there as well. The army of the Islamic Republic in reaction has now vowed has now vowed retaliation after the country's naval frigate Dina was targeted in that attack, which led to the death of 87 cadets, were given to understand, who were returning from this joint naval exercise. This is the latest that we're getting for you right now. Remember, this has happened very close to home as well, off the coast of Sri Lanka. We're looking at least 87 deaths. This is also perhaps the biggest escalation that we have seen. It's going to have implications for the wider region as well. And of course, it also goes to show that even in international waters, the Iranian vessels are not safe. And that is something that was said by the United States as well. So that's something that we've been tracking for you. Also, that's the reaction that we're getting from Iran right now, where it's vowing revenge after the strikes on Dina. Moving on then, Siddhant also spoke with Foreign Minister of Mauritius. Let's just listen into this.
The conflict has entered the fifth day. There is a blockade in Strait of Hormuz. LNG production has got shut. Aramco was hit, and it is now impacting the economic activities, not just in West Asia, but in subcontinent, in Africa, whole of the world. How do you look at this situation, and where do you see India can be playing a positive role in bringing peace and stability back in West Asia?
Well, definitely this conflict is a regional conflict, and in the Middle East especially, but its consequence has gone far beyond the Middle East, affecting many vulnerable economies, like Mauritius, for example. We are highly dependent on petroleum products, and especially you've been having disturbances as regards airlines. We have a lot of foreigners who are stranded in the Middle East, and countries that are highly dependent on tourism also will be affected.
Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for a drone strike on the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another US airbase. The US Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking from the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ देख सकते हैं न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर, जो रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर है ये वार कवर करने के लिए। ये तबाही हुई है ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक की वजह से। ये देखिए क्या हाल हुआ है इन घरों का जहां पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं, और जहां जहां मिसाइल गिरता है कई किलोमीटर तक ये हाल हो जाता है इसी तरीके का घरों का, क्योंकि ये बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल बहुत पावरफुल होते हैं, और ये पावरफुल मिसाइल यहाँ पे सब कुछ तहस नहस करते हैं। ये देखिए वॉशिंग मशीन्स का क्या हाल है, जो भी यहाँ पे चीज़ें हैं वो चकनाचूर हुई हैं। तबाही इतनी जिसे अल्फाज में बयां करना मुश्किल है, और यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं वो अब डिस्प्लेस हुए हैं, वो बेघर हो चुके हैं, और उन्हें बाकी जगहों पे अब शिफ्ट किया जाता है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन है इन घरों की जहाँ पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं। लगातार ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किए जा रहे हैं, और इसराइल और यूएस फोर्सेस लगातार ईरान पे हमले कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ईरान में काफ़ी जानी नुकसान हुआ है। अभी यहाँ पर इसराइल में जो ऑफिशियल फिगर्स हैं, ऑफिशियल्स का ये कहना है कि 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है और कई लोग ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं। प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज काफ़ी जगहों पे है जो हम यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं और अगर कुछ चीज़ें वो ले जा सकते हैं तो वो कुछ चीज़ें अपने साथ ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये उन्होंने एक कार्टून लाया है और एक डिब्बे में क्या कुछ समा सकता है वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं जिनके ये घर हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले जो ये अटैक हुआ है इसकी वजह से ये घर पूरी तरह से तबाह हुए हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि जिन लोगों के ये घर हैं वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ चीज़ें निकालने की। ये ऐसा लगता है कि कोई कमर्शियल यूनिट यहाँ पे रहा है, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुका है और दूर दूर तक इसके निशान जो हैं वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर एक बिल्डिंग पूरी तरह से तबाह हुई है और इसके अलावा अंदर का क्या हाल है ये आप देख सकते हैं। और ये सिर्फ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पे आप ये कवरेज देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम रहती है युद्ध क्षेत्र में रियल ग्राउंड ज़ीरो पर।
All right, for more on this, we have Akash with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Akash. Of course, the US Embassy has suspended operations in Kuwait, and that is on expected lines. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for staying with us. This is our continuous coverage of the war in West Asia. We'll continue to bring you all the latest developments. My name is Hemkor Saroya.
Good morning, I'm Kritsween Valia. Well, a lot of messaging also happening on day 7. The President of the United States of America says we're way ahead of schedule in destroying Iran. Iran says we're looking forward to a ground invasion by the United States. So lots happening. We'll unpack all of it for you over the next 1 hour. First up, the top headlines we're tracking this morning.
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall 83%.
Israel says it moves to the next phase of the war, targeting Iran's underground ballistic missile sites with intensified airstrikes as military operations expand.
Iran hits Bahrain with a missile striking a state Iran oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fires are extinguished. The refinery continues operating and no casualties have been reported so far.
Maritime threats surge across the Gulf of Oman and Persian Gulf, also the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping transits drop sharply as attacks, GPS jamming and tighter war risk insurance force operators to suspend routes.
And the Indian Navy says it promptly launched search and rescue, deploying a P-8I maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing crew of the Iranian warship Dina.
He barked it.
US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mojtaba Khamenei unacceptable and also urging selection of a leader who brings peace.
Rashtrapati Bhavan orders major governor and lieutenant governor reshuffle across the states and UTs, including new appointments in Delhi, West Bengal, Telangana, Maharashtra, Bihar and Nagaland.
And in the world of cricket, India beat England by 7 runs in a thrilling ICC Men's T20 World Cup semi-final at Mumbai's Wankhede Stadium, surviving Jacob Bethel's century to set up a final against New Zealand on the 8th. It's day 7 of the ongoing conflict. Intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition with escalating regional impacts. Iran is launching fresh waves of missiles and drone strikes at Israeli territory and also US bases in Gulf states, as has been its strategy over the past 6 days. This has triggered alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon as well.
In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a U.S. oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership asserts U.S.-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks. This as the attempt to take back control of the narrative war continues, although Iran persists in lower volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries.
और ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये कुछ यहाँ से इंटरसेप्ट किया जा रहा है बिल्कुल हमारे सामने। ये देख सकते हैं आप कि समंदर में सीधे चला गया। ये ऐसा लगता है कि रॉकेट था, उसको इंटरसेप्ट किया गया और या तो सीधे रॉकेट जो है यहाँ समंदर में गिर गया। और लोग देख सकते हैं, आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से लोग भाग रहे हैं और सायरन्स बज रही हैं। ये टेल अवीव है और टेल अवीव में आप देख सकते हैं एक के बाद एक सायरन बज रही है और लगातार हमले ईरान की तरफ से किए जाते हैं। जोरदार हमले लगातार ईरान की तरफ से किए जाते हैं। हालांकि इस्राइल और यूएस की तरफ से भी ईरान पर लगातार हमला किया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से सब कुछ रुक जाता है और जो गाड़ियों में लोग होते हैं फौरन वो शेल्टर में जाते हैं और इर्द गिर्द सन्नाटा छा जाता है। जो जहां पर है वो वहां पर ही रुक जाता है। जो हम देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ इस इलाके में सनसनी मच जाती है, अफरा तफरी मच जाती है जो ही सायरन बज जाती है। जोरदार धमाका हुआ, जोरदार धमाका लगता है यहाँ ही बिल्कुल इर्द गिर्द ही किसी एरिया को निशाना बनाया गया। तो जोरदार धमाका फिर से यहाँ पे हुआ। ये सारा इलाका हिल गया इस धमाके से। तो ये सिलसिला लगातार जारी है।
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive, though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security personnel. Other than that, though, it seems as though don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
Let's quickly reflect on the news update that came in just a few minutes ago. The United States has granted India a temporary 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to buy Russian crude oil currently stranded at sea, especially the one passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So the one that was to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The move aims to keep global oil flow amid the Middle East supply disruptions and will not substantially benefit Russia's finances. But the waiver does help ease energy market pressure. Let's talk about this update that we also have from the Treasury Secretary. He's taken to social media to confirm the same, and I have it right here on our screens. President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever recorded. To enable oil to keep flowing into global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Also, categorically says this deliberately short-term measure will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government as it only authorizes transactions. Also talking about how this is not really advantage Russia, at least in the long term. India, he says, is an essential partner of the United States, and we fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases of US oil. This stopgap measure will alleviate pressure caused by Iran's attempt to take global energy hostage. Interestingly, there are those in the diplomatic circles in Iran who have said that we are not to be held responsible for the closure of Strait of Hormuz. So there's lots happening on that front. But 30-day relief coming in. It's a 30-day waiver that the United States has announced for India to purchase Russian oil. Haim is going to take us through more reactions.
All right, Christine, remember we were also discussing this with Ambassador Vora, who highlighted exactly this: why 30 days, why not 31, why not 35? And here we see that this deliberately short-term measure, as said by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, as it only authorizes transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. So we have Akash with us here in the newsroom. He's bringing us more updates on this, Akash.
So, Him, you see, there are apprehensions because of what is happening in the Gulf of Oman or Strait of Hormuz, and at this point in time, we have this particular statement coming from Treasury Secretary of the United States, where he is talking about a 30 days waiver, which is a temporary waiver on, in fact, purchase of Russian oil. We know that how Russian oil is a sanctioned oil, and it is a fact that India has been purchasing Russian oil, but in the recent months, we have seen developments specifically in the backdrop of the trade agreement with United States. And now we have this sort of statement coming after the activities in the West Asia, where, we have the statement, and I read it, to enable oil to keep flowing into the global market. The department is issuing a temporary 30 days waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. We have been seeing, in fact, we have seen in the past as well that how Indian government has always prioritized, the national interest, and, straight from 2022, we know that how we have been purchasing Russian oil also because of the fact that, we have some sort of advantage as far as costs are concerned. And at this point in time, while US is mentioning that they want to, have a sort of balance in the global market, they are, in fact, issuing this 30 days waiver. But, experts would be able to tell as to how this is not going to impact much as far as India is concerned, because India has been purchasing Russian oil, and, we will be doing it possibly in the future as well, given the fact that, it doesn't matter as to what US is coming up with. We have our national interest first, and of course this is important.
All right. Well, Akash, thank you so much for that, of course. So that's the latest from the newsroom there. The Treasury Secretary also reiterating that India is an essential part of the United States and will fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases. The stopgap measure will alleviate pressure caused by Iran's attempt to take global energy hostage. And let's just go across to Christine, who's in the studio, bringing us more developments.
With this update coming in, a confirmation from the United States, one's left wondering what happens or what happened to the entire thought process of the United States of America when it had slapped an additional tariff penalty on India for procuring Russian oil. Is all fair in war? That's the question we're going to take to our experts, who will be joining us in just a bit. For now, shifting our focus to more related news coming in. As per top government sources, we're learning India is in a comfortable position regarding energy supplies. The country has 25 days of crude oil, 25 days of energy products available. Authorities also in touch with all major LPG and LNG suppliers, as well as OPEC and IAEA. That's the latest bit of breaking news update coming in. CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh continues to stay on with us. Pallavi, what more do we know? Clearly, there's a plan in place here.
Yes, absolutely. And Christian, just to touch very, very briefly on the Russian oil thing, India had not stopped buying Russian oil. The amount had started coming down. So now with this 30 days time which has been given, it just adds on to our stock. But we had started looking at alternatives, and alternatives coming in from West Africa. I'm talking about crude oil and energy products. Also 10% coming in from America as well. It's the LPG and the LNG is where India has been looking for diversification. That is where a pact with Canada came in. That is where Australia has come in, and many other countries as well. What government sources are making it very clear to now us is we are in a comfortable position. There's nothing to worry. We not only have stocks, but at least as far as the LPG and LNG are concerned, they are constantly replenished. So LPG gets converted into LNG. So that's how the replenishment takes place. So it's an ongoing process. 25 days of crude oil stocks plus 25 days of energy products. And by energy products, I mean petrol and diesel. We've been speaking to all the stakeholders, even to America, OPEC, IAEA, of course, as we've just spoken about. But apart from that, countries like Iran also, it's not that we don't have an equation with Iran. So the closure of the Strait of Hormuz that we were all talking about is not going to be a worrying sign for us, because only 20% of our supplies were coming in from there. We were looking at other areas, which is 60%, like Cape of Good Hope and so on and so forth. So the messaging going in from the government is very clear. They do not anticipate a sharp spike as far as the consumer prices of these products are concerned. There's no need to hoard. There's 24/7 monitoring. We have sufficient stocks to last us for a total of 50 days, and therefore we are in a comfortable position.
Yeah, besides, Pallavi, it's also interesting how the United States has now pulled out this card, because the world is now mounting pressure on the United States. Is why the US was prompted to say that we're going to safely escort all of these ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and B, now you have these concessions being offered by the US. India perhaps is a first, and the US could be seen doing this in the next few days, because clearly doesn't look like there's any de-escalation as yet in the Middle East.
So, Christine, I think sustenance is the key. Sustenance is the buzzword. There are, of course, going to be concerns, because not just India, but many other countries, and not so much India, I would say, but many other countries depend heavily on Iran and the Gulf region for their oil and crude oil supplies. I think the point which has been made by Donald Trump is also to ease that kind of reliance. Say for a country like India, which shares a good equations with America, and where we clearly have supported Israel on this side as well. The help, which is, I would use that word, coming in from America, is that you can purchase Russian oil. We are not putting that kind of pressure on you. Whatever is deemed fit, if the pricing is good, is a need for supplies there, then buy Russian oil. So sustenance is the key word. Donald Trump wants to ensure that countries are not reliant only on Gulf regions as far as the supply of oil is concerned.
Okay, so this is a big update coming in at the moment. While the United States has offered a 30-day waiver to India to purchase Russian oil, it is a little bit of a backtracking, isn't it, Pallavi? So it's an interesting development that's come in this morning. An official confirmation. Remember, these are not just reports. The United States, it seems, has forgotten the manner in which it was going all out against India purchasing Russian oil. And that partly was the reason why it had slapped additional 25% penalty in tariffs as well on India. And it was one of the conditions, apparently, that were set forth by the United States in lowering the tariff on India. And as Pallavi rightly pointed out, Indian officials have time and again maintained that at no point did India stop complete Russian oil purchase. Yes, the quantity, the volume had gone down, but now this is a bit of a relief coming in, as India already has a plan B. There are several sources that India has already turned to. Hem is joining us from the newsroom to take us through more details. Over to you, Hem.
All right, so we have more information coming in as well, that India is seeking the United States support to secure its marine routes as well. Remember, we are seeing all these disruptions as a result of what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and the wider West Asia region as well. For more information on this, we have Akanksha Swaroop with us. Akanksha, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us? All right, so this is the latest that we are getting right now. It's over to Kritsween, who will be bringing us more information on this from the studio.
Akanksha will join us in just a bit on more details. She's sharing with us on how India is also parallelly seeking US support to secure marine insurance cover for vessels transporting oil from the Middle East. And while the United States so far has made a couple of promises on how it will ensure there is minimum damage to global oil supply, do remember the Strait of Hormuz is very much shut. Contrary to claims that have been made by Iran, some officials have come out to say that we are not to be blamed for the closure of Strait of Hormuz. That having said, what we do see is that the movement of some of these ships to and fro from the Strait of Hormuz has been impacted. And Akash was in fact getting us some of those map visuals as well of what the situation is looking like. And several of those ships currently anchored in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Hem, it's over to you. Take us through what more are we seeing?
Right. Now, of course, we're also going to be taking a look at the marine traffic right now. Kritsween, this is the latest that we are getting. This is the marine traffic wipe, the map that we have for you. This is the Strait of Hormuz that we're looking at. Now, remember, this is a usually very busy transit route. This is the Persian Gulf. This is the Gulf of Oman. You will slowly see how the transit density reduces over time. As you can see, there are a lot of vessels transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. You can see some stationed in other areas as well. And slowly there is a trickle down in the number of vessels which are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, which is, of course, facing massive disruptions as well. So this is the latest that we are getting for you right now. This is from the 1st of March. 2nd of March, fewer vessels, but we are still seeing some sort of transit of the vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, we were talking to defense experts earlier as well, that a lot of these vessels and the ship owners, they did reduce the flow from the strait, of course citing the security situation, and they are going to be needing a naval assistance if they do want to cross the Strait of Hormuz, which, as you can see, there's minimal activity here at this point. So this is what we're looking at. This is the map from the 3rd of March as well. Fewer still, of course. We can see some stationed here, some vessels moving through the Persian Gulf, many here in the Gulf of Oman. We're also seeing some stationed in the ports along, but a very minimal activity in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is the Strait of Hormuz that we're looking at. This is from
disruption here immediately affects oil markets, and we're seeing that play out across the world already, is possibly why the United States is coming up with these suggestions and this one relief that it has offered to India, which is a 30-day waiver. Speaking of which, there's breaking news coming in from the Congress camp. Manikam Tagore has taken to social media. He says the US Treasury will allow India for 30 days. So I'm quoting him here, and then he says in capitals, allow. That's a question he is posing. He says India is a sovereign nation, not a subordinate state seeking permission from Indira Gandhi to Narendra surrender. What a fall. So he's taken the surrender jibe once again. Not just him, Karti Chidambaram also taking to social media, talking about the temporary 30-day waiver. He says the operative word is allow. What a disgrace to our sovereignty. I do want to go across to CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh on that note. Pallavi, as on expected lines, the Congress, going all out in citing this one development announcement coming in from the United States. How do you look at this, and what next really coming in from the Congress?
In fact, Christine, when you and I were talking a short while back, this is exactly what I was anticipating. So the Congress party has not wasted time. And why would they? Because they have all along maintained the line that India has always had good equations with Russia. They have been an old friend. And why are we being dictated by any third country on who we should be buying the Russian oil from? India's logic has been in purchasing Russian oil is that unlike Venezuela earlier, it was non-sanctioned oil. It was, and the second part is, of course, it was working out to be cheaper. So we reserve the right to choose where we want to purchase our oil from. But putting on that tariff on us, 25% extra, was actually a dictation which was coming in from America. Today, the same tariff or that clause has been removed by America. So they are dictating to us where we should be buying oil from. They are giving us permission. That is what the point the Congress party is raising. Wait to see what Rahul Gandhi also has to say. Right from the day go, whether it's been Operation Sindoor, whether it has been the Indo-US trade deal, whether it has been India's foreign policy vis-a-vis Israel versus Iran, the Congress has always accused the government of buckling under Trump's pressure.
But isn't the Treasury Secretary's statement suggestive of that as well? He has used the word allow, and so the Congress, but naturally has an upper hand here, at least in terms of attacking or going after the government.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Because, in terms of sovereignty, when you use words like allow, that means you're talking from a position of authority and strength, and you're talking down to us. That is the point which the Congress party is going to be raising. That's the point which is going to come up in Parliament from Monday onwards as well. I mean, cornering the government on the Iran issue, cornering the government on the fact that why are you even giving that kind of permission or that opportunity to America where they decide what they can allow, what they can't allow. And this for the Congress with the biggest admission of the fact that what the Congress has been accusing the government of, that the government has been dictated by Donald Trump.
Right. Also, for more on this, we have Major General A.K. Sivach live with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Sir, of course, there we're talking about the U.S. waiver, and India is also seeking U.S. support to secure marine insurance. What's your assessment of the situation?
You know, no doubt about it. As far as Strait of Hormuz is there, it is almost blocked because majority of the ships are not venturing to go because there are danger of drones being fired from Iran. So now, as far as India is concerned, we were purchasing almost 40 to 43% of our oil initially from Russia, but then we have reduced it because the Russia has promised us that 25% waiver or tariff will be reduced, which was reduced. But now the waiver has been given by the US that we can purchase the Russian oil for another 1 month. I think that's a step in the right direction because as on today, oil from especially from the Gulf countries will be restricted. You will not find oil coming to that extent. 20% of world oil comes and our 40% requirement comes from these areas only. So we have now alternative source. We were already purchasing quite a bit oil from Russia. Now we can purchase for 1 month. And we should understand this is a temporary relief. It may increase. So we must understand the situation is fast changing. It's very, very fluid. And whatever waiver we get it, we should now look after our energy requirement. And as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned, to me it looks like that it will remain blocked because it is very difficult to give protection to each and every oil tanker, and even the insurance companies are not coming forward to give insurance. And since naval fleet may escort you, but what about the drones? You know, the Shahid drones of Iran are very, very effective and they can hit you. So to me it looks like that the Strait of Hormuz will remain blocked until unless this war stops and until unless the Iran change its strategy. Its strategy is this, that block the Strait of Hormuz, involve all the Middle East countries, put pressure on these countries so that they put pressure on US to stop this war.
So that's as far as General Sivach, Iran's strategy in the interim. And like you rightly pointed out, the Shahid series drones is something that it's heavily relying on in terms not just of the cost, also effectiveness, that mass produced, difficult to intercept. All of that is advantage Iran when it comes to using these drones and at the scale at which it is using these drones. But General Sivach, what about the United States? The US in the latest has come out to say that we are going to be sending more forces in Middle East. The Iranian regime is of the opinion that we're waiting for a ground invasion. So that's one part of the story. The other thing is that the United States also seems to be indicating at the moment that we are being able to damage Iran to a great extent, that their missile attacks have gone down by 90%. But what do you really think is the US end goal here, and how close are they to achieving it, if there is an end goal, that is?
You know, one thing is very clear that US has been changing its goalpost. They are not having a very clear aim. What is their end game? What will be their military and political objective ultimately? But having said that, one can say that if they want a regime change, there has to be boots on ground. And in case US puts boots on ground, then they'll find a body bags going back. And remember what happened in Iraq, what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Libya. Those are not a very happy memory. So I don't think US will make a mistake of putting boots on ground. What they are now relying on are the Kurds, which are there in northwest. They are trying to now initiate them and give them weapons and all. They are, as it is, in minority, about 10% of the total population. They may do something. But to me, it looks like this war will continue till the time the Iran has got stockpile of its missile rocket drones. And it looks like that they have sufficient, stock of staying in this war for a slightly longer time. In fact, what I can see is that US and Israel underestimated the capability when they attacked. And now they are realizing that Iran is very well prepared. Iran is prepared for a long haul. Let's see how things build up. But yes, one thing is there, as far as the technology is concerned, America and Israel is far superior. The air power and the air defense system of Iran is not good. Air defense has been neutralized. Air power is very weak. Their Navy has been also by and large neutralized. So therefore, the air superiority of US is there. But what is the plus point of Iran is that they are hitting very hard in Middle East with their drones, with their rockets and missiles. And they are hitting in those places where the air defense system is not very strong. Remember that Israel has got a multi-tier air defense system, but as far as the Arab countries are concerned, their air defense system is only 2-tier, which is Patriot missile system and third, Tamanni high altitude area defense. So they are hitting there. They are sending 3 messages. One is that these countries should put pressure on US to stop the war. Second, the investment which is there, almost about $2,500 billion is gone down the smoke. Third thing is that
every day of this war means a lot of money going to waste, General, and that's a fact that no one can contest at the moment. But thank you for getting your inputs and perspective to the show this morning. Stay on with us, General. We'll come back to you in just a bit. We have another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. India is seeking US support to secure marine insurance cover for vessels transporting oil from the Middle East. Do remember, we were just breaking down details of how the US has now offered a 30-day waiver to India. The terminology that was used was allow, which is already being objected to by several in the Congress. But this is another parallel update that we have. Akanksha is joining us in the newsroom with more details. What more do we know, Akanksha?
Right. So it does seem like, going by the US Treasury Secretary's statement, that they also value India as a key partner for bilateral trade. And that is why, remember, the US President Donald Trump had, in fact, just a day ago indicated and requested the International Development Finance Corporation, which, as we all know, is a multilateral institution meant to ensure any kind of political risk or any kind of maritime risk also that is currently involved. As we can see, the entire conflict has reached the Strait of Hormuz. So India, as a key allied partner to the United States, is now reaching out to this multilateral institution to provide any form of insurance to, in fact, all of those shipments that are coming in India's own Brent crude. And remember, our LNG supplies from 40 to 60% come via the Strait of Hormuz. And so the Indian government, through the US channels, is requesting this multilateral bank to actually go ahead and provide with political insurance for all of those vessels.
Is that a small ask, or is it something that's unlikely?
No, it's going to happen for all of the countries that are trading with the United States, and there's the ones that are receiving supplies via the Strait of Hormuz, because it's an instruction which has been passed on by the US President. And as we all know, the United States holds much clout over most of the multilateral institutions, such as this development corporation, which is meant to provide maritime insurance. So it's not just going to be India. Perhaps you could also see various other European countries reaching out to this institution to actually provide for political insurance. Remember, China also is receiving much of its supplies via the Strait of Hormuz. So it's key to note that Indian government is very much in touch with the US government to facilitate such an insurance that it is seeking for all of its own Brent crude and the LNG supplies that are coming via the Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, after all, there's not much of an option that the United States is left with either. Thank you so much, Akanksha. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, it's a very short break here on CNN News 18. Our non-stop rolling coverage continues. We'll be joined in by experts to decode the all-important story emerging from West Asia, what the conflict is looking like on day 7. We'll see you in a bit.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है, उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा है।
Airstrikes going on there, and also huge damage being caused, and of course many people also having been harmed.
Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for a drone strike on the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another US airbase. The US Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking for the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ देख सकते हैं न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर, जो रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर है ये वॉर कवर करने के लिए। ये तबाही हुई है ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक की वजह से। ये देखिए क्या हाल हुआ है इन घरों का जहां पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं, और जहां जहां मिसाइल गिरता है कई किलोमीटर तक ये हाल हो जाता है इसी तरीके का घरों का, क्योंकि ये बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल बहुत पावरफुल होते हैं, और ये पावरफुल मिसाइल यहाँ पे सब कुछ तहस नहस करते हैं। ये देखिए वॉशिंग मशीन्स का क्या हाल है, जो भी यहाँ पे चीज़ें हैं वो चकनाचूर हुई हैं। तबाही इतनी जिसे अल्फाज में बयां करना मुश्किल है, और यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं वो अब डिस्प्लेस हुए हैं, वो बेघर हो चुके हैं, और उन्हें बाकी जगहों पे अब शिफ्ट किया जाता है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन है इन घरों की जहाँ पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं। लगातार ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किए जा रहे हैं, और इसराइल और यूएस फोर्सेस लगातार ईरान पे हमले कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ईरान में काफ़ी जानी नुकसान हुआ है। अभी यहाँ पर इसराइल में जो ऑफिशियल फिगर्स हैं, ऑफिशियल्स का ये कहना है कि 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है और कई लोग ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं। प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज काफ़ी जगहों पे है जो हम यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, और अगर कुछ चीज़ें वो ले जा सकते हैं तो वो कुछ चीज़ें अपने साथ ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये उन्होंने एक कार्टून लाया है, और एक डिब्बे में क्या कुछ समा सकता है वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं जिनके ये घर हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले जो ये अटैक हुआ है इसकी वजह से ये घर पूरी तरह से तबाह हुए हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि जिन लोगों के ये घर हैं वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ चीज़ें निकालने की। ये ऐसा लगता है कि कोई कमर्शियल यूनिट यहाँ पे रहा है, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुका है और दूर दूर तक इसके निशान जो हैं वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर एक बिल्डिंग पूरी तरह से तबाह हुई है और इसके अलावा अंदर का क्या हाल है ये आप देख सकते हैं। और ये सिर्फ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पे आप ये कवरेज देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम रहती है युद्ध क्षेत्र में रियल ग्राउंड ज़ीरो पर।
All right, for more on this, we have Akash with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Akash. Of course, the US Embassy has suspended operations in Kuwait, and that is on expected lines given the volatility that we've been reporting from there. What can you tell us?
Right, so you see, it has been almost a week now. We know that how on 28th of February this conflict and that has converted into a war started. And since then, we have been seeing that more than dozens of countries, are impacted. And as of now, while US is maintaining that they are going to expand the military operations further, Iran is saying that they are all set, in fact, to counter all the sort of aggression that is coming from US. In fact, last evening, we have had a confirmation that how there are plans of ground invasions as well. And Iran in that, to that particular report, is responding that they are all ready to counter that ground invasion. But right now we are seeing that how, ballistic missiles, drones and several other, weapons are being fired from both the sides, be it the Israel or US or from Iran. We are seeing these weapons, and, everyone, in fact, is expecting that, this should stop as soon as.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, it's day 7 of the conflict in West Asia. Intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US and Israel coalition with escalating regional impact. Iran is launching fresh waves of missiles and drone strikes at Israeli territory and US bases in Gulf states.
And we've seen a lot of alerts, interceptions in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and also are scanning routines amid ongoing threats. The Pentagon leadership has also asserted that the US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks, although Iran persists in lower volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. Let's also talk about what else is happening. CNN's Matthew Chance was forced to escape a southern Beirut neighborhood after the Israeli military warned of an imminent airstrike while he was reporting there minutes after joining Hezbollah for a tour of its stronghold amid heavy evacuation warnings. Here's how it played out. Take a look.
They said there's been a warning from the Israelis that there could be a strike coming in. So we're going to get out of here, Alex.
Where they are going?
I don't know, but we need to get out. Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
No, but we've just been trying to film at this location here in Dahir, and we've been told to move away quickly now. Yeah. People were showing us their phones saying, look, there's a warning coming in. Go around this guy. We've come into what is the most dangerous part of the Lebanese capital, which is a very important stronghold of Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia group. It's the place where Israel has been focusing, and you can hear the gunshots outside there, that Israel has been focusing its activity, its intensive campaign of airstrikes against the Hezbollah group. That's often, we're told, a warning to local residents who don't have cell phones or don't have that communication to tell them there may be an Israeli strike incoming. So we're going to get out of here.
Now, Kurds, a large stateless ethnic group with thousands of fighters across Iraq, Syria, Iran, are being eyed by the US as a ground force against Iran, potentially changing the conflict's dynamics amid ongoing airstrikes and rising tensions. CNN brings us more on this.
Everyone is watching to see whether Kurdish fighters will launch a ground offensive into Iran. So who are the Kurds? They're one of the largest stateless ethnic groups in the world, about 30 to 40 million people spread across a mountainous region spanning Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire a century ago, they were promised a state of their own. It never materialized. In Iran, Kurdish armed groups have fought the government for decades, operating from bases along the Iraqi border. Multiple sources say the CIA has backed some of those groups as they prepare for a possible ground offensive. In Iraq, the picture is very different. Kurds here built a powerful autonomous region after the fall of Saddam Hussein and worked closely with the United States in the fight against ISIS. But they're wary of provoking Iran and are trying to stay neutral, calling for peace and stability. In Syria, Kurdish militias became one of Washington's most effective partners against ISIS, controlling much of the northeast. But they were ultimately forced to give up some of that territory to the government in Damascus. Across the region, Kurdish politics and loyalties vary widely, but many share a long history of struggle for recognition, autonomy, and in some cases, their own state.
And more breaking news coming in. The Iranian terror regime has reportedly struck the Ali Al Salem air base, and this is an update that's been shared by the Israel War Room handle. So calling this the Iranian terror regime, and says they've struck the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait, again home to US Air Force's 386th Air Expeditionary Wing. That's the update coming in from Israel. I want to quickly go over to our newsroom, but this, remember, is no new news. We have in fact seen some of these updates coming in from several US military assets stationed or currently located in all of Middle East, and we also have the footage, so we're going to quickly play it out on our screens as well. Try and pull up what's happened here. All right, that is the Ali Al Salem air base that's been targeted in Kuwait, and you do see a loud explosion there right behind here. Look at that. It's been shot from a distance, but the magnitude of the explosion is very clear and visible for us to see in these visuals. But do remember, like I was pointing out, we've seen several such US assets come under direct attack, and it's no longer limited to US military assets alone in all of Gulf. We've seen some US embassies also be targeted. In fact, some have come under direct attack. There are those where explosions have taken place in nearby plots, which have also prompted US officials to ensure earliest evacuation in some of these embassy areas as well. Akanksha is with us in the studio. Akanksha, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on our screens.
Right. So this is in fact very scary. As you can see, the overall conflict is expanding. This is the second time this overall base, the Ali Al Salem base, has been struck in Kuwait. And as we've been highlighting in the last couple of days, we've seen how this overall conflict is only escalating further, and particularly with targets in mind, Kritsween. If you look at Bahrain, in fact, particularly Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Kuwait. Yeah, these three US.
That was an embassy.
Riyadh, of course, as we all know, is the Saudi capital, and that's where the consulate, the embassy was attacked. But the bases, Qatar actually has the largest air base of the United States, Al Udeid, which was attacked as well. Now, for how long will these US allies be able to brazen it out, be able to bear the brunt of this? There is need for immediate mediation. The US president has, of course, ruled out any scope for further negotiations, but the overnight strikes, as we can see, whether it is Kuwait, Qatar, or even in UAE, if you look at Dubai and Abu Dhabi, these are all places which are commercial hubs. They have roaring economies, and economies which are based on, say, the expat population. But more importantly, if you're looking at the military bases of the United States getting struck as well, the US will have to look towards some kind of a resolution over here. Kritsween.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, for that quick update. And that is one of the many strategies which is being adopted by the Iranian regime, remember, to target not just military assets, also some of these diplomatic areas in the Middle East. Of course, these are home to US nationals, many of whom have evacuated, but the concern remains still because, as Akanksha was pointing out, these are located in densely populated regions. So there is collateral damage, and that's a big risk here. Hem, over to you for more breaking news coming in.
State saying that Iranian missile attacks have been down by 90% after strikes from B-2 bombers, saying that the US B-2 bombers have dropped about a dozen of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. So there a big claim coming in where the United States is claiming that there has been a drop of about 90% in Iranian missile attacks. Listen to this.
We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans.
There is a big claim there by the United States saying that since they have deployed the B-2 bombers, there's been a drop of about 90% in Iranian missile attacks. However, of course, we're going to have to wait to see the actual impact of this on ground because right now volatility continues and things remain unchanged on ground. However, the United States would contend otherwise, saying that there has actually been a drop of about 90% in Iranian missiles. We have Akanksha with us in the newsroom for more on this. Akanksha, if I could just come to you on that as well. Big claim by the United States saying that the B-2 bombers being deployed has resulted in a 90% drop.
200 targets inside Iran. And you know, B-2 is like the Brahmastra for the United States, and we've seen them also getting deployed last year in June when the conflict was brewing and they had targeted the Iranian nuclear facilities. We are seeing them getting targeted yet again. In fact, not the nuclear facilities, but this time around, unfortunately, it is the civilian targets that we are looking at. The death toll is way above 1,200, in fact, till yesterday is what we were being told. But the B-2 bombers means, as I said, it is as bad as a Brahmastra for Iran. How will Iran be able to sort of control these tensions? Because it does seem, going by what the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has had to say, that they are not looking towards any ceasefire, that they will not be entering any form of negotiations. They feel betrayed, given that not once but twice the United States has attacked Iran at a time when they were in the middle of negotiations. So it does seem like the US and the indications that have been coming in from the US Central Command and the US military, even the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, that there's going to be no looking back now. There's going to be no stopping them. They've already said that there could be a good possibility that boots could be sent on the ground. That, of course, is going to be an assessment we'll be able to make better in the days ahead. But as of now, B-2 bombers striking 200 targets in Iran is certainly tragic and terrible news for Tehran.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. And of course, we'll continue to bring you more developments as well. But with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. But don't go anywhere. News and updates to continue on the other side on CNN News 18. Stay tuned.
Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for A drone strike on the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another US airbase. The US Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking from the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned. Well, a lot of reactions coming in from the United States, Israel and Iran. In fact, Iranian foreign ministers also said we're almost waiting for the US troop to go ahead with a ground invasion. Not just that, we're seeing Iran also in the meanwhile continue with its attacks in the Gulf. And Siddhant Mishra is joining us with more details. Siddhant, the foreign minister ruling out any possibility of seeking a ceasefire, saying we're not going to be the ones seeking it first or putting out that demand first. What do you sense is going on diplomatically between the three players as we speak?
Well, I have always said this, that Iran has always maintained a very strong back channel with the United States, and this is my understanding after following the conflict, after following the region from last 3-4 years. In fact, just a day back, there was a report published in New York Times, if I'm not mistaken, and that report was about how Iranian intel community is reaching out to US intel community. Perhaps both are in touch to have a dialogue, etc., etc. So this particular news was denied by Iranian side, and United States decided not to comment on this news report. Now this fresh interview has come from Foreign Minister Araghchi. Perhaps he made some very interesting points. He said that we are ready for United States ground invasion. He also said that we We don't want to go to the tables because there's no point. Already we had been with the United States twice on the tables, engaging with them diplomatically, but last moment they walk out. Perhaps today is the 6th day. It looks like that this war is not going to end anytime soon, given the kind of statements coming from both the sides.
All right. Well, Siddhant, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on that. Of course, we'll continue to track all developments. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates to continue on the other side.
Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for a drone strike on the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another US airbase. The US Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking from the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ देख सकते हैं न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर, जो रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर है ये वार कवर करने के लिए। ये तबाही हुई है ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक की वजह से। ये देखिए क्या हाल हुआ है इन घरों का जहां पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं, और जहां जहां मिसाइल गिरता है कई किलोमीटर तक ये हाल हो जाता है इसी तरीके का घरों का, क्योंकि ये बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल बहुत पावरफुल होते हैं और ये पावरफुल मिसाइल यहाँ पे सब कुछ तहस नहस करते हैं। ये देखिए वॉशिंग मशीन्स का क्या हाल है, जो भी यहाँ पे चीज़ें हैं वो चकनाचूर हुई हैं। तबाही इतनी जिसे अल्फाज में बयां करना मुश्किल है, और यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं वो अब डिस्प्लेस हुए हैं, वो बेघर हो चुके हैं और उन्हें
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Riha Atul. With me in the studios, Akanksha Swaroop. We're tracking every development which is to do with the West Asian conflict. And now one big update coming in, Akanksha, with Trump giving a waiver to India when it is about buying that Russian oil, and that's part of our headlines.
We will in fact be talking about a lot more, and in fact US and Israel have already given indications that the war in Iran is going to intensify. Let's bring you all the latest updates from overnight developments. US strikes have intensified against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attack drop 90%, while drone attacks fall by 83%.
Also, Iran hits Bahrain with a missile striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fires are extinguished, we are told. The refinery also continues operations. No casualties, thankfully, have been reported so far.
The Indian Navy says it promptly launches search and rescue, deploying a P-81 maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing the crew of Iranian warship IRIS Dana.
US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mojtaba Khamenei unacceptable and urging selection of a leader who brings peace.
The Rashtrapati Bhavan has ordered a major governor and lieutenant governor reshuffle across 9 states and UTs, including new appointments in Delhi, West Bengal, Telangana, Maharashtra, Bihar and Nagaland.
Also, India beat England by 7 runs in the thrilling ICC Men's T20 World Cup semi-final at Mumbai's Wankhede Stadium, surviving Jacob Bethel's century to set up a final against New Zealand. Now begin as it's day 7 of the conflict, and it is only intensifying. Military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition with escalating regional impacts. Iran, right now we're told, is launching fresh waves of missiles and drone strikes at Israeli territory and also US bases in the Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait and Qatar.
In fact, I'm sure, Griha, you'll also agree that it is these Saudi, the US allied countries, and particularly the ones housing the military bases. We've seen Kuwait and Qatar, even UAE, in fact, bear the brunt of the maximum attacks. This as Israeli forces are now responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses, even scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership has asserted that US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missiles networks, although Iran persists in lower volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries.
Now we're getting new satellite imagery, and it is going on to reveal that key radar bases protecting US missile interceptors in Jordan and the UAE have been struck, likely by Iranian forces as part of attempts to degrade air defenses during the opening days of the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. These images show severe damage to THAAD radar systems, crucial for detecting and intercepting ballistic missiles. We're also, in fact, learning that analysts are suggesting that multiple strikes may have been needed to destroy all of these sites, which are critical to regional missile defense. So this is what Akanksha is right now bringing for us on the big wall as well. Akanksha, yes.
So let's quickly take our viewers through the satellite imagery that we are getting in, and if we can break it down for our viewers over here, this satellite imagery is in fact going to reveal that Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan has been completely razed down over here. As you can see, this is the aftermath of that entire strike that took place in Jordan. So another air base, in fact, remember the air bases in Qatar, Kuwait, all of them have been targeted, and this one is in Jordan. The other one, the other image that we are bringing to you is of Dahal in Qatar, which also again has been completely destroyed. I'm in fact going to request our defense correspondent Akash Sharma, who's also with us in the studios. Akash, please come and help us understand How are they able to do this? If you can take us through, we've seen that the overall warfare cost for Iran seems to be extremely low because they are deploying most of the kamikaze drones at the moment. Can you take us through what you are observing through the satellite images?
Right. So, Akanksha, first of all, THAAD is a system, that is taking care of your ballistic missiles that are coming from your adversary. And these are the satellite images from 2nd March and then 4th of March. In fact, we are showing the images where we have the THAAD batteries, very much deployed.
This is the Al-Sadr UAE.
Yes, and this is before and after images of the particular base in UAE, where we have the initial image where we had the THAAD battery and in fact very much deployed, and then the impact of the sort of attack that was possibly carried out by Iran. And we have been given to understand in fact that their target is on THAAD specifically because of the fact that they have the ballistic missiles that they are going to use in future also. So first of all, they want to target their air defense, specifically in the countries like UAE, where we have this particular system that has got its own warhead.
All right, this is in Al Ruwais right now, the before-after imagery coming.
Exactly, and this whole site, in fact, though it is not very clear and we haven't got any confirmation, but these images are somewhere suggesting that these are the satellite images of the places where we have the THAAD batteries very much deployed. This is one system that is, dealing with your in fact, ballistic missiles that are coming from, the adversary. In this particular case, Iran has in fact been, firing these missiles, and in fact, we have kamikaze drones and other things as well. But
so help me understand, where all is THAAD actually deployed? If you're looking at this particular Al Ruwais base, you're looking at Kuwait, you're looking at UAE, which are the US allied nations in the Gulf?
Right. So maximum of these countries, UAE has of course one, Saudi Arabia of course has got several batteries, in fact 2 batteries if I'm not wrong. One battery is with UAE as well, and then other countries as well. Kuwait also have, has got these batteries. As far as United States is concerned, so we know that how US has got its military infrastructure in these countries, and that is the reason why for the air defenses it has provided these countries with this sort of system that has got its own warhead that can in fact intercept your ballistic missiles that are coming. And in fact, you must be remembering the time when in fact on the beginning of the war, on 28th of March itself, we had reports coming in that how several buildings have been hit.
Right.
But at that point in time, in fact, UAE had clarified that how they are in fact very well intercepting the sort of threats that are coming. Yes, of course, at 1 or 2 places we had seen.
Which were residential localities.
Yes, at 1 or 2 places we had seen the sort of impact.
But the recent strikes are only going on to show that the actual targets are all of these bases. Over here we are looking at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and what Tom Cooper, our in-house security expert, also is now saying that the geographical coordinates that they actually feed in are of these bases of the United States in these allied nations, but it is because they end up actually finding hurdles in these densely populated residential areas, which is when these drones actually
You see, Akanksha, when we talk about air defense, so it is not just the isolated places where we are deploying the batteries. For example, in Indian case also, we have at several places, in fact, within the residential areas, we have places that we have to cover in the point air defense system. So we have our systems deployed in the areas, where we have to, for example, there is one infrastructure, not military infrastructure, maybe a hospital. You have to defend that hospital, so you may be deploying one sort of system to defend that particular hospital. Similarly, in countries like UAE, Qatar, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, we have these systems very much deployed, both in the isolated areas, of course, because they have got a range of defense, and then in the other areas. Location is something that is very secret thing. Of course, Iran has got intelligence, and that's why we are getting these visuals.
But this is in fact a big development today that we are looking at, that the THAAD battery is in fact being targeted in all of these US allied nations in the Gulf at the moment.
This is what the conventional warfare in fact teaches you. Whenever you are going for any sort of war, you are of course going to target the runways. First the runways, because the aircraft can take off and can take care of the sort of attacks that you are going to carry out, and then of course the air defense. This is what we have seen during Operation Sindoor, in fact, where Pakistan tried to attack the military infrastructure. In fact, I remember how in Udhampur they sent several sort of of drone. They tried several sort of drones on the runway because they wanted to destroy these sort of capabilities. Similarly, in the Iran, in fact, in the West Asia, we are seeing that how Iran is targeting the air defenses of the countries like Kuwait, Qatar and UAE because they have to target the military infrastructure of US in these countries, and that's why they have targeted, in fact, the THAAD batteries, and these are the,
Akash, thank
in fact,
you for
images.
bringing us all that extensive information to help us understand all of this satellite imagery that's coming in and which will continue to come in. Remember, it is here at CNN News 18 that we will keep bringing you all the latest information and the imagery and videos because this is where you can expect authentic, credible information being played out. Let's quickly cut across to Griha, who has more information for us.
Right, absolutely, Akanksha. We also now putting out this special report. CNN International's Friedrich Plichen has now reported from in fact, he is en route to Tehran, we are told, and he, in fact, goes on to suggest that security has been tightened, of course, with more and more checkpoints that he'd seen while he was en route to Iran, and heavily armed personnel that were also seen on the roads amid the escalating war. So daily life otherwise appears calm, and open shops and fuel also readily available. So these are the pictures that we are in fact sharing from Tehran. A special report there by Friedrich.
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security personnel. Other than that, though, it seems as though things are going on, and we certainly don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
All right, more breaking inputs pouring in. New analysis now indicating that the deadly February 28th strike on a girls' elementary school, this, remember, was in southern Iran in Minab, occurred alongside US strikes on an adjacent Iranian naval base. Satellite imagery and reporting suggests that the school was hit indeed during precision attacks targeting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps base near the Strait of Hormuz, raising further questions about responsibility, even civilian harm being done. The United States has said that it is investigating and insisting that it does not intentionally target civilians, while Iranian authorities have already blamed the US-Israeli forces and report a high death toll of school children and staff. Let's quickly go across to Griha, who will bring us more details along with Akash.
Right, absolutely. So let's in fact get out of the studio. Akash there outside in our war room. He will in fact tell us more developments as far as this is concerned. Remember, ever since this war broke out, although the US is still not calling this a war officially, it's an escalation that the United States speaks about. But this is not mere collateral. Akash, we are talking about more than 165 schoolgirls who have been killed. All of this at the pretext of how an IRGC HQ or compound was very much, near the vicinity. It was in the vicinity where that school really lay. But this is what human rights activists have been talking about. Now, what do you make of this development?
Right. So, Griha, you see, first of all, the initial reports are suggesting that US forces were possibly, behind the attack that happened on that particular school where we had more than 150 school girls. And of course, it is tragic. And, we have seen, in fact, in the wars, in the history as well, that how the civilians normally get impacted the most. And during, I am mentioning Operation Sindoor because it is the recent history of our times where we have seen that how in Punch area, in fact, several civilians were targeted. But in this particular case, we are learning, initial reports, in fact, are suggesting that United States forces maybe their intelligence failure or investigation will let us know as to what was the main reason behind that sort of attack. But yes, now the information is coming that it was US forces that were behind the sort of attack that we have seen on that particular school. We have voices from across the globe that are coming against that particular attack because you cannot target civilians when it is about any sort of conflict or war. Of course, the military, militaries deal with each other, be it the Navy, Air Force or Army or the ground forces, any sort of ground forces. You can of course target these forces. You can of course target their command centers, their intelligence center or their batteries, air defense batteries. But in this particular case, you had one target where we had these innocent school children, in fact school girls, more than 150 school girls, and this particular attack now we are
I just wanted to understand this one little thing before I toss it back to Akanksha. While it's day one when this strike really happened, there was a precision strike that took out Ali Khamenei. So they had proper intel, they had AI at their disposal that they could go ahead and precisely strike the very location and kill the supreme leader, sitting supreme leader of Iran. How did they miss this?
Exactly. This is what the question is, and this is the reason why we have the investigation that is pending. Of course, we'll get to know as to what was the reason, but there is a possibility of error. I am giving the benefit of doubt to possibly the US forces, because one cannot expect a country like US targeting innocent civilians at a time when they come out with regular reports, for the human rights and everything else. They cannot do this. So investigation is something that we'll wait and watch for as to what was the reason if their intelligence went wrong or something else was there. We'll get to know.
All right, thank you so much for that, Akash. So remember, there is a lot of reportage against the United States of America and Israel, particularly on this one strike at the school, which led to the killing of innocent schoolgirls. And there are a lot of analysts who are also speaking about whether US seems to be borrowing the same playbook of Russia that it had accused Russia of while that escalation with Ukraine really happened. War crime or not is up for discussions. Meanwhile, it's over to Akanksha for this next piece of breaking news.
All right. In fact, we are being told that officials both in the United States and in fact in the Gulf are now extremely worried. Why? Because there was no adequate information shared with the US allied nations in the Gulf before Iran was attacked by the United States and Israel. Now remember, going by the words of US officials themselves, they have acknowledged that they are not able to intercept the incoming Iranian barrage of missiles and drones on time. At the same time, let's not forget that the United States has requested for the drone technology to arrive from Ukraine. Why is all of that being done? That's because the US allies in the Gulf, whether that is Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, even the UAE, none of them were adequately prepared to handle this war, to be able to intercept the incoming missiles and attacks that are currently taking place. Let's quickly go across to Akash, who continues to stay with us in the newsroom. So Akash, take us through why it would have perhaps shaped the trajectory had these US allies in the Gulf been informed about the incoming, say, barrage of attacks on Iran, and how they could have perhaps prepared better.
Right. So this is something that is very obvious concern, Akanksha. You see, you have some sort of infrastructure that can possibly be the target of the adversary or the country that you are going to target. On 28th of February, when we had this sort of development that United States and Israel are going to launch a joint attack, at that point in time, at least these countries that were targeted after that, in fact, the embassy area or the sort of other infrastructure of United States that was targeted. So these countries are not very happy, given the fact that they knew that US could have informed, about the sort of attack that is coming towards their side or their way, but it did not happen. It did not happen, and that's the reason why they are now coming out with sort of concerns that we could have been informed about it, because we are hosting you, your people, and your assets, your platforms, but you did not inform.
At the same time, I think important to also talk about why the United States has involved Ukraine now in terms of the drone technology. Perhaps the allied nations are not adequately equipped to handle this.
Akanksha, there are a lot of things that we are deliberating on, that we are discussing about, and we still don't know the truth. Of course, we know that Israel and US were the two partners that jointly launched the attack. But who else was there on the table in very much a part of discussion, whether or not Ukraine was a part, whether or not they were relying on some sort of technology from Ukraine, since they are dealing with a lot of these threats. Since they are dealing with a lot of these weapons, these platforms in the last few years, we have seen that how they are dealing with Russia. So possibly they know the tactics, dynamics, and how all of these things work. So possibly this was the reason, but we still don't know that.
No, I'll tell you why. Because Zelensky has in fact gone on to declare in his post that most of the Iranian technology has been targeting Ukraine. That's why they'll be able to handle it better. That's why. Thank you so much. All right, it's over to Griha.
Right, we also have special guest now joining us on the broadcast. Former diplomat Sanjay K. Verma is with us. Ambassador Verma, would like to understand from you, now that the Gulf nations are finally putting forth their displeasure, for the want of a better word, I'm just, mentioning about how there is a pounding that has been received, particularly as far as the US infrastructure is concerned in these various Gulf nations. Iran has ballistic missiles, and that's what it can boast of, and that's why any kind of interception of those ballistic missiles needs to be decapitated, and that is what possibly Iran really is doing. Do you think now that this displeasure has been made apparent by the Gulf nations, it will possibly have any impact on the US and Israel operations? Is this going to probably deter them, or there will be those back channel talks that we continue to speak about that Iran possibly with the CIA are having?
I think that the US and Israel will change the tactics if there are enough pressure built from the Arab countries, Gulf countries in this respect. But the war is expected to continue the way in which it is. Probably the platforms would change, more aircraft carriers in the Gulf, the missiles being launched from there, drones being launched from there. But the war is going to continue till the time they are able to achieve their targets.
Right, absolutely. We also have had a word about the school that was attacked. And this was the first day of attack in Tehran, where a school girl, a school compound ended up being attacked, and because of which all the school children, school girls were killed. We only see graves as far as those drone imagery is concerned. And that is why there is a lot of flack that the United States of America seems to be receiving. Will this human aspect really also be something that will be putting in US on the back foot?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at the domestic discourse on this issue, there are quite sharp divide in the US itself and in the international community. But at the moment, in this war situation, I don't think they are much caring for the international community's views on various aspects of the war. Domestic issues, yes, it might impact their initiatives in the future.
Absolutely.
All right, we're getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, we will continue with that discussion. But at the moment, what we are being told is that Hezbollah has issued an evacuation warning for Israelis living within 5 kilometers of the Lebanon border, saying Israeli strikes on Lebanese border are now going to be amped up. And that's the message coming in. Remember this, as Israel and the United States both have now escalated tensions. They are targeting Beirut particularly. We all know why, because Lebanon happens to be the headquarters of Hezbollah. Let's quickly take this forward with Akash, who continues to stay with us. What could this mean for the overall trajectory of the war now that there's a warning being issued by Hezbollah directly for Israelis?
Right. So first of all, this warning is an evacuation warning for Israelis living within 5 kilometers of the Lebanon border. And you see, Akanksha, this is not the isolated warning. We have seen from Israeli side as well, the sort of warnings coming in. But this time around, Hezbollah has issued this warning saying that these strikes are on Lebanese infrastructure, and this is some sort of violation of, their sovereignty. And this is the reason why they are now saying that you need to evacuate the 5-kilometer area. I know several sort of forces that are already working in that particular region, because it was a sort of conflict area already. But with this particular war coming in from 28th of February, we are seeing that how Hezbollah, is a very part of the sort of conflict or the war that is going on. We are seeing missiles fired, in fact, rockets fired from both the sides. And this warning is somewhere giving you an indication that this is going to be more intense now, given the fact that Hezbollah is now coming out, and is saying that you need to evacuate the area because we have to retaliate on the, in fact, to the sort of strikes that are coming from the other side.
Absolutely. This is also going to lead to a further escalation, kind of a domino effect. We'll have to see the impact of this now that there have been renewed strikes, particularly on Lebanon overnight as well. It's over to Griha for more. All right. Yes, Griha.
We take a break. We'll come right back as we continue with our coverage.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा है।
Airstrikes going on there, and also huge damage being caused, and of course many people also having been harmed.
Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for a drone strike on the US aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another US airbase. The US Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking from the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ देख सकते हैं न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर, जो रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर है ये वॉर कवर करने के लिए। ये तबाही हुई है ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक की वजह से। ये देखिए क्या हाल हुआ है इन घरों का जहां पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं, और जहां जहां मिसाइल गिरता है कई किलोमीटर तक ये हाल हो जाता है इसी तरीके का घरों का, क्योंकि ये बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल बहुत पावरफुल होते हैं और ये पावरफुल मिसाइल यहाँ पे सब कुछ तहस नहस करते हैं। ये देखिए वॉशिंग मशीन्स का क्या हाल है, जो भी यहाँ पे चीज़ें हैं वो चकनाचूर हुई हैं। तबाही इतनी जिसे अल्फाज में बयां करना मुश्किल है। और यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं वो अब डिस्प्लेस हुए हैं, वो बेघर हो चुके हैं और उन्हें बाकी जगहों पे अब शिफ्ट किया जाता है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन है इन घरों की जहाँ पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं। लगातार ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किए जा रहे हैं और इसराइल और यूएस फोर्सेस लगातार ईरान पे हमले कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ईरान में काफ़ी जानी नुकसान हुआ है। अभी यहाँ पर इसराइल में जो ऑफिशियल फिगर्स हैं, ऑफिशियल्स का ये कहना है कि 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है और कई लोग ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं। प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज काफ़ी जगहों पे है जो हम यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं और अगर कुछ चीज़ें वो ले जा सकते हैं तो वो कुछ चीज़ें अपने साथ ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये उन्होंने एक कार्टून लाया है और एक डिब्बे में क्या कुछ समा सकता है वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं जिनके ये घर हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले जो ये अटैक हुआ है इसकी वजह से ये घर पूरी तरह से तबाह हुए हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि जिन लोगों के ये घर हैं वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ चीज़ें निकालने की। ये ऐसा लगता है कि कोई कमर्शियल यूनिट यहाँ पे रहा है, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुका है और दूर दूर तक इसके निशान जो हैं वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर एक बिल्डिंग पूरी तरह से तबाह हुई है और इसके अलावा अंदर का क्या हाल है ये आप देख सकते हैं। और ये सिर्फ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पे आप ये कवरेज देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम रहती है युद्ध क्षेत्र में रियल ग्राउंड ज़ीरो पर।
All right, for more on this, we have Akash with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Akash. Of course, the US Embassy has suspended operations in Kuwait, and that is on expected lines given the volatility that we've been reporting from there. What can you tell us?
Right, so you see, it has been almost a week now. We know that how on 28th of February, this conflict and that has converted into a war started. And since then, we have been seeing that more than dozens of countries, are impacted. And as of now, while US is maintaining that they are going to expand the military operations further, Iran is saying that they are all set, in fact, to counter all the sort of aggression that is coming from US. In fact, last evening, we have had a confirmation that how there are plans of ground invasions as well. And Iran in that, to that particular report, is responding that they are all ready to counter that ground invasion. But right now we are seeing that how, ballistic missiles, drones and several other, weapons are being fired from both the sides, be it the Israel or US or from Iran. We are seeing these weapons, and, everyone, in fact, is expecting that, this should stop as soon as possible, given the fact that we have impact not just in these countries, but in a longer run it is going to impact countries like India as well. And this is the reason why it has been maintained time and again that diplomacy is the only in fact a way forward. And we have seen that the call is coming from different countries now, but right now it is
Welcome back. Let's now also talk about the impact of this overall conflict on the energy supplies, particularly for India, because our country's access to critical energy supplies have received a temporary lift after the United States approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea. While the government positions the waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions, the move indeed has triggered sharp political debate at home, with opposition leaders even questioning why Washington is in a position to permit India's purchases, even demanding clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi.
They're also arguing that the centre must explain its stance and assert stronger independence in its foreign policy decision-making.
All right. right, let's quickly go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who will add more perspective on this news story. So, Pallavi, earlier during the day also we were discussing in terms of how India is looking to prepare. Take us through India's preparedness at the moment, given that we are also in talks with the United States at the moment.
So first of all, as far as Russian oil is concerned, the Indian government's position is that we had never stopped purchasing oil from Russia. The amount had come back, and that was more because of need. It was more need-based. It was not because of any kind of an outside pressure. Now, as of now, as the position of the oil reserves concerns, 25 days of supply we have as far as crude oil is concerned. Now, crude oil is used to make, say, an LPG or an LNG. That's also an ancillary byproduct. Apart from this, there's another 25 days of energy products, which includes petrol and diesel. So we have 50 days of reserves on one hand. And as far as the LPG, LNG is concerned, we have around 25 to 30 days of reserves of that. Plus, we have always been looking at alternatives. So only 20% of our 40% of our supply comes in through the Strait of Hormuz. Rest 60% comes in through, say, the Cape of Good Hope, West Africa, of course, which includes it, America. So our LNG, LPG supplies are also coming in through our pacts with Canada, with Australia, with around 10% from America. And there has been a 24/7 monitoring. We have been in touch with all the OPEC countries. We are also in touch with the IAEA. We are also in touch with America in terms of insurance factors, in terms of trade talks, and so on and so forth. So the big word coming in from the government consistently is that there is no need to panic. We are in a comfortable position.
Right, Pallavi, although there are very many responses that are coming in from the United States, the other one that has, of course, been highlighted is the development financial cooperation and the kind of guarantee that this will now be providing to all the vessels that are crossing the now blocked Strait of Hormuz. How much of an impact that really is going to be having over India, particularly considering all of that comes from American taxpayers?
So when you talk to the government sources, they are very, very gung-ho and very, very confident about the fact that that we have been in talks with all the trade negotiators. We've also been in talks with multiple levels of countries, whether it's Canada, Australia, New Zealand, America, West Africa, and so on and so forth. According to government sources also, Griha, America also has a reason of sustenance. They also, the opening up or giving that 30 days of window, there's a reason behind it, because according to the Indian government, America does not want that pressure to be applied by Gulf countries. After the end of the day, every country has to fend for themselves. And his calculation is that when you, for example, in the case of India, give the 30-day waiver, you are actually giving a sense of relief as far as the Indian consumers are concerned. So that sustenance, that loyalty, those are the factors which Americans are keeping in mind. Yes, in fact, Indian government sources have been telling us, Griha, that, we all are talking about pressure on countries like India, but the maximum pressure is actually now coming in on America. It's a question of their economy. It's a question of their sustenance. So these are all not an overall picture which is emerging from the war which is taking place between Israel, Iran, and other countries.
Right, Pallavi, thank you so much for that analysis. In fact, talking further about the Strait of Hormuz, this is, remember, a vital choke point carrying about 1/5 of the world's crude oil. And this has been effectively disrupted amid the escalating conflict between the United States, Israel, and Iran, severely impacting global trade and energy flows. Now, this particular disruption that one is talking about has left scores of merchant vessels, including at least 37 Indian flag ships with approximately 23,000 seafarers stranded in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, with Indian authorities now maintaining constant contact and monitoring safety.
Washington, of course, has signaled that it may deploy the US Navy to escort tankers to keep the vital oil choke point open, even as shipping almost halted amid regional conflict. Tehran has insisted that it has not legally shut the strait and remains committed to freedom of navigation, even rejecting claims of a full shutdown as baseless and even absurd. Let's quickly take this forward with Griha and Akash.
Right, absolutely. In fact, I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers, how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, you know, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area that is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday, was stranded there. The north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels, that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the money cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality do you think and purpose do you see in that announcements, considering that happened way back during the Iraq-Iran war, the 8-year war? So about that as well. And now with the DSC announcement, the fact that it will be coming in from the taxpayers' money, do you think US is all over the place with what's doing about this choke point?
Look, Griha, there can be one logical argument that there should be some sort of understanding, at least for this particular region, as this is going to impact, the other nations as well. Countries like India, that has nothing to do with this particular war. But this particular, blockage will somewhere impact not just India, but other countries too. And that's the reason why there's a logical argument. But then Iran or US would say that why would we be coming on a conclusion on something that can be a pressure point for one country. And this is the reason why we are seeing this area contested by Iran as of now. But yes, a clarity came in the morning today that how they are saying that we have not blocked the particular region, but it is the United States, that is somewhere painting a picture that how we are not allowing these vessels. On the other hand, we know that how only countries like China were initially allowed to transit from this particular region. This is an area where we should have a freedom of navigation for each and every vessel that is coming from either of the side. And, as I mentioned earlier, this is very important for the logistics and in fact for countries, for the Gulf countries, in fact, Reha. Indian Navy, for that matter, is very much deployed in this particular region, in this, region near to Oman. And in fact, this is larger Arabian Sea where we have, constant presence of Indian Navy operations. In fact, missions like Operation Sankalp are very much there, Greha, where we have, Indian Navy very much deployed. And yesterday, while I had a word with several officials, so they are somewhere mentioning that while we are getting distress calls, we are of course ready to respond. But at this point in time, this is very crucial condition where we still don't know as to
to what is going to happen.
Absolutely. And talking about that, we have to, get in a word. There are a lot of sailors who have requested the Indian government for their involvement because 2 of Indian sailors who were on that Omani vessel have in fact died. Akanksha has more. Akanksha, over to you.
We're joined in by Devendra Singh, who is the brother to late Dileep Singh. He's joining us on the broadcast. अत्यंत दुखद घटना है देवेंद्र जी. सबसे पहले तो शोक प्रकट करना चाहूँगी कि आपको, आपके पूरे परिवार को, और क्या उनका पार्थिव शरीर अब कब तक पहुंचने की जानकारी मिल रही है? सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए.
अभी तो मैम कोई सूचना नहीं मिल रही है. जहाँ तक बात हुई है एजेंट्स वगैरह और कंपनी वगैरह से या दूतावास से, एमबी से, उन्होंने यही कहा है कि अभी सर्चिंग ऑपरेशन चालू है, तो हम उनको ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. जो भी बॉडी वगैरह जो भी मिलती है तो हम आपको वापस कांटेक्ट करेंगे. लेकिन अभी फिलहाल 5 दिन हो गए, अभी ऐसी कोई हमें सूचना मिली नहीं है कि आपके भाई साहब की कोई बॉडी वगैरह है, जो भी पार्ट्स वगैरह है वो मिले हैं.
बहुत ही दुखद है कि 5 दिन हो गए हैं और आपके भाई का पार्थिव शरीर अभी भी नहीं आया है. लेकिन आपको जानकारी कब तक मिली थी जब ये इंसिडेंट हुआ?
ये एक्सीडेंट मैम 1 फरवरी को हो गया था, सुबह 7 बजे के समथिंग
जी.
हमारे पड़ोसी गांव है वो बामणा, वहाँ का मेरे भाई के साथ भी काम करता था जिसका नाम सुनील पूनिया है. उनकी ड्यूटी खत्म हुई थी 4 बजे और मेरे भाई साहब की ड्यूटी 4 बजे से लेकर 8 बजे तक थी. तो वो उनको हैंडओवर करके ऑन ड्यूटी गए थे. फिर उनकी 7 बजे समथिंग ये मिसाइल अटैक हुआ था. फिर उनको जो सुनील है वो अपने रूम पे ही रेस्ट कर रहा था, जो लास्ट कॉर्नर पर था. वो उनको तो रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया टीम के द्वारा. उन्होंने फिर मेरे को बताया कि भाई ऐसी घटना हो गई है. एक हमारे कैप्टन साहब है आशीष कुमार, जो बिहार के रहने वाले हैं, और एक मेरा भाई दिलीप है. तो उन्होंने जो बताया कि विस्फोट इतना भयंकर हुआ था कि बचने के चांस बहुत ही कम हैं.
जी देवेंद्र जी, जैसा आप बता रहे हैं कि कई और हिंदुस्तानी थे उस वेसल पे जब ये अटैक हुआ है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो आपके भाई साहब हैं वो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है. कब से काम कर रहे थे वहाँ पे और प्रॉपरली वो ओमान में थे और इसी वेसल के साथ थ्रू आउट रहे हैं, या फिर और भी वेसल्स हैं जिनके साथ वो जुड़े हुए थे? कोई बातचीत हुई हो कुछ दिनों पहले आपकी उनसे?
1 साल वो है ना, वो अभी 2 जनवरी पे थे. 1 जनवरी वो एक कार्गो शिप पे थे, लेकिन अभी ये जो ऑयल टैंकर पे फर्स्ट बार गए थे 22 जनवरी को.
जी.
28 फरवरी की समथिंग मेरी बात हुई थी भाई साहब से. घर में फैमिली में क्या है, सब कुछ बातें हुई थी, नॉर्मल बातें हुई थी. ऐसी आशंका थी नहीं कि हमें ये घटना का भी देखना पड़ेगा.
देवेंद्र जी, आखिर में बस यही पूछना चाहेंगे आपसे कि ये ईरान का ही एक शैडो फ्लीट का हिस्सा था और ईरान के ही मिसाइल ने इसको हिट किया. इस जंग के बारे में जो ये छिड़ रही है और जिस तरह ये हमारे इंडियन ओशन तक पहुंच गई है, आप सरकार को क्या कहना चाहेंगे? और आपने कहा कि अभी तक उनकी बॉडी भी नहीं मिल पाई है. सरकार के लिए आपकी जो है, आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे सरकार को?
सरकार को हम यही मैसेज देना चाहेंगे कि जल्द से जल्द हमारी भाई साहब का पता लगाया जाए. जो भी यथास्थिति है या सकुशल है तो उनको गांव पहुंचाया जाए, और अगर कुछ अनहोनी हो गई है उनकी बॉडी को भारत लाया जाए.
जी देवेंद्र जी, बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. वील कॉन्स्टेंटली इम्प्लोर अपॉन द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट. देयर आर मेनी ऑफ दीज seafarers who in fact are looking for some sort of a response by the government of India as they lay stranded. We're talking about 23,000 Indian seafarers who are stranded because of the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. We'll be constantly bringing you all of those developments, but right now go into a very short break. Well, today marks the 7th day of the ongoing war in the Middle East. Iran has claimed responsibility for a drone strike on the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, while Israel says it has destroyed a covert nuclear site near Tehran. The United States and Israel have intensified their strikes with over 1,000 lives lost since Saturday.
Meanwhile, Gulf nations remain under fire. UAE officials report intercepting nearly 175 ballistic missiles as oil facilities and US bases continue to be targeted. In Kuwait, Iran has hit another U.S. airbase. The U.S. Senate has rejected a resolution to curb President Trump's war powers, signaling more firepower could be on the way. And in a dramatic twist, Trump has voiced support for a Kurdish-led invasion of Iran, drawing sharp warnings from Tehran.
Well, there's a breaking news update that is coming in as we speak. These are developments we've been tracking from the last few hours. What we're learning is that the United States has suspended its operations at the embassy in Kuwait. Now, this is not a first. We've seen the United States resort to these interim measures. An overall suspension is what we're learning at the Kuwait embassy. Now, do remember, it's interesting how we've seen the attacks that were launched by Iran not just stay limited to the military bases of the United States in some of these Gulf nations. Slowly we've seen in isolated incidents embassies and consulates also coming under attack. So they've been targeted, and that's why we see the United States act in this manner. The US now suspending operations at its embassy in Kuwait. We've seen worrying updates come in from several such consulates and embassies, including the one in Riyadh as well. So this is the United States now suspending operations at Kuwait embassy, as is US. Remember, has urged Americans to come back to America, and they've also promised a certain planned repatriation for those who are willing and wanting to fly out from the Middle East, because the situation, remember, is getting from bad to worse, and there clearly is no end to the ongoing conflict in all of the region. Let's talk about the other reactions that are coming in. We've been getting you several ground reports as well. This is an exclusive report that's been filed by Rifat Abdullah from Tel Aviv, and he also gets us a sense of what's happening in Jerusalem. Take a look.
टेल अवीव में हूं और आप देख सकते हैं ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से क्या तबाही हुई है, किस तरीके से यहां पे मकान तबाह हुए हैं। जिस एरिया में अटैक हुआ दूर दूर तक मकान और बाकी बिल्डिंग्स यहां पे तबाह हुई हैं, और पूरी तरह से ये रिपोर्ट आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ देख सकते हैं न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पर, जो रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर है ये वार कवर करने के लिए। ये तबाही हुई है ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक की वजह से। ये देखिए क्या हाल हुआ है इन घरों का जहां पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं, और जहां जहां मिसाइल गिरता है कई किलोमीटर तक ये हाल हो जाता है इसी तरीके का घरों का, क्योंकि ये बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल बहुत पावरफुल होते हैं और ये पावरफुल मिसाइल यहाँ पे सब कुछ तहस नहस करते हैं। ये देखिए वॉशिंग मशीन्स का क्या हाल है, जो भी यहाँ पे चीज़ें हैं वो चकनाचूर हुई हैं। तबाही इतनी जिसे अल्फाज में बयां करना मुश्किल है, और यहाँ पर जो लोग रहते हैं वो अब डिस्प्लेस हुए हैं, वो बेघर हो चुके हैं और उन्हें बाकी जगहों पे अब शिफ्ट किया जाता है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन है इन घरों की जहाँ पर ये मिसाइल गिरे हैं। लगातार ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किए जा रहे हैं और इसराइल और यूएस फोर्सेस लगातार ईरान पे हमले कर रहे हैं। हालांकि ईरान में काफ़ी जानी नुकसान हुआ है। अभी यहाँ पर इसराइल में जो ऑफिशियल फिगर्स हैं, ऑफिशियल्स का ये कहना है कि 12 लोगों की मौत हुई है और कई लोग ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं। प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज काफ़ी जगहों पे है जो हम यहाँ पे देख पा रहे हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, और अगर कुछ चीज़ें वो ले जा सकते हैं तो वो कुछ चीज़ें अपने साथ ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये उन्होंने एक कार्टून लाया है और एक डिब्बे में क्या कुछ समा सकता है वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं जिनके ये घर हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले जो ये अटैक हुआ है इसकी वजह से ये घर पूरी तरह से तबाह हुए हैं। अब जिनके ये घर हैं वो यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि जिन लोगों के ये घर हैं वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कुछ चीज़ें निकालने की। ये ऐसा लगता है कि कोई कमर्शियल यूनिट यहाँ पे रहा है, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुका है और दूर दूर तक इसके निशान जो हैं वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यहाँ पर एक बिल्डिंग पूरी तरह से तबाह हुई है, और इसके अलावा अंदर का क्या हाल है ये आप देख सकते हैं। और ये सिर्फ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पे आप ये कवरेज देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम रहती है युद्ध क्षेत्र में रियल ग्राउंड जीरो पर।
All right, for more on this, we have Akash with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Akash. Of course, the US Embassy has suspended operations in Kuwait, and that is on expected lines given the volatility that we've been reporting from there. What can you tell us?
Right. So, you see, it has been almost a week now. We know that how on 28th of February, this conflict and that has converted into a war started. And since then, we have been seeing that more than dozens of countries, are impacted. And as of now, while US is maintaining that they are going to expand the military operations further, Iran is saying that they are all set, in fact, to counter all the sort of aggression that is coming from US. In fact, last evening, we have had a confirmation that how there are plans of ground invasions as well. And Iran in that, to that particular report, is responding that they are all ready to counter that ground invasion. But right now, we are seeing that how ballistic missiles, drones and several other weapons are being fired from both the sides, be it the Israel or US or from Iran. We are seeing these weapons, and everyone in fact is expecting that this should stop as soon as possible, given the fact that we have impact not just in these countries, but in a longer run it is going to impact countries like India as well. And this is the reason why it has
complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kemal Shah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet Headquarters in Mamama.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the Strait to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Welcome and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. With me in the studios, Haim, my colleague, also joins us. The war, the West Asian conflict is quite literally on India's doorstep, with the Iranian warship now being torpedoed by a US submarine, and a much belated congressional vote also not stopping Donald Trump from this increased escalation as far as Iran is concerned. Haim, we are looking at this constantly evolving situation as we bring all the developments for our viewers.
Right, and it was a narrow escape from that congressional support that you're talking about, Griha, as well, and also the kind of rhetoric that we're seeing emanate out of Israel and the United States. Also, of course, we'll continue to bring you all the developments on that front. Here's a quick look at what we're tracking for you right now. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil.
Politics erupts after US waiver to India. Congress asks, why is Trump dictating terms to India?
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall 83%.
Also, Iran hits Bahrain with a missile, striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fire is extinguished, we are told. Refinery also continues operating and no casualties, thankfully, have been reported so far.
The Indian Navy says it promptly launched search and rescue, deploying a P-8I maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing the crew of the Iranian warship, the Dina.
And US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mujtaba Khamenei unacceptable and urging selection of a leader who brings peace.
And Rashtrapati Bhavan orders major governor and lieutenant governor reshuffle across 9 states and union territories, including new appointments in Delhi, West Bengal, Telangana, Maharashtra, Bihar and Nagaland.
Also in sports, India beat England by 7 runs in a thrilling ICC Men's T20 World Cup semi-finals at Mumbai's Wankhede Stadium, surviving Jacob Bethel's century to set up a final against New Zealand.
Now, on day 7 of the conflict, intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the United States-Israel coalition with escalating regional impact. Iran is launching fresh waves of missiles and drone strikes at Israeli territory and US bases in the Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar.
Also, Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Fresh strikes have been reported. There has also been an evacuation order that has come in from Iran, at least in that 5-kilometer radius. Now, if we take a look at the Gulf, particularly Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire. Gulf states continue to tighten their air defenses and also scanning routines amid ongoing threats. We are also, in fact, learning how Doha ended up an air-to-air combat because it had to go ahead and stop those Iranian drones from coming in, the ballistic missiles from coming in. Pentagon leadership is also, in fact, now gone on to assert US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and also missile networks, although we are learning that Iran persists in low volume yet sustained strikes across multiple regions in West Asia. We're getting some more breaking news updates. We're learning that Iranian media has reported that Israel's embassy in Bahrain has been targeted.
Of course, Griha, as we've been discussing, it's the Iranian and US assets in the region that are increasingly becoming the target of retaliatory strikes by Iran at this point as well. And we've been bringing you all those updates. In the latest, we're learning that Israel's embassy in Bahrain has been targeted. This is what Iran is claiming at the moment. So, of course, this is something that we're going to be tracking closely as well. We've been bringing you all the updates from our newsroom. Also, I'm just going to go across to Akanksha, who is here bringing us the latest on this. Akanksha, pretty much on expected lines. It's the assets, US and Israeli assets, which are now going to increasingly become the targets. What can you tell us?
So we've seen how in the days gone by the US embassies are being targeted, and this in fact is also now leading to further escalation given that an Israeli embassy in Bahrain is being targeted. And when you attack an embassy, look at the larger symbolism of such attacks. You are in fact attacking the diplomatic red zone. These are, very strategic locations when you are targeting any consulate, any embassy. And so now with the Israeli embassy also being targeted in Bahrain, is perhaps Iran's way of showing them that if you will expand the overall trajectory of this conflict, because we've seen renewed strikes not just only in Iran being conducted by the US and Israel, we have also seen how they are targeting Beirut overnight. There's been in fact a fresh barrage of missiles being released towards Lebanon. They're also pulling in Lebanon because of Hezbollah. Hezbollah of course has issued that warning. So clearly it's now become a tit-for-tat conflict over here with Israeli embassy also in Bahrain, which as we all know is a key US allied nation in the Gulf. That's being targeted, is only going on to indicate a further escalation and of course a deterioration in the overall diplomatic relations. Let's not forget that any embassy, any consulate is part of the red zones in any city, and so this only goes on to show the overall breakdown in the security apparatus in all of these US Gulf allied nations like say Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, and of course you're also looking at Qatar.
Akanksha, I just want to seek some clarity here, just for the benefit of our viewers as well. When we talk about the US claims of Iranian missile targets being dropping by 90% as the B-2 bombers have been deployed, and then we're hearing of escalating strikes as well. What does that reflect on ground for us?
It also reflects that Iran was perhaps very well prepared for such strikes, because they are now targeting, say, all of these Gulf allied nations. In fact, the Gulf has gone on to indicate that we would have appreciated had the US and Israel informed us on time about the preparations for such strikes, because they've been caught napping, literally, because they were not prepared. They're saying they do not even have enough interceptors to, in fact, intercept the drones and the missiles that are being directed towards, say, countries like Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, and even the US administration officials have admitted that they were not expecting such a response, and the fact that even the Gulf overall will bear a domino effect of this conflict.
Right, so absolutely, Akanksha, fair to say then what's happening on ground is going to give us a clearer picture as these claims and counterclaims come in. Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. We'll keep coming back to you to unpack more developments as and when they come in. So this is what we're looking at as the claims and counterclaims and the narrative war also takes center stage. Iran has now said that it has hit an Israeli embassy in Bahrain, and that's the latest that we're bringing for you right now. Moving on, let's shift our focus to some more breaking news updates that are coming in as well. India's ambassador to the UAE has met Indian and Emirati Airlines now officials. Nearly 7,000 stranded Indians returned from UAE over the past 3 days, priority being given to tourists, transit passengers and those with family emergencies. Remember, that was a tall task for India as well, given the volatility and the uncertainty in the region, the airline disruptions that we've seen. India's priority was to bring back all those stranded in the UAE, and India's ambassador to the UAE has met Indian and Emirati Airlines officials as well. And nearly 7,000 stranded Indians have returned from the UAE over the past 3 days, and the priority there was given to tourists and transit passengers and perhaps those with family emergencies as well.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we are constantly looking at these developments because, remember, this is important for India. We are looking at not just Indian tourists who possibly were there. We are also looking at the people who are staying in these Gulf regions and how bringing them back, as they have been impacted because of this growing escalation, is really important. And that is what India looks to, in fact, do, because over the last 3 days, we are seeing so many Indians who've been gotten back to the country to, in fact, track all the developments as far as that is concerned, and how is this really playing out because of the growing escalation on Iranian side, where it has shown that's not just going ahead and attacking US assets. The attacks have also happened in very many of the residential places, very close to airports as well. The latest report that came in from Azerbaijan was rather dramatic. But this development, where we are looking at so many Indians returning, Kritsween here in the war room with more of those details. You have a map, I see, Kritsween, and also this missive that has been received. More on this, please.
Yeah, first I'm going to quickly take our viewers through this press release that's been released by the Embassy of India, Abu Dhabi, and it clearly speaks of the plan in place. This is Ambassador of India to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal. It says, along with the Consul General of India in Dubai, they have had a meeting with the representatives of Indian and Emirati Airlines today to review the efforts to address the concerns of Indians stranded in UAE due to disruption in regular flights on accounts of exceptional circumstances prevailing in the region. Let's not forget 7,000, and this one statement says it very clearly. It was shared that travel of nearly 7,000 stranded Indians, especially the transit and those on short-term visits, have been facilitated and returned to India over the past 3 days. So this is the important number here, 7,000. That's a good, significant development. Speaking of the map, I'd open this one map, and we've been talking about the kind of attacks we've seen essentially over the last 6 days. Now, the Israeli targets, remember, are limited to Lebanon and all of Iran. So this is where Lebanon is, and we're seeing significant strikes being carried out here. Much of the US bases, remember, are restricted to this one axis. So from Bahrain to Qatar to two US military bases in UAE and one in Saudi, all of them have been attacked, and the maximum damage has come to the communications centers in these US military assets. So that's the kind of damage we're looking at. In terms of Iran, they've been carrying out all these strikes in the Gulf still, and that's the pressure mounting tactic that they're heavily resorting to.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Christine. We'll also continue to track all of these developments about the flights as well. Christine there with all these details. Right now, we are getting some breaking news. We are, in fact, learning, and this is exclusive details that are being accessed by CNN News 18, where images have been accessed by us, and they are revealing the devastation where there were coordinated strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran, and that were launched. And we are also learning of the estimated casualties, the death figures, the number of people who have been injured, all of those details with my colleagues here in the war room. We'll try and track every detail down to the T for our viewers, but this is what we have at the moment as in fact as on February 28th, remember that's the day one of this strike and this growing escalation by the US and Israel, and that's when it all started for Iran. So we are learning that multiple buildings have been destroyed across 16 major cities, and those include Tehran, of course, because proper pounding that Tehran has been receiving from US and Israeli forces since day one. There are other areas. Minab is one. Remember, we were talking about that school girls, the school was that was struck, and that led to the killing of more than 160 school children, and that is something that all the human rights activists have also been speaking about. There are other places like Karaj, Minab, and also Tabriz and more, and we're also looking at dramatic escalation in the regional conflict with widespread human and infrastructural losses, and this of course has prompted this global concern. So all of these figures are something that we'd like to break down for our viewers. Akanksha there with us. In fact, for that, Akanksha, do we have the numbers?
We have the numbers over here, which you have very much shared as well. Total deaths are in fact estimated on day one were between 2014 and 2,662. At least 1,014 were verified on day one, and quickly we've seen this overall escalate into, say, a widening of conflict, as we've also been sharing in the inputs that the investigations editor Manoj Gupta has shared with us. 16 major cities in Iran have been roped into this conflict. In fact, the death toll is already exceeding 10,000. 16 major cities, which one are those? Tehran, the capital city of Iran, of course. You're also looking at Paran, Karaj, Minab, Bandar Abbas, Ahvaz, Isfahan, Qom, Shiraz, Kermanshah, Khurramabad, Tabriz and Mashhad. Now, as we all know, apart from Tehran, which is the capital, you have Bandar Abbas, which is a very strategic location. It is also the port city in Iran. Now, why is the US and Israel targeting Bandar Abbas? As we all know, it's also adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz, which is what makes it a very strategic location. If they are able to attack the port city of Bandar Abbas over there, they are also able to impact the Strait of Hormuz and the overall going on operations in the strait itself. That gives the US and Israel leverage over the strait directly.
Absolutely. Akanksha there, taking stock of the situation. We are talking about the human casualties, the numbers that were brought to us, and these are exclusive details that we have managed to track. Remember, we're constantly, in fact, looking at the growing cost of the war, and that, of course, goes up to the human casualties. We're not just looking at the schoolgirls who've been killed, because they were the first set of casualties that had emerged, particularly from Minab, and the number and those death figures really are now increasing, with maximum damage that Tehran so far has seen, Iranian infrastructure has seen, and that's where the casualties really are coming from. The other, in fact, nation that has been significantly impacted is, of course, Lebanon, and that's number 2 on the casualty list. So that continues to be tracked down to the T when it is about these developments. We have more that constantly keep coming in. In fact, we will keep a track of every detail that's emerging out of this conflict. But right now, some kind of a movement that we're also looking at from Pakistan, because remember, there were these growing discontent that was reported from Pakistan after the killing of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And now there are more developments that have emerged from Pakistan itself, where they are looking to track down and also cull any kind of escalation that might just happen as far as protests are concerned from Pakistan. We have Akanksha for more of those details as well. So we'll continue to be here in the war room so that we can track down those details and basically understand what is the Pakistan government doing about those protests that refuse to die down. Remember, those protests have happened very, very close to the US consulate, and that's why this is also concerning. An important ally that Pakistan is to the US also joined the Board of Peace, because of which there was a lot of criticism that Pakistan had gotten from within its own quarters. So what about these developments, Akanksha? What do you learn?
Thank you so much, Riya. We actually have information that it's not just the Shia, but the Sunni community also in Pakistan, which is now gearing up for these protests, especially after the Jummah Namaz prayers, today being Friday. More importantly, let me also show our viewers, as far as the visuals coming in, is this is the Karachi road to the US consulate over there. That has been blocked by the containers. Now, why is this significant? Because you're looking at the red zone. This is the diplomatic zone, and that is why, after what we've seen happen in Islamabad, in Lahore, in Karachi, where all of the angry protesters from all communities, including the Shias and Sunnis, had gone on to target these consulates, now the government, the puppet regime of Shehbaz Sharif, is ensuring the kind of lawlessness that's been prevailing. They are now ensuring law and order by just putting and placing those containers over there. Pakistan federal and provincial governments have also imposed sanctions 144 to maintain law and order in the country. US has ordered some staff, in fact, to also leave Pakistan with immediate effect, because the Pakistani government has not been able to ensure any kind of adequate security for them. At the same time, we know that Gilgit-Baltistan is headed into assembly elections. The Shia clerics over there are already announcing that they should not be casting the vote for the PMLN, which, as we all know, is the ruling party under Shehbaz Sharif.
Right, absolutely. We have to, in fact, take it back to the studios there. Haim standing by with more details. Yes, Haim.
Thank you so much, Riya. Of course, let's just take a look at the impact of what we're seeing right now. US-Israel pounding Iran, Iran's missile barrages here. That's what we are looking at. So we are going to continue to see these retaliatory strikes as well. As of now, remember, it's the United States and Israel which have completely been trying to decimate Tehran's missile capabilities, and also another big target here is going to be the naval capabilities of Iran as well. This is the map that we have for you. It's the United States and Israel, the strikes which have happened so far, as you can see on the map right here. Remember, there have also been these nuclear facilities which have once again become the targets of these attacks. Remember, in Operation Midnight Hammer, there were 3 of these nuclear facilities which Donald Trump had claimed to have completely obliterated, though reports then further had said that that was not in fact the case. This time again, this is the kind of devastation on the map that we are seeing right here. This is Isfahan, as you can see here on the map. We're seeing also Bandar Abbas here. All of these areas which have increasingly come under attacks. This is Kiran, Tabriz. And this is what we are looking at as far as the United States and Israel's operation against Tehran continues. Remember, the United States at this point is also targeting severely the naval fleet of Iran. From the reports that we're getting right now, things don't look very good for the Iranian Navy at this point, with the US also then claiming that with the deployment of the B-2 bombers, the Iranian missile attacks have gone down 90%. However, that is not a fair picture at this point, because going forward, we could still see more escalation going forward in the region and beyond. And with that, we're going to slip into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
The siren again, a ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है, उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा है.
Airstrikes going on there, and also huge damage being caused, and of course many people also having been harmed.
Now we're getting new satellite imagery, and it is going on to reveal that key radar bases protecting US missile interceptors in Jordan and the UAE have been struck, likely by Iranian forces as part of attempts to degrade air defenses during the opening days of the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. These images show severe damage to THAAD radar systems, crucial for detecting and intercepting ballistic missiles. We're also in fact learning that analysts are suggesting that multiple strikes may have been needed to destroy all of these sites, which are critical to regional missile defense. So this is what Akanksha is right now bringing for us on the big wall as well. Akanksha, yes.
So let's quickly take our viewers through the satellite imagery that we are getting in, and if we can break it down for our viewers over here, this satellite imagery is in fact going to reveal that Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan has been completely razed down over here. As you can see, this is the aftermath of that entire strike that took place in Jordan. So another air base, in fact, remember the air bases in Qatar, Kuwait, all of them have been targeted, and this one is in Jordan. The other one, the other image that we are bringing to you is of Dahal in Qatar, which also again has been completely destroyed. I'm in fact going to request our defense correspondent Akash Sharma, who's also with us in the studios. Akash, please come and help us understand how are they able to do this, if you can take us through. We've seen that the overall warfare cost for Iran seems to be extremely low because they are deploying most of the kamikaze drones at the moment. Can you take us through what you are observing through the satellite image?
Right. So, Akanksha, first of all, THAAD is a system, that is taking care of your ballistic missiles that are coming from your adversary. And these are the satellite images from 2nd March and then 4th of March. In fact, we are showing the images where we have the THAAD batteries, very much deployed.
This is the Al-Sadr UAE.
Yes, and this is before and after images of the particular base in UAE, where we have the initial image where we had the THAAD battery and in fact very much deployed, and then the impact of the sort of attack that was possibly carried out by Iran. And we have been given to understand in fact that their target is on THAAD specifically because of the fact that they have the ballistic missiles that they are going to use in future also. So first of all, they want to target their air defense, specifically in the countries like UAE, where we have this particular system that has got its own warhead.
All right, this is in Al Ruwais right now, the before-after imagery coming.
Exactly, and this whole site, in fact, though it is not very clear and we haven't got any confirmation, but these images are somewhere suggesting that these are the satellite images of the places where we have the THAAD batteries very much deployed. This is one system that is, dealing with your in fact, ballistic missiles that are coming from, the adversary. In this particular case, Iran has in fact been, firing these missiles, and in fact, we have kamikaze drones and other things as well. But
so help me understand, where all is THAAD actually deployed? If you're looking at this particular Al Ruwais base, you're looking at Kuwait, you're looking at UAE, which are the US allied nations in the Gulf.
Right. So maximum of these countries, UAE has of course one, Saudi Arabia of course has got several batteries, in fact 2 batteries if I'm not wrong. One battery is with UAE as well, and then other countries as well. Kuwait also have, has got these batteries. As far as United States is concerned, so we know that how US has got its military infrastructure in these countries, and that is the reason why for the air defenses it has provided these countries with this sort of system that has got its own warhead that can in fact intercept your ballistic missiles that are coming. And in fact, you must be remembering the time when in fact on the beginning of the war, on 28th of March itself, we had reports coming in that how several buildings have been hit.
Right.
But at that point in time, in fact, UAE had clarified that how they are in fact very well intercepting the sort of threats that are coming. Yes, of course, at 1 or 2 places we had seen.
Which were residential localities.
Yes, at 1 or 2 places we had seen the sort of impact.
But the recent strikes are only going on to show that the actual targets are all of these bases. Over here we are looking at the Muwaffaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and what Tom Cooper, our in-house security expert, also is now saying that the geographical coordinates that they actually feed in are of these bases of the United States in these allied nations, but it is because they end up actually finding hurdles in these densely populated residential areas, which is when these drones actually
You
end
see,
up in
Akanksha,
residential
when we talk about air defense, so it is not just the isolated places where we are deploying the batteries. For example, in Indian case also, we have at several places, in fact, within the residential areas, we have places that we have to cover in the point air defense.
We're constantly talking about this growing escalation, US and Israeli forces pounding Iran, but the impact is coming at India's doorstep. Why are we saying that? It is because India's access to critical energy supply has received a temporary hit because of the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. To in fact help India out, there is a missive that's come in from the United States where they are giving some sort of a reprieve to India after they have gone on to approve a narrowly defined 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to now purchase Russian oils already stranded at sea. So while the government positions the waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions, the move, however, has triggered sharp political debate back home, with opposition leaders now questioning as to why Washington is in a position to, quote, permit India's purchase and also demanding clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi. They're also in fact arguing the centre must explain its stance and assert stronger independence in its foreign policy decision making.
All right, of course. So we're talking about this 30-day waiver that the United States has put in place, allowing India to purchase Russian oil, which has also sparked some sort of a political war of words back at home in India. And we're going to see the statements which are also coming out of the United States with regards to this. What does this really mean, and why this 30-day period specifically? For more on this, I have Christine with me. Christine, what can you tell us?
So I'm going to take you all the way back to how it began. This was 5:52 a.m. US Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, he took to social media. He says President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever recorded. To enable oil to keep flowing into the global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Allow is the key word here, because this is what's been quoted by several in the Congress in hitting out at the Bharatiya Janata Party. He also says this deliberately short-term measure will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, as it only authorizes transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. Now, do remember the 20% global oil supplies that pass through Strait of Hormuz. Currently, the Strait of Hormuz is shut, and that's why we're seeing the impact we're seeing. And US is coming up with a few options for countries like India. But here's how things got interesting in India. This is the Congress taking to social media. The Congress official handle says US has, quote unquote, allowed India to purchase oil from Russia, granting a 30-day exemption. The pointed criticism is, and the question being posed by the Congress, today citizens of the country are asking who is the United States to permit India to buy oil. And once again, we see the Surrender Modi jibe being taken by the Congress. But Narendra Modi cannot ask this question to US because he's completely compromised in capital letters. Not just that, we had the Congress's Manikam Tagore shortly after take to social media once again highlight the word allow. Who is the United States to really allow India to purchase Russian oil? India is a sovereign nation, not a subordinate state seeking permission. Similar comment by Karti Chidambaram as well. And this is the BJP's reaction. You must take a look at this. Pradeep Bhandari, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, calls this a big egg on the face of anti-India Rahul Gandhi and Congress. He says they tried to create panic by spreading fake news on oil shortage, but India's strategic oil diplomacy has succeeded. So that's how politically it's playing out here in India. Hey.
Thank you so much for that, Christine. Of course, so that's where things stand when it comes to that. But on the latest, what we're also learning that India is seeking marine vessel insurance from the United States as well. Remember, these are all the disruptions that we're seeing. And to that end, India is now seeking the United States assistance for the same. Kanksha, what can you tell us?
Right. So as we all know that majority of our oil and energy exports come via the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, 40 to 50% of oil and Brent crude, and you're looking at 50 to 60% of LNG coming in via the Strait of Hormuz. And so the US President himself, Donald Trump, has now acknowledged this overall situation, which is why he's gone on to request the US International Financial Development Corporation, which remembers the international multilateral institution, which is also supposed to provide insurance risk to all of these vessels that are carrying Brent crude. So India is currently in talks with the United States requesting for maritime insurance for all of the vessels that are carrying Brent crude. And as we all know, the information coming in from the Treasury Secretary also indicating, where he's in his statement said that we value India's partnership, and that is why they have given us that 30-day waiver to continue purchasing Russian oil. But more importantly, the US is acknowledging this overall crisis. Will other countries from Europe, even perhaps China, now look for this maritime insurance? To also quickly put in a word, the US President has also offered his own US naval fleets to accompany these vessels to perhaps ensure that there are timely deliveries ensured.
All right, so that's where things stand right now. And you're absolutely right, Akanksha. In fact, with a lot of our defense experts as well, we were talking about this passage corridor maneuver that we were talking about. So that is something that remains to be seen, how this will be facilitated. As of now, what is going to be the impact for India? That is really the big focus as India seeks assistance from the United States on the marine insurance vessel. Griya, over to you.
Absolutely, and we have to get in more perspective there, Haim, on how does this play out for India to in fact get that. And in fact, I'll be joining you in the studio in just a bit, but let me get in a quick word from our colleague Pallavi also to help us understand how is India really navigating the situation. There is one thing where a decision has come in from the US where they are also going to be ensuring the vessels. How much can that be played out, and how is India choosing to respond to this, particularly the political pressure, Pallavi, that continues to mount as far as India is concerned. Now that this waiver has been granted, it also makes America look like they are rather confused on what do they want to do. First, they penalize India for buying Russian oil, and now, because they are saying it's a global concern, we will allow it. But that word allow is the sticking point here, which the opposition is choosing to mount.
In terms of, if you look at the democratic structure, the sovereignty structure, when you use words like I'm allowing you to do this, you stand from a position, you come from a position of authority. And also this is exactly, and in fact, even as we speak, I can see a notification coming out from the Congress party. They're going to hold a press conference. So there's plenty the Congress is having on their platter. Parliament begins on Monday, and this is exactly what they're going to be criticizing the government on repeatedly, whether it was the Operation Sindoor ceasefire, whether it's been an Indo-US trade deal, whether accusing the government of taking sides as far as the Israel-Iran war is concerned, and now as far as this Russian oil thing is concerned. But the clarification which is coming in from the government sources is we never stopped buying oil from Russia. We just brought it down, not because Americans told us to, but because we did not need oil at that amount of price. Pricing becomes important. But who's going to listen to that? Who's going to believe that? For the Congress party, I mean, I wouldn't blame them, because for them it's something which has come on a platter to hit out at the government on.
Yes, absolutely, Pallavi. Thank you so much for that perspective. In fact, even that 30-day waiver has been loosely defined by the United States, and that's another sticking point. They do talk about escorting the vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, giving it a naval assistance, but they also, in fact, are talking about ensuring the vessels getting the DFC involved. But how does that really play out, and where is the cost really going to be borne from is also the big question. Are the Americans really ready for this decision? Haim, it's over to you in the studios.
Thank you so much for that, Griya. Of course, that gives us a better sense of where things stand, as India is, of course, seeking US support to secure marine insurance cover. For more on this, we also have with us Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow ORF. Thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. I want to understand from you what your assessment of this is.
Look, I think I was one of the few people who right at the outset was saying that, with the Straits of Hormuz closing down, it opens up the opportunity for the Russians to sell their oil, because otherwise the oil markets will go in a tailspin. They were going haywire anyways. And quite clearly, there were already about 40 million barrels, as per one estimate, of Russian oil, which was on the high seas. So yes, I think if there is this 30-day waiver, now you can either indulge in the substantive aspect of this particular thing, or you can talk about the semantics. And of course, politicians being politicians will indulge in the semantics. I am more interested in the substantive aspect of what the Americans have done. They have simply acknowledged that the oil markets are going to be in a crisis. India is one of the few countries which have the refining capability and capacity, some degree of normalcy in the oil market. Now, if we are going to be buying the Russian oil and processing it, not all of it is going to be for us. So, let's not just make it about us. We will, as we have been doing in the past, we've been buying Russian oil, we've been processing it, and then we've been reselling it. We've been selling the processed oil, including to Europe and other countries. So, we can simply do the same. We can keep whatever we need for ourselves, which will calm down markets, which will stabilize us, and whatever is left over, we can always sell it to the rest of the world. So I don't know what the hell people are cribbing about. Now, okay, this is for 30 days right now, but this does create a situation for us to continue buying Russian oil as we go forward, because I don't see this war ending in 30 days. And then finally, I really wish people would read a little bit of history and they would understand that way back in the 1980s, and Iran and Iraq were fighting, there was something called the tanker wars. Hundreds of tankers were sunk. Hundreds of, this entire geography which we are talking about today, the Straits of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, they were firing, at those tankers. Some of them were damaged, some of them were sunk. It led to a spike in the oil market, but oil markets adjusted. They will again. So let's not panic. Yes, there will be the temporary ups and downs in oil prices, and oil supplies will get disrupted some. But eventually, there will be other players who will, come into this market and stabilize the market, because the world economy cannot afford to run without oil. The Americans will ramp up their production. The Venezuelan production will be ramped up in a couple of months, probably. The Russian oil will come into the market. And I think India is very well placed to process that oil. We have the refining. Not all refineries are even equipped to handle Russian oil. So for the foreseeable future, you will have to do this, simply because also remember that the Iranians have struck oil refineries in the Middle East. So even if the oil production to take place and the oil was to be supplied to international markets, the crude oil, it would still need to be refined. Where is the refining capacity? It is there in India. So
we are talking about how everything seems to be rather loosely defined, even if that assistance really is coming in from the US. Do stay on with us, Sushant Sareen. We would need your inputs further as we continue to talk about how this conflict has entered its 7th day. Intense military exchanges continue between Iran and US-Israeli coalition, with escalating regional impacts. Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes at Israeli territory and also the US bases in the Gulf states. This has triggered alerts, interceptions in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, we are learning that Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf. This has caused fire. Gulf states now continue to tighten their air defenses, and also they are scanning routines amid the ongoing threats. If we take a look at what is happening as far as the US is concerned, the Pentagon leadership asserts that US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks. Although Iran is holding that posture of defiance, they in fact are persisting in lower volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. Let's in fact bring your attention to this big wall in the studio to help you understand on what exactly is this escalation really looking like. If we take a look at what is happening here, this particular airbase is in Jordan. We are talking about the Muvafaq Salti Air Base, and this has been impacted. Now, these are the satellite imagery that we've managed to access. So this is from there. You can see significant impact there. We have to also understand, when it is about Iran, ballistic missiles are what they can boast of, and what they can go ahead and do other than going and attacking Israel, which is further off. They have the Gulf nations where they are being pounded from because of the US bases that are very much there. So they are trying to go ahead and target those air bases. This one's coming in from Jordan. If we take a look at the next set of images, we are looking at the Dahal, in fact, base here in Qatar. So that also has been significantly damaged, and there is an impact because of the ballistic missiles that we see here in Dahal as well. And there you see these imagery. These are all satellite images that we've managed to access, the infra images, so that we can help you understand on the impact of the retaliation that's coming in from Iran. So this is where the US bases seem to be suffering. This is Dahal in Qatar. If we take a look at the next slide, we're constantly also talking about how the interception happens when it is about the ballistic missiles, and that's where these THAAD batteries come in. This is the THAAD battery near Al Sadr in the United Arab Emirates, and this is what it used to be before. If you take a look at these images, you would get a loose idea of how it stood. The THAAD battery, very important and crucial for interception of the ballistic missiles, and there you see the impact here. That's how the damage has been, in fact, the THAAD battery has suffered this damage in UAE. We are talking about this one near Al Sadr in the UAE. Remember, it could not have happened in one strike. Probably needed a lot of pounding, and that's why a significant amount of damage really could occur as far as these THAAD batteries are concerned, because they are the ones who are responsible for intercepting those missiles in the first place. If we take a look at this next set of imagery, this is the Al Ruwais that we are looking at. Again, the before and after imagery will help you understand the impact and the damage that this THAAD battery is also in fact sustained, where the battery responsible for intercepting the missiles have been attacked. Again, reiterating for our viewers, not just one strike and a clear shot, it's significant amount of constant striking that possibly has resulted in this damage. So this is what Iran is going on to do, looking at attacking not just US bases, but also significant infrastructure that gets the US and Israel that kind of have to go ahead and attack Iran back. Let's, in fact, let's take this across to my guest who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Sushant, I've just managed to put out for our viewers exactly what are we looking at when it is about the counter strike that Iran really is doing on US bases. And let's, take a pause and talk about how there is a lot of hullabaloo on how the Iran has gotten the Gulf countries involved. But a counter question, what is it supposed to do? It is being attacked. It can't go ahead and attack the US. It's far off. It will attack the US bases from where the pounding is, Iran is really receiving from. And that's why the THAAD batteries in UAE, in Kuwait, in Jordan are being attacked. The US bases in these areas are being attacked. What do you make of these developments?
No, I couldn't agree more with you. After all, you can't say that, okay, fine, I've declared war on you, but you dare not hit back at me. So the Iranians will hit them wherever they can, wherever possible, with whatever they have. And you are absolutely right that, if the Iranians cannot hit the Americans in the United States, they will hit the Americans wherever they can, and they will attack American allies, partly also to inform them and tell them that, look, you were thinking that you are safe under the American security umbrella, but you are not. Hell, the Americans cannot protect their own bases. How the hell are they going to protect you? So clearly that's the messaging from the Iranian side. Now, the issue is going to be, yes, they have caused damage and perhaps significant damage. But tell me something, and this is something I don't think anybody has been able to answer so far. Have they caused unacceptable damage to the other side? If the Iranians are managing to cause unacceptable damage, then this strategy could work in Iranian favor and bring the other side to the negotiating table for some kind of a ceasefire, in which case Iran comes out on top. But if the damage they have caused is not something which is unacceptable, the other side continues with its offensive operations and takes out whatever Iran can throw at them, not immediately, but maybe over a couple of days, couple of weeks, then yes, it's a different kind of a dynamic that the war enters into, which is what we now need to look out for. And quite clearly, the war so far has thrown up some rather unpleasant surprises for the protagonists, especially for the Americans and the Israelis and the Arab states, who probably did not expect the kind of response that has come from the Iranian side. Now, this is war, you know. I can't understand when people talk about sudden escalation. Damn it, if it's war, it's going to escalate, right? And the other guy also gets a vote. The Iranians are exercising whatever capabilities they have to cause whatever damage they can and bring the enemy down. It's all is fair in love and war. So this is war, and whatever the Iranians are doing, I don't think you can begrudge them that.
All right, Chansareen, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with your insights on this. Of course, there's going to be lots more to unpack going forward as well. Let's shift our focus for now, bringing you more updates here as the Iran-Israel conflict stretches into day 7, with fresh Israeli strikes hitting Tehran and Iran launching missiles and drones across Gulf nations. The region remains very much still on edge.
Right, absolutely. And only one Indian network operates 2 channels on the front lines, with CNN News 18's reporters positioned inside active conflict zones, delivering continuous verified updates from key strike sites and evacuation corridors. Our team is reporting from not just inside Iran, providing unmatched visual and real-time updates from Iran, Israel and beyond.
All right, now CNN News 18, as Reha just mentioned, is bringing you all the frontline coverage from the war zone in Israel. A rocket landed near News 18 India team in Tel Aviv, as well as Iran's missile attacks escalate, captured live by our correspondent Rifat Abdullah. Just take a look at this report.
Of the road, और ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये कुछ यहाँ से इंटरसेप्ट किया जा रहा है, बिल्कुल हमारे सामने। ये देख सकते हैं आप कि समंदर में सीधे चला गया। ये ऐसा लगता है कि रॉकेट था, उसको इंटरसेप्ट किया गया और या तो सीधे रॉकेट जो है यहाँ समंदर में गिर गया। और लोग देख सकते हैं, आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से लोग भाग रहे हैं और सायरन्स बज रही हैं। ये टेल अवीव है और टेल अवीव में आप देख सकते हैं एक के बाद एक सायरन बज रही है और लगातार हमले ईरान की तरफ से किए जाते हैं। जोरदार हमले लगातार ईरान की तरफ से किए जाते हैं। हालांकि इस्राइल और यूएस की तरफ से भी ईरान पर लगातार हमला किया जा रहा है, लेकिन ये आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से सब कुछ रुक जाता है और जो गाड़ियों में लोग होते हैं फौरन वो शेल्टर में जाते हैं और इर्द गिर्द सन्नाटा छा जाता है। जो जहां पर है वो वहां पर ही रुक जाता है। जो हम देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ इस इलाके में सनसनी मच जाती है, अफरा तफरी मच जाती है जो ही सायरन बज जाती है। जोरदार धमाका हुआ, जोरदार धमाका लगता है यहाँ ही बिल्कुल इर्द गिर्द ही किसी एरिया को निशाना बनाया गया। तो जोरदार धमाका फिर से यहाँ पे हुआ। ये सारा इलाका हिल गया इस धमाके से। तो ये सिलसिला लगातार जारी है।
They said there's been a warning from the Israelis that there could be a strike coming in. So we're going to get out of here, Alex.
Where they are going?
I don't know, but we need to get out. Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
No, but we've just been trying to film at this location here in Dahir, and we've been told to move away quickly now. Yeah. People were showing us their phones saying, look, there's a warning coming in. Go round this guy. We've come into what is the most dangerous part of the Lebanese capital, which is a very important stronghold of Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia group. It's the place where Israel has been focusing, and you can hear the gunshots outside there, that Israel has been focusing its activity, its intensive campaign of airstrikes against the Hezbollah group. That's often, we're told, a warning to local residents who don't have cell phones or don't have that communication to tell them there may be an Israeli strike incoming. So we're going to get out of here.
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place. So it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security personnel. Other than that, though, it seems as though things are going on, and we certainly don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee obviously also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
Ukraine says it may have a role to play in the Iran war.
Партнери звертаються до нас, до України, щоб ми допомогли із захистом від шахедів, з експертизою, з реальною роботою. Були запити щодо цього і від американської сторони.
Now, obviously, Kyiv is stretched pretty thin. Russian attacks are not letting up. But this is an opportunity for Ukraine. President Zelensky has long argued that there are benefits to supporting his country that go beyond simply stopping Russian aggression. And now he has proof of that. Ukraine has spent the last several years defending against an exponential increase in Russian attacks using Iranian-designed Shahed drones, the same type of drones now raining down on America's Gulf allies. And Ukraine has been constantly improving its defenses, from electronic warfare to mobile machine gun units, and now increasingly interceptor drones. And something like interceptor drones are much more cost-effective against relatively inexpensive Shaheds than, say, the missiles and fighter jets currently being deployed in the Middle East. But there's a quid pro quo. President Zelensky is now offering to supply interceptor drones to Middle East countries and share Ukraine's expertise in return for Patriot air defense missiles. In other words, Ukraine will help stop Iran if its allies do more to help stop Russia.
I'm leaving my home. That's what my friend Kim told me today when she left Dubai early this morning on one of the sporadic flights that Emirates is operating out of Dubai. Kim was heading to Chicago, finally getting out, despite a lot of frustration with the U.S. government.
There was a little communication, not too much, to be honest with you. I was very disappointed in that.
Kim feels really lucky that she and her teenage daughter were able to get seats on this flight. I mean, Oman Air, which is operating flights out of Muscat, is telling people driving from Dubai to allow 12 hours just to cross the border into Oman. This war is forcing Kim to leave a place that she's lived for 30 years, a place that's home. The place she raised her 3 children, where they went to school. It is home.
None of this was here when I was here 30 years ago. It just feels depressing and sad to leave it all.
Kim filmed the Burj Khalifa on her way to the airport this morning, and she's a journalist, but I have to say, every single time I've been to Dubai, I take that picture, I take that video, because that building stands for the wealth and ambition of the entire Gulf. And now, no one knows what's next. But for Kim, at least right now, it's another goodbye.
Grateful to leave, I'm sad to leave. I've called Dubai my home for the past 30 years, so it's been a bittersweet moment, but I know I'll be back.
All right, we'll continue to bring you all the developments and ground reports on that front. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of horrific missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now.
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Mamama.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the Strait to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated
with ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers, how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area that is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday, was stranded there. The north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the blockage announcement really cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality do you think and purpose do you see in that announcement, considering that happened way back during the Iraq-Iran war, the 8-year war? So about that as well. And now with the DSC announcement, the fact that it will be coming in from the taxpayers' money, do you think US is all over the place with what's doing about this choke point?
Look, Griha, there can be one logical argument that there should be some sort of understanding, at least for this particular region, as this is going to impact, the other nations as well. Countries like India, that has nothing to do with this particular war. But this particular, blockage will somewhere impact not just India, but other countries too. And that's the reason why there is a logical argument. But then Iran or US would say that why would we be coming on a conclusion on something that can...
A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and we continue with our coverage on the Gulf, the Middle East, where, as you can see, day by day, the conflict is in fact escalating further. In fact, US and Israel have now said that this is only going to intensify, particularly in Lebanon and Iran. With me is, in fact, Prithvi Walia as well.
Iran, in fact, is also going ahead with a lot of posturing, saying we're almost waiting for the US troops to go ahead with the ground invasion. So there's lots lined up. We will be breaking down all those details trickling in. Let's quickly take a look at the day's top headlines.
As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver, allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil.
Politics erupts after US waiver to India. Congress asks, why is Donald Trump dictating terms to Bharat?
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall by 83%.
Iran hits Bahrain with a missile, striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings as well. Fires have been extinguished. The refinery continues operating. No casualties, fortunately, have been reported so far.
Indian Navy says it promptly launches search and rescue, deploying a P-81 maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing the crew of Iranian warship IRIS Dana.
And President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's leadership going forward, calling Mojtaba Khamenei unacceptable. Also urged selection of a leader who brings peace to the region.
All right, on that note, we're getting in breaking inputs. This as the West Asia war enters India's backyard. India's Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has said that in this era of changing global geopolitics, oceans have once again come to the center of the world's power balance. At such a time, maritime nation, it is India's responsibility to provide leadership with confidence, capability and even a clear vision of sorts. So as we can see, there are in fact already potshots coming from the opposition with regards to how India has let it happen in the Indian Ocean. But going to quickly toss it across to Krithvi for more.
It's a strong comment coming in from Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. He is focused on India's naval capabilities, and do remember a lot of conversations currently amid the ongoing war are surrounding naval prowess, what this means for each of the stakeholders concerned. I do want to bring in Akash into the conversation. Akash, put this reaction in perspective for us and the bigger message that Raksha Mantri is sending out.
Right, so 2-3 important things that Raksha Mantri is pointing out. First one, of course, is that, to avoid the supply chain disruptions, we need to be self-reliant, and that's the reason why India has been focusing on self-reliance. Straight from 2014, we know that how there has been a focus on self-reliance, but then he's also saying that how oceans are at the center, of, in fact, everything as far as maritime domain is concerned. So we know that how important it is for India, given the fact that we have, in fact, the eastern seaboard, western seaboard, and Indian Navy very much deployed in the Indian Ocean region. And Rajnath Singh somewhere stressing on the fact. And in fact, Indian Navy has been operating on the motto, that whosoever rules in the maritime domain will rule the world. And this is what has been highlighted by Raksha Mantri once again. And he is saying that India's responsibility is to provide leadership somewhere, Prithvi.
Okay, tell us a little bit also, Akash, since we're touching upon India's naval capabilities. The entire conversation that has been ongoing about the US submarine striking the IRS Dana, what is or has been India's limited response thus by far? We've seen a lot of reactions trickle in, and there's a little bit of instigation that's also underway, really asking questions of the central government, how much they were in the know-how of things, whether there was any sort of communication that happened. What has been the specific response so far?
Right. So we know this for a fact that how Indian Navy has launched search and rescue operation because this has happened very close, in fact, to our maritime boundary. Of course, it was in the international waters, and this is somewhere the MRCC area, that is the responsibility area of Sri Lanka. But then too, we had in fact sent our 2 warships for the search and rescue operation. Remember, the place where this incident happened is 40 nautical miles away from the exclusive economic zone of Sri Lanka, the area that is very much in the responsibility of Sri Lanka. But Kritsween, the important part and important aspect that I want to highlight here, here is one interesting image from the IFR. If I can show you, if we can zoom on the particular screen, where we can show these are the 3 ships initially that were all set to participate. In fact, in the
These are the 3?
Yes. So these are the 3 ships that were initially all set to participate. One is the logistics ship. The second one is, of course, the frigate, and third one is for the amphibious operation. Initially, these all 3 ships were all set to participate, but then because of the conditions, we know that how only Dana, came for the particular exercise in fact, the IFR and also the Milan exercise. And now the remaining 2 ships. One is, of course...
Let's walk to the big screen there, Akash, and maybe we can open these is there and you can explain the story better to our viewers. We'll try and open the same visual set right here behind us. But yes, you were making a point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, these 3 ships, in fact, were all set to, be a part of the entire exercise, International Fleet Review, and, in fact, the Milan. There we have IRINS 11, that is, used for amphibious operations, is one ship that we have seen in the Persian Gulf area, very much deployed, used to be deployed earlier in the Persian Gulf. Second one is this Bushehr, that is a logistics ship that is generally used to provide fuel, to provide ration and everything else. And then we have this IRINS Dana. This is one frigate that actually took part in IFR and Milan. Now, initially this was the plan, and this is from the official document of Indian Navy, Kritsween, where they had put out this document saying that how Iran is going to take part with the kind of platforms that they have. And these are the 3 ships that were initially going to take part, but then for a fact we know that only IRINS Dana was there. We know that how these 3 ships were very much there in the vicinity of Indian Ocean region, and that is the reason why now the second ship, this has approached Sri Lanka, in fact has asked for some sort of docking in Sri Lanka, and we know that Sri Lanka has come out with a fact.
So they've asked for docking permission, but they did not participate in the naval exercise that was underway in India. What exactly is it doing in the international waters very close to the Sri Lankan coast then?
Possibly initially they had a plan, and then, the plan got changed, because this is the official document they had somewhere conveyed to Indian Navy as well, that how we are going to come. So possibly they, in fact came in the international waters in the Indian Ocean region, and then their plan got changed, and then we ended up seeing only one ship, that is IRINS Dana. And why I'm stressing on this particular document is because of the fact that this is the official document of Indian Navy that was put out on the website, that how President Draupadi Murmu is going to, witness the fleet review where international participation is going to be there. And this is also a reason why these 3 ships were there in the Indian Ocean region, very close to Sri Lanka, Kritsween.
Yeah. So there was another narrative that was being peddled by the United States that Iran mistakenly thought that its warships, its naval vessels are safe in international water, and hence a message has been sent out to the Iranian leadership, which also then stands defeated, isn't it? Because this was all pre-planned, and we have an official document supporting it now.
Exactly, and in fact there are theories. In fact, we have Iran ambassador, in New Delhi, coming out with this statement that how it was a training ship, it was unarmed, and that's when it was hit without any sort of warning. So all of these things are coming. Of course, there are several sort of narratives, but the important part here is that all 3 ships were there in the international water in the Indian Ocean region because they were initially going to be part of the International Fleet Review in Milan, but then we had only IRINS Dana, and these 2 ships are still there in the Indian Ocean region.
Now, there's a reason why there's strong objection being raised by the Iranian leadership when the United States decided to go after IRINS Dana. They're saying that this was an unarmed ship, and 80 lives, remember, have been lost. Akash, many thanks for joining us with that quick update. We need to quickly shift our focus back to more news that we're tracking. There are several aspects to the ongoing conflict, viewers, that need urgent urgent attention. There is a narrative war that's also out in full swing. But that said, we're going to try decode each of those facts that are being put out by the stakeholders concerned, the three countries currently participating.
Because
in
we've
the
already
ongoing
seen
conflict.
how this is now spilling on to West Asia. Remember, this is day 7 of the conflict. Intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the United States. Israel's coalition with escalation now taking place is having regional impacts in all of Gulf. In fact, across Middle East, Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes at Israeli territory, and even the US bases in Gulf states, triggering alerts, even interceptions in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar. But more importantly, there is an admission coming in from the Gulf nations and the US as well that they could have perhaps been better prepared had there been a word of caution extended before Israel and the United States actually embarked on this conflict. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf. It's caused fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten their own air defenses. They are scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Krithvi.
Okay, what we'll try and do is talk about the losses that have been suffered by some of these US military assets that are currently located in the Middle East. So Gulf nations, we're going to focus on what kind of damages have these US military assets seen. Because do remember, that's the big claim that Iran continues to make. So picture number 1 on your screens, the Muwafaq air base. This is the Muwafaq Salti air base in Jordan. Once again, you see the kind of damages it has sustained, it has suffered. These are claims that the Iranian leadership continues to make on how we're not giving up as yet. So that's picture proof number 1. Do remember, all of these 10 to 11 locations, these are military assets of the United States, military bases of the US located in the Middle East. And that's how the Middle East has been dragged into this war, something which is strongly being objected to by some of these nations. Look at the visuals that have been put out from Qatar. This is the the hull in Qatar, wherein you can see again the kind of damage that we've seen. In fact, a lot of experts have been suggesting that the communications radar, etc., has been taken down. That was the prime focus of the Iranian missiles. So they are, of course, resorting to firing missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, also drones. Let's not forget that mass-produced, low-cost drones that Iran is putting to use. That's really their modus operandi, and the result is this on your screens. You see the kind of damage we've seen already come in from Qatar. Now, before and after the third battery. Now, why is this important? Because, again, it's one of the most expensive air defense systems, and the big claim of what the situation looked like before and what it looks like as of today, again through these satellite images, very, very clear for one and all to see that there is some sort of explosion or damage that this battery, the third battery, has received near the Al Sadir in UAE. So UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, all of these military assets of the United States of America have directly been targeted. And we're going to put out another visual set which talks about what else we've seen in the Middle East. Now, do remember, the concern here is, given limited interceptors, will these Gulf nations not be able to retaliate to the Iranian drones, the Iranian the Iranian missiles? That is a concern that experts are weighing in on. So we'll pull out the other footage that we have of the kind of damage we've seen in some of these US bases located in all of Middle East. Do remember, the other concern is also, viewers, these US military bases are situated or located in densely populated areas. Some areas, in fact, surrounded by residential complexes, and that's where the concern comes in and has already been raised by some of these Gulf nations. In fact, they've very clearly highlighted how the United States needs to intervene on an urgent basis. To what extent and for how long they're going to continue to provide support or retaliate effectively to the Iranian attack remains to be seen still. So these are visual proof that has been put out by Iran time and again to say, look, we're not done as yet. In fact, Iran, through their foreign minister Minister has made it amply clear that we are now looking forward to the United States sending its ground troops. So invade Iran, and we'll tell you what this war and the outcome of it is going to look like. So these are pictures, visuals that so far Iran has put out. Do remember, a lot of information warfare is also slowly shaping up, and we're seeing Israel on top of this game. Israel, through several satellite images, visuals, has been speaking of the kind of damages it has inflicted, not just in all of Iran, also the Lebanon, the Hezbollah in Lebanon that continues to go after Israel, especially the northern part of the country. They've also been putting out proof to substantiate all of those claims. So these are before and after visuals.
Let me quickly now go across to Kritsween. All right, we're getting in the latest inputs right now. This is with regards to China now declaring that they have in fact released satellite imagery of the damage that they have. As far as Iran is concerned, it's inflicted on the Al Dhafra US base in the UAE. It's interesting to note that this imagery has in fact been shared by China over here. Let me in fact quickly show our viewers. This is the before and aftermath of the Al Dhafra air base. Now this is a UAE air base. It's a US base in the UAE. It's extremely significant to the United States. Why so? Because it's used for reconnaissance, it's used for air refueling as well as for servicing of the aircraft. And we've been constantly telling you how UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, these three US allies in the Gulf are constantly being targeted. So if you look at this overall image, this is the Al Dhafra airbase over here. Now what's important to highlight is that it also uses the THAAD system to intercept all the incoming missiles. This is the Al Dhafra airbase, and perhaps I could quickly bring in Akash also to weigh in. Akash, earlier during the day, remember we were talking about how the THAAD has been deployed to intercept the missiles, and perhaps it managed to do it this time around as well. But how significant is Al Dhafra, the US airbase in UAE?
It is one of the major air bases, in fact, in West Asia as far as US is concerned. And, normally the aircraft like F-35, several AWACS and reconnaissance aircraft are generally deployed. This is the satellite image, that is somewhere depicting the sort of damage that has happened to this particular, in fact, airbase. And we have been given to understand that this is 30 to 35 kilometers away from Abu Dhabi.
All right.
In fact, south of Abu Dhabi, and the kind of operations that they are carrying out in the Persian Gulf, or in fact in the region close to Oman.
All right.
So this is the in fact area from where they are carrying out the sort of activities, and this is one of the major air bases. And this image is somewhere depicting the sort of damage that has happened after the strikes from Iran. So these images are released by China, where these images are somewhere telling you the kind of damage that has happened. Of course, we know that US was the one party that initiated this attack, but now as far as retaliation is concerned, so retaliation is coming in a stronger way, Akanksha.
Is this just a war of narratives that China has released these images yet again, or is this also an indication that China could perhaps be also involved in exchange of military technology with Iran?
So as far as satellite images are concerned, I don't think that these images can lie, but of course there is a lot of narrative game that is happening. Of course, China, we know that which side of the table China is standing, and with whom it is standing as of now. But right now these images are somewhere telling you the story, and it is somewhere highlighting the sort of retaliation that is coming.
The fact that they were able to bypass the THAAD.
Oh yes, and in fact, just a while back we were discussing, Akanksha, that how THAAD batteries are very much targeted by Iran. The priority is that they should target their air defense first, and then they will be carrying out these sort of strikes on the military infrastructure. So we know, in fact, the satellite images from CNN are somewhere confirming that how in these countries, in countries like UAE, in Qatar, in other countries, in Kuwait as well, we have THAAD air defense system very much targeted by Iranian strikes.
Thanks very much, Akash, for breaking it down for us. So this is a fresh development that's taken place today, that the THAAD defense system, the aerial defense system, is now on the target of Iran. For how long or in how much time will they be able to dismantle it is the key question. But it's over to Kritsween for more perspective on this.
Missile battery being destroyed, proof being put out of the same. We are also being joined by a former diplomat, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. He's with us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, sir. Your thoughts really on the kind of proof that's being submitted on the destruction that Iran has managed to pull off. It's not just limited to the THAAD batteries. Also, in the latest, we're talking about the satellite images that have been shared by China on the kind of damage some of these US military assets have seen in all of Middle East. Do you think, to take it from where Akanksha had left it, do you think China is also sharing military technology with Iran now in furthering its cause?
Good afternoon to you. China had been sharing satellite information for much before the war started, because they were anticipating something like this, though they may not have known when exactly it would start. But they were quite clear in their mind that a situation would come when America and Israel might attack Iran. That satellite information and other intelligence provided by China has been stored quite effectively by Iran and is being constantly put to use. So let me assert very clearly that even before the war started, China had been sending shipments of missiles and other sensitive equipment to Iran on a regular basis. There were at least 16 reported flights. So China may not be an active participant, but it's certainly helping Iran in multiple ways. The other thing is that Iran seems to have sources within the Gulf which are not known to us, perhaps even in Israel. Otherwise, it would not have pinpointed targets like Microsoft's ultra-secret center for Department of Defense of USA, which, according to some reports, has been destroyed yesterday night. There are other targets which Iran has destroyed very successfully.
All right.
So there are multiple sources which are helping Iran.
Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing all of those very significant details and for padding that story for our viewers as far as the THAAD batteries are concerned. Let me quickly go across to Sanjay Suri, who is also joining us live from Israel as we speak. Sanjay, Israel has declared that they've entered a new phase of war at the moment. We've seen renewed strikes targeting Lebanon, particularly Beirut overnight. Could you take us through the details of this new phase, as Israel is calling it?
Well, the new phase from Israel is clearly on two fronts. There is Iran that is continuing, and the attempt is to try and take out missile launch systems. We've had a number of claims from Israel and from the US of successes on that front. I have to say that here in Tel Aviv, it's been rather quiet. The only missile or drone hit, the missile hit came on day one. That is February the 28th, and today we are into the 6th day of the war, and since that first day there has been no missile or drone hit into Tel Aviv here. So whether that is because the Iranians are strategically holding back and holding munitions in reserve for later use, or whether there has been a degree of degradation of the missile system, this is not very clear at the moment. But certainly on the second front, Israel appears to be moving, and appears to be moving faster and more forcefully than declared. What has been declared is that Israeli forces are moving up north in order to secure villages and to secure them against attacks by Hezbollah. But all the indications are that Israel is preparing for a very much stronger ground offensive in the direction of Lebanon.
Okay, yeah, and they're very effectively putting to use everything that stands to its advantage, including the advanced air force as well. And we've been able to see the kind of damage Israel has inflicted, not just in all of Iran, but in a few pockets in Lebanon as well, specifically targeting the Hezbollah. Thank you for that, Sanjay. We'll come back to you. There's breaking news coming in. We're learning that Saeed Khatibzadeh, Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, says he has had a brief meeting with the Foreign Minister of India. So that's a bit of a breaking news update that's just coming in. Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran interacting with the External Affairs Minister is the latest that we've just learnt of. We also have a reaction on this. Let's quickly play it out.
Sir, CIA is in touch with Kurds, and they are saying that the Kurds are going to do help in the regime change in Iran. How would you like to react to this?
First of all, please do not demonize our courts.
Okay.
Our courts are the center to our identity, to the Iranian identity. We are very much proud of our Kurdish people inside Iran. You are talking about separatists who have been nourished by CIA and Mossad. We are born to fight separatism. Iran has a very strong identity. Iran is the oldest living civilization on earth, and we know how to defend our identity. And I'm sure that the first front against those separatists are the courts.
Sir, how do you look at Indian government gesture of signing the condolence book? Foreign Secretary came and signed the condolence book, sir.
Iran and India has old civilizational, roots with each other. We are Indo-Persian culture and civilization, and it is very much in the line with this cultural civilizational heritage, and we are attaching great importance to Iran-India relations. That vessel was by invitation of our Indian friends attending an exercise, international exercise. It was ceremonial, it was unloaded, it was unarmed, and the only only precedent for that was during Nazi time when they attacked unarmed vessels and armed ships away from combat zone. So Americans are exercising the practice of Nazi Germany when they attacked the ceremonial, unarmed and unloaded vessel. It is very unfortunate. Many of Iranian young sailors who were attending this exercise actually lost their life, and it cannot go with impunity for those who actually did that.
Akanksha, very interesting. We've heard of this direct communication that's taken place between the Iranian leadership and also the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and very categorically the word coming in from Iran is that we're not seeking a ceasefire at the moment, but any expectations that the leadership has from India at the moment?
So we heard what Saeed Khatibzadeh, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, has had to say. Remember, he's in the national capital for the ongoing Raisina dialogue, and yesterday we've seen something very historic and significant, which is India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, in fact, went on to sign that condolence book as the 3-day mourning period for the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has now begun. Now, there is enough symbolic messaging over here that goes over there, not just apart from India's strategic messaging over here when it comes to, signing of that condolence book. You also have the Deputy Foreign Minister on Indian soil going on to deliver this message and remind the leadership in both the countries that India and Iran have civilizational ties. We've already seen what Iran means to the Shia population, and more importantly, what the Ayatollah as a religious godfather meant for the Shia population across the world, not just in India. And that is why we've seen the kind of protests brew from Leh all the way to Lucknow. But more importantly, the political messaging over here is very significant. Kritzween, you rightly highlighted that the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran has already had a word with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Dr. Jaishankar is also very much in Raisina at the moment. He's also delivering a word. So India's stance has always been very clear. They have always urged for dialogue and diplomacy to prevail whenever there is a conflict situation, because remember, it's not just one country, Iran, Israel or the United States, bearing the brunt of this. It is the overall global economy, thanks to the amount of oil, Brent crude, LNG, all of these supplies that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Let me quickly take that forward with Sanjay Suri, who continues to stay with us, as does Ambassador Dogra. Sanjay, how do you think the kind of messaging that's coming out of India will be taken in Israel?
Well, I would like very much to hear from my friend Rajiv, who is here, whose reasoning is sound as ever. But it would appear that India is playing its diplomatic cards carefully and playing them quite well. We've seen the kind of bond that has surfaced between India and Israel through the course of Prime Minister's visit to Israel just in recent days. And now we have the Foreign Secretary signing that condolence book. We have the meeting between two ministers from India and Iran. Clearly, India will take the path of diplomacy and dialogue, and that has been a long-standing policy of India. But that's not just a matter of principle and noble aim to be achieved. It's just also a smart diplomatic move. You do need to play your cards very, very carefully. And because there are good relations with Israel, you cannot burn your boats with Iran. And India certainly is keeping that relationship very much on board.
Okay, thank you for that, Sanjay. Going across to Ambassador Dogra for a quick comment. Ambassador, it's very interesting you said that, you know, there are forces, perhaps hidden forces in Middle East, parts of Middle East and also Israel that continue to give real-time feedback to Iran, and that's what explains the kind of strikes that they're being able to carry out in both of these regions. What do you think, though, as for Israel, the end game at the moment is looking like? There are a lot of comments that have come in from the American leadership so far, but is Israel limited to a supportive role, or there is a larger objective that they're also looking at meeting?
Well, good to see Sanjay, and stay safe. You've been reporting very well, but take care of yourself. As far as the entire situation is concerned, let me first start with this Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister.
Okay.
I think the word that has come from MEA is a brief meeting. So I think we should take note of the significance of the word brief. Secondly, this was a pre-arranged schedule to attend, as Akansha said very rightly, the Observer Research Foundation's meeting, which was planned well in advance. But there is a contrast between what the Deputy Foreign Minister said and what the Ambassador of Iran said before FS, Foreign Secretary, went to sign the condolence book. He was not very, very friendly in his remarks, the Iranian ambassador. In contrast, the Deputy Foreign Minister has been quite warm, probably to take care of the remarks made earlier. But coming back to your question about Israel, America, and so on, in fact, Israel instigated Trump. And having instigated Trump, I think Israel is not going to step back, because it's not Israel and Israel's people who are determining the course of Israel's policy, but a single man called Netanyahu, who is acting against the better judgment of the people and some of the leadership, including
Ambassador Dogra, I am so sorry to interrupt you there. We are getting in breaking inputs. In fact, as we speak, we'll have to quickly go across to Akash for that. In inputs shared by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, what we are being told is that there has been an airstrike near the Pakistan embassy in Tehran. This, remember, could spell more trouble and escalation for Pakistan, as well as it now gets inevitably involved in this conflict that, as we all know, is widening by the day. There's also an advisory which has been issued. Will Iran even be in a situation to, in fact, protect the Pakistani expatriates? And of course, the officials in the embassy, details are awaited. But Akash brings us more.
So, Kangsha, this is CNN News 18 exclusive, where Manoj Gupta, our investigation editor, is reporting that how Israeli and American strikes are somewhere targeting the area that is very close to Pakistani embassy in Tehran. This is very close, in fact, to the Iranian military headquarters in the city. We have been given to understand that intense bombing has happened in that particular area, which is somewhere, which has definitely impacted, the people in the close vicinity. And we are learning that 50, in fact, staff, Pakistani diplomats, in fact, the officials are very much there, including the ambassador. They are, in fact, terrified by the attack. And Manoj Gupta is bringing these exclusive details to us, where we are learning about this sort of attack that is happening very close, in fact, to the embassy there in Tehran. Akanksha.
All right, we're getting in some more breaking inputs, for which, in fact, let's quickly go across to Griha. Remember, there are Kurd factions also which are currently being propped up by the CIA, was information that we had received earlier yesterday, and perhaps Griha can shed more light.
Yeah, absolutely, Akanksha. I was just looking at the map before. Let's, in fact, tell you about the escalation. What is happening is that the US and Israelis want boots on the ground, and they are mobilizing the Kurds. And this becomes interesting if at all there is going to be a crossing of border, particularly from the western side of Iran. This gets tricky, and there will be an escalation, an on-ground escalation that one is looking at, and that's why there's a constant reference of the Kurdish factor getting involved in the war. If we take a closer look at this map that we have, these are the areas that are marked out, and this is where Kurdistan region and Iran really, comes in. If we take a look at Iraq here, and particularly the southern Kurdistan region, this is from where the incursion seems to be happening, and this is what Iran is looking at. Kermanshah and also the Tabriz area and the Mahabad area, which has been fortified, and there are sanctions that are being received by Iran, by the Kurd groups, by Iran for that matter. This kind of escalation is something which will be rather significant, Akanksha, because remember, US is known to mobilize Kurds. It has happened in the past. But what is interesting is that they have never really stood by the Kurd groups, and that's why we will see what
into a short break right now. But as we all know, there are parallel developments happening. Hezbollah over there joining that front with Iran, but you have the Kurds now being propped up by the CIA and, of course, Israel as well. We're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned for all the live and rolling updates.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है, उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा है.
Airstrikes going on there, and also huge damage being caused, and of course many people also having been harmed.
I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers, how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area. That is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday was stranded there. the north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the blockage announcement really cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality do you think and purpose do you see in that announcement, considering that happened way back during the Iraq-Iran war, the 8-year war? So about that as well, and now with the DSC announcement, the fact that it will be coming in from the taxpayers' money, do you think US is all over the place with what's doing about this choke point?
Look, Griha, there can be one logical argument that there should be some sort of understanding, at least for this particular region, as this is going to impact, the other nations as well. Countries like India, that has nothing to do with this particular war. But this particular, blockage will somewhere impact not just India, but other countries too. And that's the reason why there is a logical argument. But then Iran or US would say that why would we be coming on a conclusion on something that can be a pressure point for one country? And this is the reason why we are seeing this area contested by Iran as of now. But yes, a clarity came in the morning today that how they are saying that we have not blocked the particular region, but it is the United States, that is somewhere painting a picture that how we are not allowing these vessels. On the other hand, we know that how only countries like China were initially allowed to transit from this particular region. This is an area where we should have a freedom of navigation for each and every vessel that is coming from either of the...
Welcome back. Let's now focus on the impact of this conflict. India's access to critical energy supplies has received a temporary lift after the United States approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea. While the government positions the waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions, the move has of course triggered sharp political debate at home. This with opposition leaders now questioning why Washington is even in a position to permit India's purchases and demand clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi. They argue the centre must explain its own stance and assert stronger independence in its foreign policy decision-making. India is speaking, in fact, to US for more support to secure its own marine insurance cover for vessels transporting oil from the Middle East. The government's way to ensure continuity of its own energy supplies amid the disruptions in the Strait. Let's quickly go across to some breaking inputs that Krithwin's bringing for us.
Well, let's talk about what this journey has looked like in the last 1 year alone. Let's talk about India's Russian oil purchases, because this story has seen a lot of ups and downs, particularly in relation to the intervention that's coming from the United States. So going all the way back to January 2025, we were looking at 1.67 million barrels per day. That was the per day procurement back in January 2025, cut to September 2025 when it stood at 1.61 million barrels per day. So from 1.67 in Jan to 1.61 million barrels per day. And then you have in December 2025. Remember, between September and December is when the United States of America started putting a lot of pressure on India, especially in terms of how the allegations were, and I quote, that India is funding the war in Ukraine, and constant pressure that was coming in from the United States possibly explains this number from 1.61 million barrels per day in September 2025 to 1.25 million barrels per day in December 2025 to finally 1.1 million barrels per day in Jan 2026. This is where conversations around a trade agreement began. They started shaping up. We did start hearing of formal announcements as well. And the impression which was sent out by the United States back in January and towards the beginning of February was that India has agreed to lower its oil imports from Russia, which is where the story stood. But now you have a concession, a 30-day waiver that the United States has, quote-unquote, allowed, which has also sparked a lot of politics here in India, with Congress coming out with sharp reactions as well. Anand is with us in the studio. Anand, how do you look at this? Many would say this is the United States being hypocritical about what it asked India to do vis-a-vis what it's allowing India to do. But the term allow has irked many in the Congress.
Well, it has, and but the point is that it was one of the conditions. Trump can say whatever he is going to say. It's the trade secretaries who will talk, and concession will have to be made because there are so many million barrels of oil that we need to consume. We have got our 25 to 30 day, but more importantly, we've got 1.4 billion people and a population which has got a huge amount of an energy requirement. Now, whether the US says allow or disallow or whatever it is, the fact of the matter is one has to understand that we have been continuing to buy oil. We reduce the percentage and our dependence. We'll increase the dependence, and because we will do it. The condition was that we didn't want to face tariffs and additional issues and create problems for our own exporters and for our own constituency. The politics aside, there is a very clever game the Americans are also playing. For right now, the priority for them is to win this war in the Gulf. But it also allows Putin some leeway and adds to his cash flows, while it crunches the energy requirements of the Europeans, because Putin may repurpose the supplies of LNG and LPG also along with oil towards China and India, and that will add to his funds. But the Europeans will now find a crunch because they will have to back Trump. So far they have deterred. They will have to back Trump because they are backing Ukraine, and then suddenly there is a dynamic that will be created in the Russia-Ukraine war also, which may give Trump a certain amount of leeway. So although a lot of what Trump says and how the Americans speak and whatever their language is may be, let's say, unparliamentary or perhaps bordering on crazy or non-political, absolutely.
It's Donald Trump who has the explaining to do here, not really India, because India is always focused on its own energy requirements, and it's also turning to other nations for other energy.
Absolutely, and we will. There is Venezuelan oil to buy, there is Russian oil to buy. We can source our oil from other people, and we have the right to do that. What language the Americans use, I don't think if the politics is going to be played around that, then that's a different point. But where are those people who are trying to blame India and the Indian Navy when we realize the details have come out that for 40 hours it was the Sri Lankan Navy that kept that frigate waiting. So they're silenced today, so they need another ball to score on and a goalpost. So the goalpost has shifted to this one.
Besides, they were very concerned about reduced oil imports. So, I mean, they should be happy at the end of the day that there is a way out here.
See, I'll tell you what, the opposition's job is to keep the government on the, and they are the conscience keepers, and they are the ones, their job is to keep asking the government the questions and keep them on the right ball. And I think they are doing that. So if we look beyond the politics, it is good that the opposition is asking these questions because the government will be extra careful. So somewhere they are also doing their job. The politics aside, we've got to focus on whether or not our ships will now pass through the Strait of Hormuz based on what the Iranians have said. And if that means then we don't need to buy so much of oil from the Russians. If the Iranians are saying that oil tankers towards India will go on, our problem is that Qatar has stopped LNG production. Our problem is that we can't trust the Iranians because they struck the Aramco factory and also the oil refinery owned by Oman, although they say that they are only targeting ships or assets that belong to US, Israel or any of those entities. So that's what, or Europe, that's what they are trying to say. But can we trust that wholly? That's where it is. The Prime Minister is not getting into the politics. His priority is what is going to happen to you and me and 1.4 billion people. The same opposition, you and me, don't want that 94 rupees, 90 paisa, the cost that we are paying for a litre of petrol in Noida to go up to 104 rupees. We are going to be up at arms on that. That's priority.
There's limited options for everyone. I think everyone's exercising it fully, including Iran, when they're targeting oil facilities. And that's going to continue for a while. But politics is also unfolding slowly. So we need to talk about what's happening here in India and the manner in which Congress is upping the ante against the central government. Now, we have seen the Congress raise multiple questions. We have Pallavi with us in the newsroom. Pallavi, give us a sense of how do you see this playing out? The Bharatiya Janata Party has also quickly come out with a quick rebuttal. They're saying, what do you have to say now to the attack on reduced oil imports? As long as we're able to achieve our target, as long as we're safe and sound, we should not be worried.
Yeah,
but the Congress has different concerns.
Yeah, but the Congress's concern is, anger is about the fact that the word allow is being used because allow gives you a position of authority to dictate terms. So, there is going to be a Congress party meeting later this evening, Christine, and that is when they're going to formulate their parliament strategy from Monday. But it's very clear that they are not going to keep it easy for the government. They're going to make life hell for the government. They're going to talk about the fact that, look, we've been consistently making the point that this government is compromised. This buckles under pressure from Donald Trump, and Trump's latest comments on Russian oil is just going to give them more ammunition. So Monday onwards, we are told that Rahul Gandhi is going to take the lead. He's going to corner the government and the Prime Minister, and they won't let the Prime Minister speak because this is going to be a budget session. The budget has to be cleared. So they won't let the PM speak till he clarifies on this issue about America dictating.
It's almost, the attack is almost in continuation with the trade conversations that was struck by the United States. Thank you so much, Pallavi. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, this is what's happening in India. Congress, back-to-back reactions coming in. How this plays out overall is, of course, India's biggest concern at the moment. And what it is purely focused on is looking at its own energy requirements. And it's actually really acting on it as we speak as well. Akanksha, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Krithvi. Now, remember, CNN News 18 is the only Indian English news channel which is reporting from ground zero in Israel. And as the Iran-Israel conflict stretches into day 7, with fresh Israeli strikes hitting Tehran and Iran launching missiles and drones across Gulf nations, the region remains. Only one Indian network operates 2 channels on the front lines. This is with CNN News 18, your channel, and its reporters bringing you a report. We will be bringing you that report as well. But CNN's Matthew Chance was forced to escape a southern Beirut neighborhood after the Israeli military warned of an imminent airstrike while he was reporting there minutes after joining Hezbollah for a tour of its stronghold amid heavy evacuation warnings. Have a quick look at this ground report.
They said there's been a warning from the Israelis that there could be a strike coming in. So we're going to get out of here, Alex.
Where they are going?
I don't know, but we need to get out. Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
No, but we've just been trying to film at this location here in Dahir. And we've been told to move away quickly now. Yeah. People were showing us their phones saying, look, there's a warning coming in. Go around this guy. We've come into what is the most dangerous part of the Lebanese capital, which is a very important stronghold of Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia group. It's the place where Israel has been focusing, and you can hear the gunshots outside there, that Israel has been focusing its activity, its intensive campaign of airstrikes against the Hezbollah group. That's often, we're told, a warning to local residents who don't have cell phones or don't have that communication to tell them there may be an Israeli strike incoming. So we're going to get out of here.
Another interesting report that's been filed by CNN's Frederick. He reports en route to Tehran. He shows us how security has tightened with more checkpoints, heavily armed personnel on the roads amid the escalating war. Daily life otherwise appears calm is what he says and tells us through this report. Take a look.
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive, though. Some things that we are seeing, we already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings that we saw from our vantage point as we were driving past. The other thing that I would also say is that there are definitely more checkpoints than usual. We did see checkpoints with fairly heavily armed security personnel. Other than that, though, it seems as though things are going on, and we certainly don't see any sign of order collapsing here. Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
ईरान के मिसाइल से क्या तबाही हुई है टेल अवीव और इसराइल के बाकी हिस्सों में लगातार न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पहुंच रही है उन जगहों पर जो है रियल ग्राउंड ज़ीरो इस वार जोन का। मैं इस वक्त वार जोन में हूं और ये देखिए, ये इस वक्त टेल अवीव में तबाही हुई है। मैं अंदर जाने की कोशिश करूंगा इस बिल्डिंग में और दिखाऊंगा क्या तबाही इस बिल्डिंग के अंदर हुई है। और ये मैं इस वक्त एक बिल्डिंग के अंदर हूं, हालांकि बाहर से सायरन बजी है तो यहाँ पे लोग जो हैं अभी शेल्टर की तरफ जाएंगे। तो सायरन बज गई है। मैं हालांकि उस जगह पे हूं जहां पहले ही मिसाइल अटैक हुआ है। सुन सकते हैं आप। और लोग शेल्टर में जा रहे हैं। मैं भी कोशिश करूंगा शेल्टर की तरफ जाने की, ताकि मैं आपको दिखा सकूं कि किस तरीके से लोग यहाँ पे फौरन सायरन के बाद शेल्टर में जाते हैं ताकि वो अपनी जान बचा सकें। देखिए, सन्नाटा छा गया है और लोग भाग रहे हैं। ये देख सकते हैं आप, लोग शेल्टर की तरफ जा रहे हैं जो यहाँ पे है। ये लेन्स और बाई लेन्स का हाल है इस वक्त इसराइल में। कहीं पे शायद अटैक होने वाला है और मैं कोशिश करूंगा अंदर जाने की। हालांकि यहाँ पे इर्द गिर्द आप देख सकते हैं पहले ही एक अटैक हुआ है। मैं उसी स्पॉट पे हूँ जहाँ पे इसराइल की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किया गया। गाड़ियों की हालत देखिए आप। लेकिन मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे बॉम्ब शेल्टर्स जो हैं वहाँ पे लोग जाते हैं। अभी देख पा रहा हूँ मैं ये अंडरग्राउंड, जिसे हम बंकर कहते हैं, या अंडरग्राउंड बेसमेंट में जो शेल्टर होता है, उस शेल्टर में मैं जाने की कोशिश करूंगा अभी यहाँ पर। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं कि मैं इस वक्त शेल्टर में आया हूँ और यहाँ पे ये अंडरग्राउंड शेल्टर है, क्योंकि बाहर से सायरन्स बज गई हैं। उसका मतलब है कि ईरान की तरफ से एक मिसाइल अटैक जो है लॉन्च किया गया। ये अंडरग्राउंड बेसमेंट बहुत स्ट्रांग होता है, तो इसके अंदर लोग जाते हैं जब भी सायरन होती है। यही वजह है कि इसराइल में ज़्यादा जानी नुकसान नहीं होता है। और ये डोर दिखाने की मैं कोशिश करूँगा। बहुत मजबूत ये दरवाज़ा होता है और इर्द गिर्द ये पूरा कंक्रीट होता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी खतरा रहता है। और फ़ौरन लोग आते हैं जो ही सायरन बजती है। जो होम फ्रंट कमांड है उनकी तरफ से यहाँ पे सायरन होती है और फ़ौरन लोग जो हैं इस अंडरग्राउंड बंकर या इस अंडरग्राउंड बॉम्ब शेल्टर जिसे ये कहते हैं यहाँ पे। तो इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं कि हम बॉम्ब शेल्टर के अंदर है। अभी अभी सायरन बजी है और लोग इस बेसमेंट में चले गए। मैं भी इस वक्त बेसमेंट में हूँ, क्योंकि जब सायरन बजती है होम फ्रंट कमांड की तरफ से तो फ़ौरन लोग भाग जाते हैं, शेल्टर लेते हैं किसी जगह अंडरग्राउंड बंकर में। तो मैं भी यहाँ पे हूँ और मैं दिखाने की कोशिश करूँगा। ये बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग डोर होता है, इसको बंद किया जाता है। अगर बाहर से कोई मिसाइल अटैक होता भी है तो उसका असर बहुत कम यहाँ तक पहुँच सकता है या ना भी पहुँच सकता है।
I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers, how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area that is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday, was stranded there. The north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels, that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the blockage announcement really cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality do you think and purpose do you see in that announcement, considering that happened way back during the Iraq-Iran war, the 8-year war? So about that as well. And now with the DSC announcement, the fact that it will be coming in from the taxpayers' money, do you think US is all over the place with what's doing about this choke point?
Look, Griha, there can be one logical argument that there should be some sort of understanding, at least for this particular region, as this is going to impact, the other nations as well. Countries like India, that has nothing to do with this particular war. But this particular, blockage will somewhere impact not just India, but other countries too. And that's the reason why there is a logical argument. But then
Good afternoon. Hello and welcome to Inside the Bunker with the one and only Tom Cooper. And people in Austria are sitting and watching Indian TV just thanks to him and our coverage here at CNN News 18. So good for that. But viewers, the war of attrition is going on. It's day 7 of the Gulf War. But there are a few sighs of relief at different corners because of the proclamations made both by the American side and also the Iranian side. We'll talk about that and more, and what are the dynamics. Which way is this war now going to move into day 7 and day 8? We'll ask Tom Cooper, and we'll also dive deep into the developments after a quick check of the headlines. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for Bharat. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing Bharat to continue purchasing Russian oil. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall 83%. Iran hits Bahrain with a missile striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fires are extinguished, the refinery continues operating and no casualties are reported. Amid row over the Irons Dana sinking in the Indian Ocean, Raksha Mantri issues a statement, says oceans are again the center of global power dynamics and it is Bharat's responsibility to provide leadership with confidence, capability and a clear vision. The Indian Navy says it promptly launched search and rescue, deploying a P-80I maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing crew of the Iranian warship Irons Dana. US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mustafa Khamenei unacceptable and urging selection of a leader who brings peace. Being a leader who brings peace, what does that mean? And now Trump says he needs to have a say in the selection of the clerical head of the entire Shia community and especially in Iran. Now on day 7 of the conflict, intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition. With escalating regional impacts, Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes in Israeli territory and of course at the US bases in Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards, IRGC, reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership is asserting US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks, although Iran persists in lower volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. Tom Cooper here had said they will start going guerrilla. They may not have to fire 100 missiles a day. Even if they fire 1 missile every hour and they are able to hit home or hit their targets, they will continue to brew this conflict and this war. Now let's take a look at the top 5 things to watch out for as per Tom Cooper over the next 1 or 2 days. One is something which he's been constantly talking about. That is the number of missiles and UAVs launched by Iran. We'll deep dive into that in a bit. The other one, point number 2, and we'll cover this over the course of the next hour. What areas has Iran targeted so far? Is there a shift in where it is targeting and what it is targeting in the US-Israeli coalition? The world reacting to Khamenei's death, and especially certain countries where the Shia population, the Muslim population is higher in parts of Central Eastern Europe. We'll have to see what the reaction there is too. The Kurdish influence in Iraq and Iran. They are a splintered lot, the Kurds, but are they organizing and are they entering and are they getting to play the role of a proxy on behalf of the US-Israeli grouping? We'll have to see. Iran's duplicity with respect to ships. They say they're targeting only US and European and Israeli ships, but their missiles are landing all over the place in the Gulf. So we'll talk about all of that. First up, let's call the first one again. Number of missiles that Iran is dropping. We've got some fresh images also. But Tom, first, I'm going to ask you this. There is a drop. In the headlines, we said 83% drop in the number of UAVs, 90% drop in their ballistics missiles being launched. Does that signal the Iranians are taking a break, they are recalibrating, or have significant number of their launchers been decimated? And why is this important?
It is important because it is showing how much is Iran capable or not to threaten whatever kind of targets they are targeting. Point is, I do not think they are taking a break, and I'm not convinced, I haven't seen any kind of visual evidence that there were some kind of large numbers of strikes on their launchers. So the question is that of how much are they capable of moving their launchers out of underground facilities and in order to deploy missiles. And I think the air campaign is so far successful in regards to suppressing precisely this capability. Whether it is capable of actually destroying the launchers is a different question.
Okay, let's look at some of the pictures, and I'm going to ask you to join me here on the wall,
course.
and we'll call up some of these pictures. The first one is the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. This is in Jordan. So they've struck this Jordan air base. We'll call up the pictures here on the wall. There you go. Now, this is the Salti Air Base in Jordan. Again, a US air base. What do you make of the pictures? Penetrating bombs, or is it a big missile attack to just destroy their communication center? How would you see this?
I would go for the later, which means either missiles or UAVs that have hit one of the sectors, apparently command and control sectors of the base. Which is ironic because Muwafaq Salti was a Jordanian hunter pilot killed by Israelis in 1966. So, but nowadays this is the biggest air base used by the US Air Force in the Middle East, precisely for strikes on Iran, for example.
Okay. The other picture that we have is the Dahal in Qatar. Okay. Now, again, this is Dahal in Qatar.
This is the very long-range early warning radar, surveillance radar, however you want it. Extremely advanced, extremely expensive. Has a range, can see up to Russia, for example, down to Kenya. And apparently, there are indications that it was hit by at least one UAV on this side. So this is a major loss for both USA and for Qatar, if true. Whether it was disabled, that is not really possible to gauge from this photograph.
But let me ask you, why Qatar? And Qatar is one of the first, Gulf nations to immediately shut down facility and production. What's the backstory here with Qatar?
Well, Qatar and Iran were on relatively good relations from that point of view. But on the other hand, Qatar is housing US military facilities, US and allied military facilities. The intelligence collected, for example, by this radar is shared, almost certainly shared, via USA with Israel. That is why.
That's why they are targeting this. And Qatar in somewhere a quasi-solidarity with Iran shutting down its LNG units and shutting down all production, or just to safeguard its plants and refineries from large-scale damage?
To safeguard. The biggest gas field on the world is shared between Qatar and Iran. And they have said, okay, before the Iranians come to the idea to strike it, let's shoot it down. They are going to leave us alone.
Yeah, so that's the reason why, but that has also caused a certain level of pangs in the hearts of those who are sourcing this LNG.
Of course.
So the story is Iran and Qatar share the biggest gas field, and the Qataris have said before they bomb that, and gas, is far more volatile than liquid oil, which will burn at one place, but gas can actually blow up the whole refinery and the whole pipeline.
Exactly.
It's highly flammable and explosive.
Extremely inflammable, and it would cause massive damage if some kind of combat damage under apostrophe is caused to it.
Correct.
We see it also on example of this Russian liquid gas carrier that was hit by unknown UAVs in Mediterranean a few days ago. The ship was almost blown out of the water.
Right. Let's have a look at the THAAD battery near Al Sadr in UAE. Now, again, the THAAD battery, the THAAD systems are very critical to the air defense systems. Why? Before and after, we've got the pictures.
The THAAD is the primary anti-ballistic missile system of the US Army. And it depends on deployment of truck-towed huge radars. And it appears that not only this one, but also two other THAAD radars deployed by US forces in the Emirates has been hit. So 3 such radars knocked out. Each costs hundreds of millions, and of course are crucial importance for the operationality of anti-ballistic missile defenses in the country.
Okay, let me ask you, if they are so good, how are the Iranians able to breach?
UAVs.
This
radar is specialized in countering ballistic missiles. It means it looks in one direction, a specific direction, usually down the threat axis, so-called threat axis. This is the most likely direction for which a threat is coming in. If you attack it with UAV, which is routed around its flank, it cannot detect anything.
Yeah, this is the next one. This is in Al Ruwais, another third battery system. You said another one in the Emirates. So this is near Al Ruwais. Again, they've similarly targeted this battery system. Yeah, take
it will be this dot here.
Yeah. Yep. This is what's been damaged. That's the dot. That's where the launchers are, or the radar.
Just the radar. Just the radar.
Just the radar.
And it was supposedly either that or the one up here.
The up one here. This one here.
Up here. And apparently it was hit as well. Perhaps even 2 times.
But this is again, are they using the Shahid 136?
Shahid, yeah, or something
it's
similar.
all the Shahid 136.
It must not be the Shahid 136. It could be, there is an entire family of such vehicles in Iran. And there are some of which are jet propelled, not only piston propelled. So they are using whatever they have on hand. And whatever it was, it obviously penetrated multiple layers of air defenses and reached its target.
We also have the Al Dhafra air base. That's also been hit in the UAE again. Why is the Al Dhafra so important? Now look at the damage at the Al Dhafra here.
Dhafra is important because it's a huge complex. It's a huge air base housing not only some 6 or 7 squadrons of the United Arab Emirates Air Force, but also US Air Force, French Air Force, British Air Force contingents. So damaging this facility is important in order to hamper its ability to conduct operations against Iran or in defense of United Arab Emirates.
Well, I think we got Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey also with us. General Pandey, are you through with us? Oh, he's not through with us. We'll try and get him on. So these are the pictures. So these are the strikes that Iran is doing. Quickly, do you want to see the number of ballistic missiles, or when they are dropping, is Iran recalibrating, or where is it going to concentrate its attacks now?
Iran is principally targeting the military headquarters in Israel, major bases, air defenses, and similar objects. Or, for example, last night there was a report that Iran attempted to hit the Ben Gurion International Airport. Now, an international airport might appear not dangerous for Iran, but satellite photographs that have surfaced in the social media were indicative of US Air Force deploying up to some 25 tanker aircraft at Ben Gurion Airport. Tanker aircraft are the size of bigger than airliners, and they are enabling the Israeli Air Force to regularly in big numbers reach Western Iran. Therefore, perfectly legitimate target.
Right, so that's why Ben Gurion Airport was part of the target, because they targeted the tankers. So the mid-air refueling is disabled.
To disrupt such operations, and that's the point. Just one such missile fired in the direction of Ben Gurion Airport is enough to shut down the facility, to cause postponements in operations of the Israeli Air Force. That is what the Iranians are trying to achieve.
Right. Let's move forward here on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper. One of the other aspects, viewers, is Bharat's access to critical energy supplies that received a temporary lift after the United States approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver allowing Bharatiya refiners to actually purchase Russian oil already stranded in the sea, while the government positions the waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions. Well, the move has triggered a sharp political debate at home, with opposition leaders questioning why Washington is in a position to quote-unquote permit Bharat's purchases and demanding clarity on what leverage the US actually holds over New Delhi. They argue the centre must explain its stance and assert stronger independence in its foreign policy decision-making, and Bharat is seeking US support to secure marine insurance cover for vessels transporting oil from the Middle East, and government's way to ensure continuity of energy supplies amidst disruptions in the strait. I'm just going to walk out and see if we have our reporters here, and then quickly take a look before we come back to Tom and talk about the politics. Just quickly try and understand with our team here this entire language that's been used. Now that's become a huge matter of politics, Akanksha. Allow and permit. Now these are the jibes that are being traded. What's the reaction, and why would US say allow?
That's an interesting question because the opposition has exactly asked that question. What gives the United States to, in fact, even decide our own decisions when it comes to energy? But you were also talking about this, that right now we are in the middle of the formal bilateral trade agreement yet to be announced. We've seen the impact that the tariffs have had, not just us. You see the result, in fact, shape up Beijing and Washington relations. They've had the longest protracted trade war. So India doesn't want to jeopardize that. In fact, we are currently in talks with the United States to provide insurance through their multilateral institution, which is the International U.S. Financial Corporation Development Bank, that provides insurance to all the vessels that are carrying crude, and perhaps India can also expect that to be extended. The U.S. President has also offered to provide naval U.S. Navy to accompany these Brent crude vessels and the carriers as well.
Right. The moment there is US protection, do they then become safe or vulnerable to attacks? Because they've said that anything that has US protection, Europe or Israeli stamp, the Iranians are saying. But the Iranians, can they be trusted? More importantly for India, are they going to buy the oil that the Russians, oil tankers are stuck, or are they going to source particularly, or the devil lies in the details?
Of course, the devil lies in the details here. Of course, it also brings into question the semantics, and we were speaking to some of the experts earlier also who were saying that perhaps let's not focus on the semantics so much, and of course the substantive measures that India may take here, and it could be really good for India to facilitate its own oil interests here as well. But if we talk about the narrative war here, it really gets down to dissecting what the United States has said, and that's why there is such uproar back at home as well that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Hem. We've got Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey also with us. General Pandey, namaste. This allow, permit, Russian oil, should Bharat look into the semantics, the politics, or should they say the fact that, okay, they can secure the interests of 1.4 billion Bharatiya and we will not have to pay, you and me, we continue to pay the same rate as we are paying today, which is about 94.6 paise per litre of petrol in Noida at least. I can say that because I just tanked up this morning and it's the same bill as I ran up the last time around. So the rates remain the same. General Pandey.
Yes. Yeah. So I think, firstly, Anand, thank you having me back. And I just want to say hi to Tom. The thing which we discussed, and I think I projected on your channel itself, that there will come a time when America will allow Russian oil to start flowing. Right? So that exactly happened. The second part is the politics part.
Right.
Frankly, when you look at the numbers of fluctuating numbers of oil which you have been taking from Russia, it is not significant. You know, in the last 2 years, if you carry out an analysis, you'll find that even though Americans have been saying that you don't take Russian oil, freeze, we have been buying Russian oil either directly or through other systems, because eventually today oil is not matter of only bilaterals. It is also a matter of where the cheapest oil is coming. In case the sanctions are there and the oil of Russia becomes expensive, your oil will start flowing from somewhere else. It may be America, it may be Venezuela, it may be China, and it may be very well from any place. So that is the second part which we need to look at it. The third is the semantics. And the semantics is that today that language is saying that we will allow. I think it's more about an ego boost to the Americans. Right? They are pandering to their own leadership, to the MAGA crowd which is there, rather than being realistic, because today you just can't say that you can't buy Russian oil, you can't buy the Gulf oil, and you can't buy X, Y, Z oil. And hello?
Yeah.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm just going. I can hear you, and please carry on. I'm just going to ask for the Strait of Hormuz traffic, the traffic that's happened till the 4th of March, and where all the vessels are. We'll get the Hormuz graphics here on the screen. Yes, General Pandey, complete, and then I'll walk across to Tom. Yes, yeah.
And I think yesterday me and you and Tom were discussing that how the escorting of ships will be done. This is not the first time. When a conflict area is there, people forget it, the memory. This thing has been done earlier as well. And I think a very smart thing which the Americans have done, Trump has done. Actually, if you look at it, they have really want to put down the Britishers. And when their insurance companies have started saying that you can't move tankers in Hormuz and we are not going to cover with insurance, they have offered the cheaper insurance policies. and there will be risk. Please understand that it is not, it may not be 100% secure for a tanker to go through Hormuz in a conflict area, but surely if you are able to take a risk of about 90-95%, the Americans can ensure, and not only Americans, I am very sure eventually what will happen is there will be, in case this whole problem persists, there will be a coalition of sorts which will ensure for energy passage. And that is what I think India should look at it, that while the conflict continues to rage, the geopolitical situation is in a disarray. There should be, in the larger interest of the world, there should be a coalition of forces which will ensure safe passage to energy. And energy is required by the world, not only by India, it's required by the Chinese, it's required by the entire world. It is not an issue of Gulf survival, but we all need oil. And then if the world comes together, I think it's all possible.
General Pandey, we've got pictures of a confirmation from the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister who at the Raisina dialogue said he met Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and those are the pictures. This is the conversation. These are the pictures of the two gentlemen who are having a conversation on the sidelines. I think this is on the sidelines of the Raisina dialogues that these conversations, this meeting has happened. This is Deputy Foreign Minister Khatibzadeh who has met the EAM Jaishankar here. So these are the pictures that we have. Akanksha now joins us with more on this. Akanksha, very important meeting this one, because this also perhaps allows Bharat to define our position vis-a-vis Iran, and Iran has not been very, very kind to us in terms of the position that they have taken. They've tried to blame even India on the frigate issue. They were trying to pinpoint certain other aspects.
But India, being a country which believes in strategic autonomy, has still respected the civilizational ties, gone ahead in also passing its own condolences, as we saw. Vikram Misri signed that book. But staying on the images that we are getting right now of Dr. Jaishankar in that conversation with the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister, it's significant. Because, Anand, why is this significant? He's not just reminded India and of the civilizational ties. He's also gone on to talk about how they are an institutional entity, and that the killing of Khomeini is illegal. It's a separation of powers, and in fact they've also talked about how it's an institutionalized country, and Khomeini was not a terrorist. So for the world to stand in solidarity with Iran, and again I think let's focus on the India aspect. It's the faith that they have in Indian diplomacy. Perhaps you can expect the Deputy Foreign Minister urging Dr. Jaishankar to go ahead with global diplomacy, urge the world to take to negotiations.
Yeah, and not just taking to negotiations the safety of Indian citizens in Iran, and also Indian investments and Indian ships. Those, because we must not forget that there are 33 ships in that region which have got the Indian flag, and more than 1,109, 33,000 Indian people who are seafarers whose safety is paramount. So that's another aspect that we have to cover. Let's quickly take it forward. Amid escalating Middle East tensions, Indigo Airlines has issued travel advisory, free waivers on cancellations up till the 31st of March. So that is some relief that has come through, even as there are engagements that is happening. I think sometimes some of these aspects take some time, viewers. We like to see things happen very fast because we're so used to instant developments, but Bharat is taking its time. It is talking to the entities one after the other at the right forum and taking it easy. Let's get back to Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper, and General Pandey is also with us. We've got more pictures. This is footage of the US Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait that is burning following an Iranian strike. Now, this is the attack in Kuwait, and there is also Tehran media that shared this footage of the strike. So we've got pictures. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another U.S. airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है, उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा है.
Airstrikes going on there, and also huge damage being caused, and of course many people also having been harmed.
I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers, how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area that is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday, was stranded there. The north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels, that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the blockage announcement really cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality do you think and purpose do you see in that announcement, considering that happened way back during the
Back live, and let's get a quick check of some of the top lines as we are back here on Inside the Bunker. Quick check, viewers. Oil prices spiked sharply. Big energy boost for Bharat. United States issue 30-day waiver allowing Bharat to continue purchasing Russian oil. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missiles attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall 83%. Iran hits Bahrain with a missile striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fires are extinguished, the refinery continues operating and no casualties are reported. Amid row over Iran's Dana sinking in the Indian Ocean, Raksha Mantri issues a statement, says oceans are again the center of global power dynamics and it is Bharat's responsibility to provide leadership with confidence, capability and a clear vision. The Indian Navy says it promptly launched search and rescue, deploying a P-81 maritime patrol, PATI maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing crew of the Iranian warship Iran's Dana. US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mujtaba Khamenei unacceptable and urging selection of a leader who brings peace. Well, these are the top lines, viewers. Let's go back to that important conversation. Is there an attempt to try and activate some of the sectarian elements in and around Iran? Tom Cooper, as we get into that, the Kurds, which are a large stateless ethnic group with thousands of fighters across Iraq, Syria, Iran, are being eyed by the US now as a ground force against Iran, potentially changing the conflict's dynamics amid ongoing airstrikes and rising tensions. Before we get Tom into this conversation, because he's been saying about this, speaking about this for the last 2 or 3 days, saying that watch out for this, watch out for what ground action is happening. CNN has got a report. Have a look at this.
Everyone is watching to see whether Kurdish fighters will launch a ground offensive into Iran. So who are the Kurds? They're one of the largest stateless ethnic groups in the world, about 30 to 40 million people spread across a mountainous region spanning Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire a century ago, they were promised a state of their own. It never materialized. In Iran, Kurdish armed groups have fought the government for decades, operating from bases along the Iraqi border. Multiple sources say the CIA has backed some of those groups as they prepare for a possible ground offensive. In Iraq, the picture is very different. Kurds here built a powerful autonomous region after the fall of Saddam Hussein and worked closely with the United States in the fight against ISIS. But they're wary of provoking Iran and are trying to stay neutral, calling for peace and stability. In Syria, Kurdish militias became one of Washington's most effective partners against ISIS, controlling much of the northeast. But they were ultimately forced to give up some of that territory to the government in Damascus. Across the region, Kurdish politics and loyalties vary widely, but many share a long history of struggle for recognition, autonomy, and in some cases, their own state.
Let's try and understand with Tom, why are they important and what is their sphere of influence? You want to walk up there and explain it to our viewers? Yes. And General Pandey, please weigh in, because you also spoke about this yesterday when you were here with us in the studio. Tom first, and then I'll come across to you, General Pandey.
So, again, there is a Kurdish autonomous area in northern Iraq, something like this. The reporter has reported it as powerful. But theoretically, this area used to be significantly larger. Just when the Iraqi army moved in and the United States didn't support the Kurds probably fell back because they were not strong enough to defend from this attack.
Right.
It's similar in Iran. In Iran, there is a coalition nowadays of 5 Kurdish parties which are claiming something like this area for themselves, but they are actually lightly armed militia at most. Which can't stand any kind of serious military engagement.
Okay.
Foremost, the IRGC has even meanwhile moved 2 divisions into this area, reinforced. And what we are going to see on the map we have prepared with the team, the Israelis are already trying to support the Kurds, actually.
The Israelis are trying to support the Kurds. So you're saying there are boots on ground or perhaps some kind of support, tacit support.
That is not the point. Now, according to, as far as I know, official US sources, no, there are none. According to unofficial sources, yes, there are, and that already since Monday or Tuesday. So this is now, one said, heard said, and so on and so on. Yeah. Nobody knows for sure. So let me bring us to this map. In this operation, the Israeli forces are responsible for operations over northwestern Iran, down to Desful, approximately this area, and then towards Tehran. US forces, or at least area forces, are responsible for southern Iran, approximately from northern Kuwait down to this, along the shores of the Persian Gulf.
Right.
So, now for 3 days already, the Israeli Air Force is bombing not only the missile bases and air defenses of the Iranian forces in western Iran, but also police stations and IRGC bases in this area. So this means bases of ground forces. with the aim of weakening the grip of the regime's grip on the local population. So obviously they are preparing terrain for something to happen.
Right.
Unsurprisingly, since Monday, Tuesday, there are reports, again, unofficial reports, about appearance of whether US or Kurdish forces. Apparently, those that used to be PKK, which used to control northern Syria, which was then, due to an arrangement between Washington and Damascus, was withdrawn to northern Iraq. And apparently, the Americans have brought them now to serve their interests de facto and to move into Iran.
Iran. So you're
saying
saying
Israelis are now bombing military bases and even police stations in this part of Iran.
This part of Iran. Now, the Azeris are active here. This is Azerbaijan. The Kurds are active here. This is Syria, northern
This is
Iraq.
Iraq. This is northern Iraq.
Iraq, and then you have Syria. So
in Syria, there are no Kurdish forces left anymore.
Left, so they've all moved here. They've all moved
The
here.
big question is, are there any kind of armed Azeris in northern Iran? As far as I know, not.
They're not there. But you're saying that there is a deliberate design with which the US and Israelis are
Foremost
actually...
Israelis are striking from the air.
yeah.
The US is operating with help of, or in form of special forces operations.
Or in form of special forces operations. The other thing is, quickly we'll get that image also on Tehran, and then General Pandey can come in. We've got a picture that's come in on AFP. Can we call out the Tehran image, please? The areas where Tehran is being attacked. Now, these are pictures which have come in. The state broadcaster, Revolutionary Court, Judicial Palace, Presidential Complex. We went through all of this, but Tehran is being pounded incessantly.
By the Israelis.
What's the reason why?
They are trying to destroy remaining ammunition factories, for example, ammunition storage, but also the capability of the regime to exercise influence via broadcasting system. Of course, Revolutionary Guard, there is a big prison next to it also. So they are trying to weaken the regime and the regime's capability to exercise control over the population. This is why strikes on these 4 nodes, just for example. We have all seen all of these photographs the last 3 days.
Yes.
Definitely precise hits, not dispute about this. However, they have also caused lots of collateral damage, which means thousands of civilians have been killed in such strikes as well. This morning report from the Iranian Red Crescent is talking about 2,300 to 2,600 killed civilians so far in just 5 days of war.
5 days of war. But if we come back here, I just want to focus, if you deep dive a little, after erasing this. See, Tabriz is not very far away from where all this activity is happening. Activation of the Azeris, movement of the Kurds, and also destruction of all of this region. Now, is this the strategic hold of the IRGC if this region falls? And also, there are indications that on this side in Balochistan, there is a Shia grouping, a Sunni grouping in Balochistan in the Sistan region, which may also be activated to start a certain level of insurgency moving in from this region.
So, as far as I can say, this part of border, Iranian border, Afghanistan to Pakistan, to Balochistan in Pakistan, was never really a border. It is, I'm following development for 25 years in this area, and I can say the Iranian forces deployed in this area, even based there, they are hunkering in their bases and not going outside because it's too dangerous. There are gangs of drug smugglers, there are armed banditry everywhere, and so on and so on. So basically, it is easy to instigate an insurgency here, but how much is this influential is a different story because this area is sparsely populated. What matters is this not western Iran, because this is where the majority of Iranian population is living. And this is on what the Israelis are focusing. I have marked this area, Tabriz plus this part of Iran, because this is where the Israelis are really trying to separate, so to say, or to disable the IRGC's capability to control the population. And nevertheless, assuming just one more remark, as already said, the IRGC had no problems already to move 2 divisions into this area. So it has bolstered its forces around in this
So
area.
Iran is also reading the US-Israeli gameplay. One of the things is that if you want to weaken the presence of the IRGC and also the police and bombard police stations, that means you want to leave the streets unpatrolled. You want the streets, and if people have to come out and if there is an uprising, you should not have Basij militia or the Qataib or the IRGC to shoot down these protesters.
That is what Israel is trying to prevent. However, when the IRGC moves through entire divisions and that undisturbed, then all the bombardment was for nothing.
Okay, we got more news coming through, and we're going to try and see if we can call up that map of that Sri Lankan coast where the frigate was blown away by the US submarine. We've got the first visuals of the rescue operations. So these are pictures of the Sri Lankan Navy coming to try and rescue those who had survived the attack on the frigate. Now there is more development. The development is that this frigate was in the EEZ of Sri Lankan waters, waiting to dock into Sri Lanka for about 40 hours. They had sought permission and they were just hanging there. So they were like sitting ducks out there in the open sea.
And
but we have pictures coming through. Kritsween joins us with more. We'll try and go across to Kritsween and understand from her. These are pictures. How many people have been rescued? The Sri Lankan Navy trying to say that we tried to respond. The Indian Navy saying we sent across a maritime ship or an aircraft to try and see if we can aid in the rescue ops. But it was ultimately with the Sri Lankans that they have decided. Now we got more pictures. These are pictures coming in. Yes, Kritsween.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly open these visuals for you. Look at these pictures and take a closer look at what we've accessed in the latest. Now, these are first visuals, the Sri Lanka Navy rescuing the Iranian sailors who survived the attack. Now, do remember the number of lives lost has crossed 80, and it's been a while to that. As a matter of fact, now we're seeing rescue operations. India has also spoken of how it has supported Sri Lanka in carrying out these coordinated efforts. So these are visuals. Closely zoom into these visuals and see how this is playing out on ground zero. That having said, the one concern which has been spoken of by experts as well, Anand, this was an unarmed vessel. So an unarmed vessel, it was participating in a naval exercise which was being carried out here in India. Concerns are there, but there's also a little bit of clarity that the government has had to offer.
Yes, now this frigate had left Indian waters. We had information that they had wanted to dock into the Sri Lankan Navy area because they were unarmed, but they were kept waiting for more than 40 hours before they were sunk in those EEZ waters of the Sri Lankans by an American submarine. What do the international rules say? What do the laws say? Could the US have done this because they are in a state of war, whether or not that frigate was armed or not, Cooper?
It's simple. Once it was in international waters, this frigate was a target for the Americans. There's no discussion about this. I cannot but wonder why has its skipper moved it out of Sri Lankan territorial waters? Because he could wait for Sri Lankan permission also inside the territorial waters, inside the safety.
Yeah, but
this would even exercise pressure upon the government in Colombo to act quicker.
Yeah, but this is what the information that we're getting after India copped a little bit of criticism internally amongst domestic politics, saying why didn't you intervene? But we're given to understand this frigate was waiting in Sri Lankan waters for talking with, and they had asked the Sri Lankan government for permission, and they are now inquiring, and Sri Lankan MPs are asking this question too.
Excuse me, but Indian government is acting according to the international law. There is certain other government which is not acting according to international law. Armed forces of this certain other government, not only one, two of them, have sunk one warship, arguably unarmed warship of another government that is not following the international law.
Right.
What shall India do in such a case?
Right.
What to expect?
Okay, we've got limited time here on the show. I just quickly want to also understand and bring back the focus on this entire Russian oil thing from a strategic point of view.
Yes.
If India, China and some of these countries who are affected because of this energy crisis get to buy the Russian oil, and we'll try and put out some of those numbers, the kind of million barrels a day where we were and how our energy needs are. Does this have a bearing on the Russia-Ukraine war now? Or is Trump indirectly sending a message to Europe by whatever this position is, saying that, okay, go ahead and buy Russian oil now?
One of the results of the US-Israeli aggression on Iran is that Europe is squeezed between the Americans and Russia.
Right.
And of course the Israelis.
Right.
Oil is going to become even more expensive for Europeans foremost. And they have no sources. Their only solution is to import even more liquid gas from the United States than they were already doing. So Europe is feeling this very hard. I've just talked with my wife, and the fuel price jumped up some 20% over the last few days. So additionally, Putin was actually losing lots of money this year, on the last year, end of the last year, and everybody was looking forward for financial collapse of Russia. Now this is not going to happen because of increased oil prices and gas prices, of course.
Right.
And in this regards, this Trump's permission for India to continue buying Russian oil is important also because in recent weeks and months, US armed forces were intercepting tankers of so-called Black Fleet. These are tankers which are moving under different flags, even changing flags while underway, and exporting Russian oil abroad. And they were intercepting them and seizing the oil in question. But now these are going to be free to move to India as necessary.
Right. Now, let me also ask you, if the Iranians say, we are not going to attack a ship which does not have a US, European or an Israeli flag, can they be trusted?
Yes, no.
Yes, no. You say yes, no. Why do you say that?
The government, or what was left of it, can be trusted. Intention is clear. They want to enable this. But the officers on the ground, they are under pressure, they are operating under combat conditions, and they cannot be trusted to always perfectly identify every single ship and target it precisely, and not the ship to the right or to the left. That's the problem. When there are so many ships in the Persian Gulf like there are right now, you don't know what is going to get hit eventually. So a special caution is necessary and the Iranian commanders simply do not have the time for that. It's as simple as that.
Let's just quickly look at the oil numbers and also the Strait of Hormuz. Can we bring out the Strait of Hormuz numbers? This is the vessel, and this is where the incident happened. But and this is contrary to claims that the war has come near India, that the target was an Iranian frigate. Let's just quickly go back to the oil requirements, if we can. Yeah. Now, these are the million barrels per day, 1.6 million barrels per day in Jan 2025. In Jan 2026, it had come down to 1.1 million barrels per day. So it's not that Bharat was not buying Russian oil. It had just reduced the consumption or the purchase, which had gone up to 1 million barrels per day in September 2025. Now, if we look at the energy crisis and where we are buying our oil, where we need our energy needs from, and in this pie, there is a huge chunk that is coming from Qatar and also from the UAE, and this is purely the oil imports. We are not even looking at the LNG and the LPG. From here, if we can go to the Strait of Hormuz and the traffic and come back to the 4th of March, we have that the entire traffic and how it has been affected. The latest update for the 4th of March, we'll try and go across to that. But 42 plus 11, nearly 54%, 53.5% of our oil requirements are coming from this region, and it is passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, these are the numbers. Now, this is the traffic. This is the 28th. Can we quickly move to the 3rd and 4th of March, please? This is 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Now, this is 3rd. And look at the 4th of March. Look at the traffic pile-up that's happening on either side of the Strait of Hormuz. There's hardly anything here. On the 4th of March, again, we are seeing there is a massive pile-up or build-up of ships that's happening here. Now, Tom, in this case, how are these nations going to identify, or how is Iran going to say, all right, this ship can pass, this ship cannot? And what's the guarantee? Who's going to give that guarantee?
So the only way for Iranians to do this is by using small UAVs with video cameras, small, slow-flying UAVs with video cameras, because their command and control capabilities have been greatly degraded by US strikes along the Persian Gulf. They have ever-growing problems in clearly operating such UAVs. There are also huge volumes of electronic warfare or jamming, so-called jamming of electronic systems have been deployed by US forces, particularly along the Hormuz Straits. So they have huge problems with just operating UAVs, especially such small UAVs. I'm not talking about Shahid or similar, but really small, this sized UAVs, which could now fly out, check the tanker in question, check the hull name, check the flag, and so on. This is going to be very complex for Iranians. Therefore, one has to fear that there are going to be indiscriminate attacks or attacks hitting wrong targets, so to say, wrong ships.
Now, the other question is who controls the Strait of Hormuz? The US, Israeli combined,
right now, nobody.
Or the Iranians? Right now, it's nobody. They are saying we are not blocking ships, but they are bombing oil tankers. They're bombing the Omani tankers. They are forcing Qatar to shut down its production facility. They are bombing UAE tankers. There are Indian ships, and there are about 33,000 Indians across these seafarers who are still stuck. Those ships are not getting traffic. Iranians say we are not blocking them. The Americans are saying we will give you safe passage and insurance, but nobody can trust anybody. But this narrow strait, this controls 45 to 50% of the world's business, and that's the big choke point.
The next problem is also insurances. All the ships have to be insured. Cargo has to be insured, and everybody is refusing to insure the cargo and the vessels currently that might cross the Hormuz Strait in the near future.
Right.
So Lloyd's of London, all the other insurers say, no, sorry, what our problems, we are not going to pay for all of this.
So they're not going to cover the insurance, they're not going to pay for it. That's all we have time for in this edition of Inside the Bunker. Thank you for watching. Stay with us here on CNN News 18.
I would request my colleague Akash Sharma to also join me here in the studio so that we can take this forward and understand exactly what are we looking at, because it's a choke point. It is rather vital. We are talking about the Strait of Hormuz. 1/5 of the global oil really passes the Strait of Hormuz. And if you can take a look at the traffic here, we have just placed it here on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz. We've just expanded it for our viewers to see exactly what are we talking about as far as this Gulf of Oman is concerned. It divides Iran and Oman. And I request Akash also to come join me here. This is the traffic that we are looking at here, Akash. All of these red dots, of course, talk about the stranded ships. If you could just help us explain to our viewers how badly is this going to be impacting India, A, and the other routes that we continue to talk about, whether it is, of course, the Cape of Good Hope for that matter, or the other route which has the Houthis also, really eyeing vessels, particularly after this escalation by the US and Israel on Iran.
Right. So, Griha, you see a number of aspects that I'll talk about. First of all, these images, this is a playback from marine traffic where you are seeing these visuals of these vessels. These are oil tankers or the sort of vessels, that we have in this particular area. This is Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and in fact, this Strait of Hormuz. This is the particular area that is the contested area as of now. While Iran is claiming that they have not restricted any sort of traffic, they are of course blaming it on US. But then on the other side, we have the reality where we know, in fact, agencies like IFC, IOR are telling us that how more than 10 ships have been targeted in the last 3 to 4 days. And this is particular area where we have, in fact, this is from 2nd March, Griha, this particular playback. But then we have the recent imageries as well. And these recent imageries are somewhere suggesting that how more than 37 Indian ships, till yesterday was stranded there. The north part of it for outward traffic, and the south part of this particular area is for inward traffic. And we say that around 40% of the Indian crude comes from this particular route. So we are of course going to be impacted, and that is the reason why when it is about the 30 days relaxation or the sort of tweet that is coming. And this is in fact from the 4th March, the recent images from the same area where we have these vessels, that are basically not docking, but we can see in fact the group of these vessels that have got oil tankers, and in fact the other variety of vessels that are very much there.
Akash, why we are putting out these images and we are constantly looking at it on a day-wise basis. So help us for our viewers to understand how bad this has become after this choke point has been practically blocked. Of course, the blockage announcement really cannot wholly come in from Tehran because there are underwriters who look at these vessels, insurance is involved, and once a conflict zone really is something that we're talking about, the insurance also fall back. Now that the US is talking about insuring the vessels, first it spoke about really giving an access, carrying the US Navy really coming in and escorting these vessels. How much of practicality
There's a lot going on all over the world. We've got a panel of experts who can understand this region and also the dynamics. And if this war and this fury in the Gulf stretches on, viewers, what's going to be the end game? How long and how much is it going to pinch all of us? We're already running a bill of $1 billion per day, this cost. And we put that out also. But before we go across and have a conversation with them, a candid, open one, and get their perspectives, a quick check of the headlines. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for Bharat. The United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. The United States strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall 83%. Iran hits Bahrain with a missile, striking a state-run oil refinery alongside attacks on a hotel and residential buildings. Fires are extinguished. The refinery continues operating and no casualties reported. Amid row over the Iran's Dena sinking in the Indian Ocean, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh issues a statement, says oceans are again the center of global power dynamics and it is Bharat's responsibility to provide leadership with confidence, capability and a clear vision. The Indian Navy says it promptly launched search and rescue, deploying a P-81 maritime patrol aircraft and diverting ships to assist Sri Lanka in rescuing crew of Iranian warship Iran's Dena. US President Donald Trump says he must be involved in choosing Iran's next leader, calling Mustafa Khamenei unacceptable and urging selection of a leader who brings peace. On day 7 of the conflict, intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition with escalating regional impact. Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes at Israeli territory and US bases in Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership asserting US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks, although Iran persists in low volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. They have gone into quasi-guerrilla mode. Let's go straight across to our guests and understand from them their perception of this fight, this fury in the Gulf, and how long do they believe this is going to last. Sitting right next to me is Erik Solheim, President Europe Asia Center and former Under Secretary General of the UN and former Minister of Norway. He is with us in the studio. Erik, thank you very much. Next to him is Gianni Vernetti, former Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of Italy. Thank you so much. Vailava, the familiar face, senior journalist with us. Thank you very much. And Jeffrey Van Orden, Vice President, New Direction, the Foundation for European Reform, former leader of the British Conservatives in European Parliament, former Chairman, European Parliament Delegation for Relations with India, the United Kingdom, and Distinguished Fellow, Gold Institute. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's start from the far corner. Jeff, do you see this ending any soon, or is it going to just increase the headache globally?
No, it's got to end soon. I would imagine that there are talks going on discreetly at this moment. It's difficult to see at this stage what sort of government will replace the mullahs, but the mullahs need to go. That's very clear. Probably some sort of technocratic government in order to give the Iranian people sufficient time to organize for democracy. Democracy is not something that's going to come overnight.
Regime change, the mullahs need to go, is the US-Israeli position. While about the Iranians believe regime continuation by any form is victory for them. How do you see this?
Well, I don't see it as finishing very fast because definitely the Iranians have prepared for this kind of an attack by the United States and Israel. Having said that, I would say that they already knew that this attack going to happen anytime. And besides, they are already causing damage and they are causing pain for both of them, despite the fact that the United States may be going for another alternative kind of attack on Iran to make sure that they calm down and to succumb to the pressure of the United States. But however, there is no sign on the air that they are going to do it soon. And the longer the war continue, the more the American will be in trouble and the Israelis as well. Because Iran is a geopolitically a very important country to deal with. And secondly, it's not a small country like Iraq or like Libya or Venezuela. It's a country with the power to reckon with.
Right. Gianni, your thoughts? Europe seems to be in two minds about this whole conflict. Some nations have endorsed support, other nations have said, we don't want this war. How do you see this?
I see that Iran, during the, let's say, 3 decades, posed an existential threat to the state of Israel, systematically export terrorism and instability, promoting and supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi insurgencies around the Middle East. So, it was an agent of chaos for many, many years. And I think that regime change is a possibility on the table and is expected. It's not an easy task. It needs time. As said before, democracy cannot arrive overnight. But I really think that this confrontation will not stand for long, because I think that it should be a short military operation.
The Iranians like the long haul. They're in it for the long haul. They like a scrappy fight. Trump is not someone who's got the stomach for a long fight. Eric, where is the world seeing this go, and is this going to perhaps create a certain amount of flux economically also, along with perhaps redefining world order?
Look, if there is one lesson from history, is that it's very, very, very easy to start a war and very difficult to end it.
Right.
I mean, you think George W. Bush would have gone into 20 years of war in Afghanistan if he had the choice in 2001? You think he would have started a war in Iraq if he had known that it would last for 10 years?
Right.
Of course, no. And Trump, I think, has no plan. The United States is totally dominant in military terms. It can wipe out every asset in Iran, everything.
Yeah.
But it's very weak in political terms. It has no mechanism to force a regime change. Regime change in history has never ever happened from the air. But if he's lucky, a new and better regime could come up. There's no different view on that. I mean, this regime in Iran has not been flexible, not been pragmatic, been very ideological, and created a lot of international chaos. But he has no mechanism to replace it with something better. So most likely it will go on, and exactly because the Iranian government is brutal, it has a very high pain level.
Yeah.
It will be able to take a lot of pain without giving in.
Without giving in. Please don't wait for me to ask questions. Please jump in with your thoughts. It's a conversation, not a Q&A. Yes, Jeff.
I disagree that Iran has the capacity for a long conflict. They don't. Their capabilities have been seriously eroded already. They have no means of defending the airspace over Iran. We're seeing now of their ability to carry out missile and drone attacks. So I don't think they have the stomach for a long conflict, and I think you will find elements now in the Iranian armed forces that will very rapidly seek to bring about a change.
You think it will come? Yes, sir.
I mean, the best possible outcome would be a less ideological, less extremist Iranian government, maybe run by some people from the Revolutionary Guards or from the military. Democracy is just a dream. It can never happen in this form.
Right.
But we must remember also that this attack by Israel and the United States and Iran is against any global norm.
Absolutely.
And it's very dangerous. It's also totally undermining the European position, which is oh, the Russian attack on Ukraine was illegitimate.
Yeah.
And then always, oh, maybe it's, the United States is allowed to attack Venezuela and Iran. This is absolute hypocrisy, and it completely undermines the European standing in the world, which should be that we oppose all attacks on foreign nations, whether Russia do it or the United States of America.
And by the way, I think that the people of Iran is tired of this regime. Remember, just a few weeks ago, there was an uprising all around in the cities, in Tehran, but also in the small villages all around the country. And there was very harsh repression. Its case is assessed by 30,000 young people dead in the street. So people is tired. The minorities, they were very much oppressed. Think about the Kurds, think about the Azeri, the Baluchi. So the different ethnic minorities in Iran were very much oppressed during that time. So I think, of course, it's not easy, but there are chances that there is a positive democratic transition. It will take time. It will be a tough issue. But I think this regime is more and more weak, and especially from within, not just from the external attack. So I'm quite optimistic on that.
My take here is: are we legitimizing this war? The war is already illegal. It's against UN Charter. It's against any law in the world. We have to agree on that. The second part: who appointed the United States as the policeman to attack any countries, whether they can take Libya, they can take Afghanistan, they took Iraq, they're taking Venezuela, tomorrow Greenland, Algeria, Nigeria, name it. I mean, we need to understand, as a human being, this country have been surviving with an elected government by the people of Iran. They have a supreme religious leader. You went to the country saying that they have an illegal military thinking of nuclear programs. When you and a undeclared nuclear state go and attack them. I mean, I need to be logically understand. If I belong to that region of the West Asia and the Middle East, I want to understand who gave you the leverage or the liberty of attacking another
who
country.
gave Ayatollah Khamenei to say death to Israel, death to Jews?
This is 1953. It was American there. They were the American there. We know it. It's not the question. You see, Israel said they wanted to throw a bomb in Gaza. Does it make that sense also? They said, let's throw a nuclear bomb. Rhetoric is always said by everybody.
No, not rhetoric. Absolute action.
Absolutely.
October 7. Did Iran not hail October 7? Why did Iran hail? Why did they back October 7?
I tell you, this is our wrong reading of history. Every European understands the fight in the Middle East because of the creation of Israel at the cost of the Palestinian. The two-state solution was there. Where is the Palestinian state? The whole fight is taking place in occupied territories. And that is your legitimate right to defend your territory.
For that, creation of Hezbollah is okay, creation of Hamas is okay, creation of the Houthis is okay. All of that came from the Iranians?
No. So creation of Hezbollah is because of Israeli occupation of south of Lebanon, 1982.
Okay, Eric Solomon wants to say something.
I think we can have two thoughts at the same time. One thought is we go into the law of the jungle if every major power is free to attack a smaller nation. That's absolutely ridiculous. There are many rough states in the world, and Israel is one of them. I would not advocate that anyone should attack Israel because of all the atrocities Israel has done. Netanyahu is indicted for the International Criminal Court. Still, we should not attack Israel, and nor should we attack Iran, even if we despise the government there. It's possible to both be upholding global principles and being opposed to the government of Iran. But unfortunately, this is likely to be much longer than people think. And then it will have huge ruptures. Trump may give in because the gasoline price will hit him in the upcoming elections in November in the United States. We do not know. What we do know from history is that I can think of one or two wars in all of human history who was shorter than those who started the war believed they would be. Nearly all wars are much longer, much more bloody, much more protracted, and they're difficult to end.
Well, the only war or conflict in recent times that ended in less than 90 hours was Operation Sindoor. But
exactly,
but there the political objectives were very clear.
That is a stand-alone example of a wise leader, Narendra Modi, understanding we need to make a case, but we also need to stop the war. That's not the rule of global diplomacy. It's exactly the opposite.
No, does it not stem from a clear political objective, Jeffrey? Here, is there a clear political objective? Because every day the goalpost seems to be changing. One day it's regime change, next day it's ballistic missiles, third day it's nuclear. Now it's back to a regime that is palatable to me and I get to choose.
Well, I think the clear political objective is to remove Iran as the source of terrorism and trouble in the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. That is the objective. Now, it's multi-layered, the solution to that. Yes, we must prevent them having a nuclear capability. Yes, you need to release the oppression of the Iranian people and get rid of this mullah regime. Give the Iranian people a chance to breathe, and we need to stop all this intervention in other countries. We've heard about Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. These are all Iranian creations. They are Iranian creations, and not only that, we've seen terrorism around the world sponsored by the Iranians. They are a menace with this regime. The Iranian people are desperate for freedom. They're a great people. It's a wonderful country. They need to have the opportunity to breathe again, and the women get off these veils and to be able to live their lives. That's what we all want in our countries. We want a better life for future generations. We want children to have good educations. We want people to be happy and prosperous. In all countries, we want that.
Right.
You can't do it with these oppressive regimes.
Yeah. I'm just asking you this.
Yeah.
This entire invasion by the US, Israel, and the bombing and this war, taking it, an outsider coming in, will this even within the domestic fraternity bring them all under the flag, despite them not liking the regime? That's one part. The other thing is, there is a sizable Shia population across the world in various countries, even in Europe. There will be a certain resentment and anger simmering in. Now, how does society and how does the world deal with this? Is this going to spawn more radical entities, or is there a peaceful alternative to this?
I think that the issue within Islam is not just anymore the confrontation between Shia and Sunni, but within the Shia community and within the Sunni community, there is a confrontation between two different views, and advanced, innovative, and modern views of Islam, fully compatible with democracy and what we really think is necessary, and other conservative views within both communities. So I'm not sure that the Shia community in Iraq or in other country will follow the Iranian regime in its systematic export of instability and terrorism. I may add something. A few days ago, President Zelensky said that during 4 years of the large-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, 57,000 drones, Iranian drones, were launched by the Russians towards the Ukrainian cities, towards Ukrainian civilians. So Iran is an agent of chaos, is exporting instability far beyond the Middle East. So, and that's, I think, is a crucial point.
Is Iran an agent of chaos, or has it taken an anti-America position? So whoever backs America, America's friend is my enemy, and whoever is America's enemy is my friend. Is that the position the Iranian regime took, or would you want to agree with Gianni here?
Look, the arguments we hear for this invasion is exactly the same argument we heard for the need for the West to stand 20 years in Afghanistan. I mean, that invasion was there was good reasons to do it in the early days, but it lasted for 20 years with enormous suffering for the Afghans.
Right.
It's exactly the same arguments we heard for the invasion of Iraq. I mean, Saddam Hussein was an enormous threat to the entire world, we were told, and he wasn't. And we have seen the suffering, and also in the United States. And now you struggle to find the one American who is in favor of the invasion of Iraq. At the time, 95% supported. This invasion is not even supported by the majority of Americans, and it's highly unlikely to achieve the result. The result which the two gentlemen here argue is that the world will be better off with a new government in Iran. But what's the space for people in Iran who oppose the government under the attack of the United States to go out in the street and do something?
Correct.
Trump even told the Iranian people, you should stay at home when I bomb you. Well, how can any regime change happen on the ground in...
because wait for the bombing to end. We will clear the passage for you. Or did they miss the window? When the January uprising was happening on the streets, should the outside intervention have happened then? Or have two events happened at disparate times, and that's why they are not
We should
synced?
accept that there are limits to foreign interference. If you don't like a government, and there are many governments in the world I don't like, leave it to the people of that nation to change their government. If you try to do it from outside, in nearly all cases you fail. There are a few examples, but nearly all American regime change operations in the last 70 years have failed. Many of them spectacularly hit back towards the United States, as the gentleman said. And the attack on the Iranian Prime Minister in the 1950s spectacularly was as a boomerang hit the United States. So why involve yourself in all these regime change operations when history tells us it's much more likely to fail than to succeed?
I'm just asking you this, did Trump have this in his head, even in his first term, that there are 5 rogue nations and I need to sort them out for stability? Venezuela needed to be sorted, and because of the Chinese influence, and China is the main adversary. Iran needed to be sorted because of China's investment in Iran, so much so that the technology transfer to the level to which their ballistic missiles program, it's all been helped and designed by the Chinese. That's the level of involvement. So is that the larger game, that let me take out the rogue elements that have been planted who got Chinese and Russian support one by one and reduce it to 1 or 2 rogues only and remove the rest? Is there any logic in Trump taking this line and then approaching Iran?
I'm not sure if this logic is within Trump's mind, but by the way, that's for sure there is a growing confrontation in the world between autocracies and democracies. If you think about the very strict coordination between China, Iran, and Russia on many different issues. And as you said, China was the most important purchaser of oil from Venezuela and Iran, and both under sanction. And China transferred technologies to Iran that was, with this technology, Iran was able to build a ballistic missiles program. And it's difficult to deny that the ballistic missiles program, together with the legal nuclear program, poses an existential threat to the state of Israel. You said before, October 7th, that does not came out from nothing.
There is fundamental issue here, is that when the United States started the policy of regime change by force, we all saw throughout the 3 decades of this policy being followed up. Whether it's in Iran, also 1953, Mossadegh, prime minister, the democratically elected, was removed by the American, the CIA and the MI5 and even the Mossad. And then they brought the Shah. That's okay. If you want to bring democracy, you do not have to attack a religious leader, of a supreme leader, of sentiment among the Shia community in the world. This is one. The second part, you're attacking a school, you're killing 160 children between the age of 10 and 12, and you people asking the President Trump, did you attack a school? He said what they were doing on Saturday. I mean, there is no difference whether the children died or no. It's for him that Saturday school is open. So what I'm trying to say, regime change, President Trump himself, criticized his predecessor.
Killing of the 170 odd children is tragic. But those 30,000 protesters who were shot dead point blank.
How you know 30,000 protesters?
So,
we know.
Even if there were 3,000 protesters who were shot down point blank, how can you broad brush that?
I'm
how
not
can
saying
you just justify
this is
that?
the largest demonstration in Iran since 2006. I have been following it.
The religious leader issues a fatwa with a clock tower saying 2027. 8,000 ballistic missiles and death of Israel. We're going to wipe out Israel, and it's celebrated out there with his sanctions.
Israel Ben Gurion said the Arab want to throw us to the sea, and then he said it, and we adopted.
What is the doctrine of the Hamas? Wipe out the Jews, kill all Israel. Wipe out all Jews. Death to Israel, kill all Jews. That's the doctrine of the Hamas. What did the Khomeini declare after the 12-day war happened? 8,000 ballistic missiles, and 2027 I want to wipe out Israel. Why did he say that if his intent was not there to try and do? See, moment you have this kind of a position, I will wipe you out or you will wipe me out, and everybody worries, if I don't wipe him out, he will wipe me out. There will always be conflict. Yes, Jeff.
I think any sensible people recognize that there's got to be an accord with Israel and recognition of the right of the state. No, but the recognition of the right of the state of Israel to exist by all the countries in the region. We saw with the Abraham Accords a real movement in that direction. Saudi Arabia was on the point of signing up to the Abraham Accords. That is what triggered the Iran-sponsored Hamas attack on Israel on October the 23rd. So Iran wants to ensure that chaos and catastrophe continues in all of those areas.
But do we justify the killing of 67,000 Palestinians and buried 20,000
Well, we don't.
underground?
I have
It's
to
not
say,
about justifying.
listen,
It's about
all that is a
who wants
tragedy.
peace, actually. Who's,
Yes.
Yeah. Which entity wants peace? Eric, we've got 5 minutes. That's all. So we'll just focus on the Strait of Hormuz problem also after you make your point. Yes, Eric.
I think we need to go back to what is global recognized laws which are enshrined in the UN Charter, which says you cannot attack another nation,
Correct.
even if you don't like the leader of that nation. And it's fair that people didn't like Mr. Khamenei because many of the accusations
What
say...
about Russia's attack on the Ukraine? What
which
did
is
the
of
United Nations do about
Which is,
that?
of course, completely illegal. And we need to condemn both the Russian attack on Ukraine as well as Israeli attacks on Gaza, as well as the US attack on Iran. If we don't do that, there's no any laws left longer in the world, and it's a law of the jungle, and any nation which is bigger than the other can freely attack that nation with any excuse.
Yeah, because China can attack Taiwan
But just
it gives them the
one
reason.
comment about
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Because China has a very different approach to the US. By the way, China has the same approach as India,
Yeah.
which is they work with whoever is in government everywhere. Both China and India has worked very well with the Khamenei government of Iran, but they will work very well with the new government also, because they don't interfere in the internal affairs. If a new government of Iran comes forward and work with the international community, China will be very happy. They work with the new government of Venezuela and import oil from there, because China's interest is not in who is running any other nation. China's and India's interest is international trade, good global relations, not to portray one leader for another
I
nation.
have to say, it's a travesty to say that Israel attacked Gaza. Hamas attacked Israel. Israel then responded. Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005. They forcibly removed Israeli settlers. They handed Gaza over to the Palestinians. And what happened? Within days, there were rocket attacks from Gaza into Israel. That is the problem.
The attack has never stopped ever since the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip.
Now,
never.
See,
It's
my,
written
my,
and
my
it is
point
shown.
is, every time you're going to say you did wrong, the other side is going to say you did wrong. Where's the solution to this? Right now, all of our countries are going to suffer because the Strait of Hormuz is blocked.
Yes.
There's no trade, there's no commerce, there's no economics. Both sides are going to, no side has,
So that brings me to the answer of your questions, that the United States is fighting two wars in the region. One is a global war. It's a conflict of interest with the superpower. They wanted to control the Strait of Hormuz. There is a Red Sea, the Mediterranean. So the global trade is affected and impacted. European and China and India and the rest of the world affect. And the second part, this is our narrative, what we understand. It's not the conspiracy theory, that Israel dominance in the region is to be prevail economically, militarily, and
the Gulf countries are afraid of Iranians. The Muslim
Why they're
nations
afraid?
themselves, the OIC
Why
itself
they're
has
afraid?
not come
Give
out
me-
and backed
give me
Iran.
history of
And Gulf countries made the right choice with the Abraham Accords. That solution is peace. Solution is dialogue. And when United Arab Emirates and Bahrain decided to sign a peace deal with Israel, with the Abraham Accords, made a great choice because
why you have to go
they
for
bet
a
on
new,
peace.
Why you have to go for a new
Iran
sort of
invested on
religion
missiles.
when you can implement what you
the
have?
Abraham Accords were supposed to be signed by all nations to bring stability.
Exactly.
Who disrupted it?
We always wanted.
That's a question.
We
Jeff,
don't have a problem
Jeff,
with the Jew.
Jeff to your left and Gianni to your right
Iran
have asked this
disrupted.
question.
I am ready.
Exactly.
Final word, Eric. We're going to wind this up.
Not
Saudi
even
Arabia
Saudi-
refused
not
to
even
sign
Saudi
it.
Arabia.
They
agreed
were going to
the
sign
Abraham-
it,
sorry.
and then suddenly
Yeah.
you have this whole
not-
attack on Israel and so on.
Not even Saudi Arabia agreed to the Abraham Accord because they wanted Israel out of Gaza before
But
they
it
were
would
ready
have
to
done.
do something
It
like
would
that.
have done.
But
It would have done.
let's agree
It
with the
would have
last
done.
comment from our Italian friend here. What is needed is a dialogue to resolve the core issues here and to stop the world moving into the law of the jungle. That will be very dangerous for India and for everyone else.
Absolutely. Fair point that the gentlemen here make. Let's hope the wise men have spoken and wisdom prevails overall. We need peace and not conflict all around us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on this broadcast and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. Thank you. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, alright, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Now that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting. 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes.
Hello, Navaiva. Welcome. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Balia. We keep up with more breaking news coming in this afternoon. We have a reaction from U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Lando, who says India should understand that we are not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago. Now, these comments have been made by the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State at the Raisina Dialogue 2026. He also said, the next thing we know, you are beating us in many commercial things. So possibly a remark that has been passed off amid the ongoing conversations taking place between India and the United States as far as the trade agreement is concerned, categorically stating that India should understand we're not going to make the same mistakes that we made with China 20 years ago. He also says this is in terms of how you'll be able to develop all these markets, and the next thing we know, you're going to be beating us in the commercial space. So that's a reassurance that's coming in from the United States, because remember, the trade negotiations and conversations around it for sure have taken a backseat at the moment given the ongoing conflict in West Asia. But this once again a promising statement made by the US Deputy Secretary of State during the ongoing Raisina dialogue. Listen in.
Excited about the trade deal that is almost at the finish line now, and think that can be the basis for really unlocking almost limitless potential. And so we are very much excited on focusing with India on these economic and commercial opportunities. And so, but again, India should understand that we're not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago in terms of saying, oh, we're gonna let you, be able to develop all these markets, and then the next thing we know, you're beating us in a lot of commercial things. We're going to make sure that whatever we do, it's fair to our people, because ultimately we have to be accountable to our own people, just as the government of India has to be accountable to its people. So again, I think on the commercial economic front, it's incredibly bright.
A bright and a promising future between India and the United States, but this is a remark that will not go unnoticed. Akanksha Swaroop joins us with more. Akanksha, we clearly heard the US Deputy Secretary of State say in as many words that we will not make the same mistake that we made with China 20 years ago. Whatever trade negotiations take place have to be mutually beneficial.
Absolutely, and this is also an underhand remark coming in from Christopher Landau, Kritzween, the US Deputy Secretary of State, who is currently making that address at the Raisina dialogue. Now, let's put this into perspective. Yes, he's sounding reassuring when it comes to, say, the prospects of doing business with India and a bilateral trade agreement, which should be happening anytime now in March, as had been confirmed by the Indian Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal. But more importantly, the analogy is now being drawn with China. While that may be heartwarming for several economists over here, that India is indeed in the league of the big guns like China, but US is very mindful of that, and that is what Christopher Landau is doing when he's drawing that parallel. He's saying that we are not going to make that same mistake that we did with China, that we allow you to develop those markets, and then our own interests of the people, which is the American people, gets compromised. So he's also speaking to the MAGA audience of Donald Trump. He's also speaking to that very philosophy that Donald Trump used to arrive in the White House, which is make America great again. And that is exactly what Christopher Landau has said, that if it is about the Indian government and the interests of protecting the Indian people, similarly it is for us to protect the interests of the American people, and that will always be our top priority. So it's also a reminder at a very crucial, critical juncture, this when India and the United States are sitting right at that point where they are going to finalize the bilateral trade agreement. We don't know if the ongoing conflict in West Asia is sort of going to delay that further and the Supreme Court's ruling, but we can tell you that this is a reminder that it will be US which will continue to call the shots, whether it is in terms of global economy, and that is exactly what Donald Trump is doing by embarking on that war in West Asia, challenging China's dominance in West Asia as well. So Christopher Landau, in fact, only echoing the actions of his president.
That the United States will continue to trade with caution is the pointed remark that he's made at the ongoing Raisina dialogue. Akanksha, stay on with us. There's more breaking news that's just come in, so putting out details for our viewers as we speak. India is telling refiners to maximize LPG output for domestic sales only. So that's the latest bit of breaking news update that's just come in. Do remember, a lot of focus as we speak on how India will look at its energy requirements amid the ongoing West Asia war, especially given that the Strait of Hormuz is closed for one and all, and we're seeing the kind of the ship traffic there also in a sense get blocked since Iran had announced that it will stay shut. Given that, we're seeing a lot of interim measures already being taken by India. It's turning to other nations for gas. The United States in the latest has also, remember, offered a 30-day waiver to procure Russian oil. But India also telling refiners to maximize LPG output for domestic sales only. Pallavi Ghosh joins us with more details. This is in line with ensuring that we don't compromise on our energy requirements, Pallavi.
Yes, and absolutely. And Christine, apart from that, it also is the government's position that we are in a comfortable position. Apart from having adequate supplies of crude oil and energy products, we also have adequate supplies of LNG and LPG, which should last from 15 to 30 days. That's the calculation of the government. And what happens is that there are stocks which are available of LPG, which gets converted to LNG. And now all the stakeholders have been asked to step up their production so as to ensure that there is no shortage as far as the consumers are concerned. What happens in case of shortage, as we all know, Christine, is there is also an impact on the pricing. That is what the government really wants to avoid. Government's position is that we are comfortable and the consumers have nothing to worry about in terms of a huge spike in the prices. But more importantly, the government also wants to ensure that there is no panic buying, there is no hoarding which takes place, and hence this needs to step up the production.
Okay, so that's a word of caution that's coming in from the government sources now pointing to how an attempt will be made to maximize the LPG output for domestic use only, domestic sales only, and India asking all its refiners to maximize production on LPG and also make fuel available only to 3 state-run companies. And we also have the names, Pallavi, isn't it? We seem to have lost that line. The 3 companies that I just mentioned are Indian Oil, HPCL and BPCL. It's a government order that clearly highlights how only these 3 companies will be given fuel. So fuel will be made available only to these 3 state-run companies. Now, a host of measures have been announced by India already. Remember, it's turning to a few countries like Australia, for instance, for its LPG needs, and those countries also in complete agreement as far as crude oil is concerned. Again, there's a plan B in place. At the moment, India is comfortably positioned, especially given the reserves that it has, which is going to keep India in a comfortable position for the next 6 to 8 weeks, followed by now possibly another 30-day waiver that the United States has also granted, remember, which has also led to a little bit of politics here in India, with the opposition Congress of the opinion that who is United States to really allow us, grant us or refuse permission to procure oil from what suits us, in this case Russia, because remember, that's one important source being looked at as we speak. There are other parallel sources that India had already looked at. In the last 5 to 6 days, government is holding negotiations on this front on a daily basis. But now India will be allowed for 30-day period, India will be allowed to procure Russian oil. Remember, Russian oil was still being procured. It's not as though in the interim, amid the negotiations with the United States on a bilateral trade deal, the oil procurement from Russia had come down to nil. India was still purchasing Russian oil. Just the quantity had gone down a tad bit, and that could see an uptick given this 30-day waiver or concession that has been granted by the United States of America. In the meanwhile, you have this one plan that India is looking at in terms of LPG. India telling refiners to maximize LPG output for domestic sales only. India's asked all the refiners to maximize production of liquefied petroleum gas and make fuel available only to 3 state-run companies. Let's talk about the execution in detail. Once again, Pallavi continues to stay on with us. Pallavi, how is this execution going to play out with fuel being made available only to Indian Oil, HPCL and BPCL? What is the practice that we'll see possibly in the next few days?
So we're going to wait for some more clarification, which is really going to come in from the government. But Christine, the government has been making it very clear that, first of all, that the 24/7 monitoring of the situation is taking place, and that monitoring is not just taking cognizance of what's happening along the Strait of Hormuz or the route. It is also happening as far as the supplies which are available with that. That's also an important factor, and that is why in these daily briefings you have of the minister along with the CMDs of all the oil companies, of Petronet, so on and so forth. All of them are basically keeping a tab on the situation. We've been pointing this out, which government sources have been telling us, is that there has been 25 days of crude oil, 25 days of the energy products which are available, which is a total of 50 days. As far as the LPG and LNG is concerned, it is 25 to 30 days. But more importantly, Christine, these are ones which can be replenished. These stocks can be replenished to meet up with the supply as well as the demand. And of course, procurement of LPG from other countries. We have our own, resources as well, but we are looking at other countries, and that is why we are constantly in touch with OPEC, IAEA. We are in touch with Canada. We are in touch with Australia. So that is why the government feels that this is a comfortable situation for us. But yes, stepping up the production is also to ensure that the pricing doesn't get affected.
And in the latest, we've already heard the US Secretary also make it amply clear. Treasury Secretary has said a 30-day waiver has been granted to India. It's led to a little bit of politics here in India, but that's going to come in as a huge relief too, isn't it, Pallavi?
Christine, but there is also clarification which has come in by way of a government sources that we had not stopped buying Russian oil. The quantity has gone down, but that is also because our procurement of Russian oil was depending on the demand and the supply. So because we wanted to go in for the national interest, the best possible pricing, that is why we were opting for Russian oil, and that that procurement has been coming down. It's not got anything to do with any amount of pressure. But yes, many would see this as a reassuring word, but certainly the opposition parties are going to see this as yet another example of American pressure on India's politics and economics.
Okay, many thanks, Pallavi, for joining us with all those details. We'll keep revisiting this story. It's a story that impacts global economies, so keeping a sharp focus on this one. For now, shifting our attention to more breaking news that's just come in. There has been a significant drop in maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz as on expected lines. The AFP infographic of the Strait of Hormuz clearly shows traffic before and after the announcement of the blockade by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Now, this, remember, is the latest coming in, and we'll also try and establish the story by going over to our colleagues who are going to be putting out details here. But for now, what we can tell you is that there has been a significant drop in what we're seeing clearly through these maps as well. Akanksha is with us on the broadcast. Akanksha, please join me here. Let's take our viewers through this one map, which we'll shortly pull up. This is the AFP infographic of the Strait of Hormuz. It's very interesting how not much has changed the last 5-6 days in terms of improvement, at least. So the last 5-6 days, at least improvement wise, we've not seen a greater inflow and outflow of the ships or the vessels from this area. But yes, what do we see here before and after?
Let's break it down for our viewers. In green, scattered dots is what the what the maritime traffic looked like in the Strait of Hormuz. As you can see, this is the image coming in from 1st of January this year, cut to 3 months later. Look at the traffic. It's just completely empty, the entire strait. In fact, it's before the strait and after the strait ends. Remember, it's a very small chokehold over there as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. It's nearly empty. And from what information that is pouring in now, Kritsween, is that even the Chinese vessels are receding because the conflict is now turning into a maritime conflict as well, whether it is Strait of Hormuz or in the IOR, that is the Indian Ocean region. We are seeing the conflict spill over and challenging the maritime security. But coming back to the Strait of Hormuz, this is an image that's come from 4th of March, and it is as recent as that. Remember, 80% of the oil and LNG traffic used to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. India's own needs, in fact, 1/4 of our needs were met through a route that was, in fact, 40% of our oil, Brent crude, and 50 to 60% of our LNG. all of that in fact used to come through the Strait of Hormuz. And if the IRGC has now announced that there's going to be a lockdown out here, even though there is no official declaration, but there is one.
So what is the story all about? What is it that the IRGC has said? Is there any official communication that's taken place? There's another official with the UN from Iran who's gone on to say, look, we are not to be blamed for the closure of Strait of Hormuz. So there's a lot of back and forth that's also underway.
I want to tell our viewers that Strait of Hormuz is very much strategically currently in favor of Iran. If you look at the location, Porbandar is a port of Iran which is very much located here. It is adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. This is the only key bargaining chip that Iran is actually sitting over, because once they lock this down, the overall global needs of as far as Brent crude, LNG, LPG, all of those are brought to a screeching halt. And this bargaining chip currently is what Iran is actually sitting over. More importantly, it's also led to a bloodbath in the stock markets, all the way from Nifty to Dow. Here in the Dalal Strait, we've seen the dollar actually hike up by 10% almost since compared to just a week ago last Friday.
Imagine what happens to the global oil supply. The number of vessels you can see here as of Jan 1 this very year, vis-a-vis what we see here, there certainly is going to be a negative impact on global economy, and that's exactly what experts are worried about. Thank you so much, Akanksha. We'll come back to you. We need to keep talking about this story, but for the moment, let's also shift our attention to more breaking news that's just come in a news update. We're learning Israeli army has said it's destroyed 6 Iranian ballistic missile launchers overnight. It's an official communication by the IDF. Prior to the launch towards Israel, the Israeli Air Forces dismantled 6 Iranian ballistic missile launchers. The Israeli Air Force, guided by the Intelligence Directorate, dismantled 6 missile launchers yesterday, which is Thursday. This was minutes before they were intended to be launched towards the territory of the State of Israel. In addition, 3 advanced Iranian defense systems were also dismantled. The combined effort to deepen the impact on the Iranian regime's firing and defense capabilities has been conducted systematically, says the IDF, and since the beginning of Operation Rising Lion. So that's a communication that's come in from the Israeli army. They've destroyed 6 Iranian ballistic missile launchers overnight. Now that is one of the many intended targets and objectives of both the United States and Israel, to destroy missile launchers across Iran, though Iran continues to say that our missile launchers are still very much capable of continued strikes, both in the Gulf and also in Israel. Now, we've seen in the Gulf, Iran is not stopped. We've seen though several missile launchers be taken down and completely destroyed, but the attack on these Gulf nations pretty much continues, which is also regularly prompting the United States of America to ensure as many Americans evacuate at the earliest and return to America. A lot of damages have been received by these US military assets or US military bases that are located in the heart of some of these countries. But so far, this is the big claim coming in from the IDF. They've destroyed 6 Iranian ballistic missile launchers in the latest. I do want to bring in Sanjay Suri joining us live from Israel into the conversation. Sanjay, hope you're doing well. Give us a sense of what you're witnessing on ground zero. A little while earlier, we'd heard of reports of explosions in Tel Aviv as well. Similar reports trickling in from Jerusalem. You're looking up in the sky. Can you hear something? Can you see something? Give us a sense of what's happening.
Yes, I can hear something. There are very loud explosions happening here. We've heard the sound of missiles overhead just now. I'm going to try and see if you can see some of this stuff in the sky up there. I don't know if you can see those patterns in the sky.
Very clearly, but yes, we can definitely see the patterns in the sky. Correct.
That is, I heard very loud bangs just a moment ago, and the sound of engines, clearly the sound of missiles overhead, and also banging of rocket missiles being launched from the ground level around us to intercept these. So there have been a number of interceptions clearly. This is now a situation that is developing in Tel Aviv, and I don't know if you can see, there are others coming up, right? The sun is blinding us here, but there are other patterns there. Now, this is a clear ballistic missile attack on Tel Aviv. The last few days have been relatively quiet. There have been some attempts to attack Tel Aviv. Those have been neutralized, and it would appear that this latest round of missiles from Iran has been intercepted as well. The danger, of course, is at the ground level, not just from a missile hit, but from falling debris. So we do need to be a little cautious. But over the last few minutes, or few moments, I should say, when we've been speaking, it has quietened a bit. I'm not hearing any more bangs. I'm not hearing any more missiles or the jet engine sounds of these missiles in interception mode. So if you will give me a minute, we can resume our conversation. Right now, it appears to have settled down a bit at the moment.
Okay, Sanjay, fingers crossed. We hope you don't get to hear any such explosions. But for now, this also means that Israel and United States have not been able to completely destroy Iran's military capabilities, because those missiles are still being launched from Iran towards Israel. Sanjay, stay safe. We will keep coming back to you. That's all we could pack for you for now in this edition of News. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back after a very short break.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand, when it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again. And
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 on our continuing coverage on the conflict in the Middle East as the tensions only escalate between the United States, Israel and the regime in Tehran. I am Ayushman Singh Jamal.
I'm Hem Kaur Saroy, and of course, as we continue to bring you all the developments from West Asia, the narrative war has taken a hold as well. Escalatory rhetoric coming in from both sides, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Here's a quick check on what we're tracking for you right now. Let's get started. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver, allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil.
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missiles attack drops. Now, what we are seeing is that a drop has been of 90%, while drone attacks have fallen by 83%.
Iran then launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery was targeted in Bahrain. A US base is hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far.
And Israel dismantles 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its territory. Dramatic visual surface of the ongoing onslaught between the two nations.
First visuals of the Sri Lanka Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship. 32 survivors were brought ashore following the attack.
And India's access to critical energy supplies received a temporary lift after the United States approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil already stranded. We're getting a piece of breaking news that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the situation that's emerging in the Middle East. Now, when it comes to the debate at home, with opposition leaders also questioning why Washington is in a position to permit India's purchases and demanding clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi. They argue that the center must explain its stance and assert stronger independence in its foreign policy decision-making. India is seeking US support to secure marine insurance cover for vessels transporting oil from the Middle East, the government's way to ensure continuity of energy supplies amid disruptions in the Strait. And big breaking news that's coming in, where Iran has launched ballistic missiles at central Israel. The central Israel facing the onslaught of the Iranian missile barrage. Remember, as we are pointing out, that despite the fact that there are strikes coming in from both the United States and Israel on those missile launchers in Iran, Iran continues to hammer Israel, especially central Israel, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem being having the bullseye on them from the Iranian side. We'll try to get more details from Ground Zero because we have our very own Sanjay Suri reporting from Tel Aviv. But that is the big update that's coming in, where Iranian ballistic missiles have been launching attacks on central Israel. Remember, it's not just the ballistic missiles, the Iranian drone launchers with a capacity of production of 10,000 per month. That is what Iran currently boasts, and these drones are causing significant damage to the energy infrastructure as well as several key military and civilian installations across Israel. And Tel Aviv and Jerusalem currently have the bullseye on them as the onslaught continues from the Iranian missile barrage, despite the fact that the United States and Israel are continuing their strikes against these military installations inside Iran. Iran seems to have the ability to move these military assets across their territory, allowing different launches from different positions across the Iranian territory. This is a very serious concern that's coming in, where despite the fact the tensions are escalating between the two nations, Iran still has the capacity to conduct these strikes.
Absolutely, of course, these are the retaliatory strikes that we are seeing right now. Iran, of course, has gone on the offensive, and a lot of US and Israeli assets in the wider West Asia region are going to increasingly become the targets of such ballistic missile attacks. Going forward as well, if we were to talk about the United States and Israeli attacks so far, this struck more than 2,000 targets. This was just within the first 100 hours or so of the operation. Remember, we're also looking at the cost of this war. So far, it's raked up a bill of over $5 billion. This is US taxpayers' money that we're looking at also. But right now, in this big breaking news that we're bringing for you right now, it's Iran which has launched ballistic missiles at central Israel.
As Ayushman just mentioned, of course, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv becoming the center of these targets in the latest that's coming in. Right now, volatility continues in the wider West Asia region.
Right, and it seems that there has been a miscalculation here. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're getting these visuals of that strike coming in from Tel Aviv. You can see these visuals on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. These are the missiles that are targeting central Israel. These are coming in from Tehran. We're getting these aerial shots of these missiles that have been launched from Tehran to target key installations inside central Israel. And you can see that people are scrambling to the bomb shelters as they're trying to even capture the trajectory of these missiles coming in from Tehran. You can see the trails of these missiles across the Israeli sky which are coming in, and this continues to be a threat for Israelis who consistently face these alarms. They have to rush into the bomb shelters. As you can see, the Iron Dome is also trying to intercept these missiles as they make their way towards Israeli territory. So that is the situation that Israelis are facing on a daily basis, as more and more ballistic missiles, and it's not just these ballistic missiles, it's also the drone strikes which are coming in from Iran to target those key installations. So Israel is pretty much prepared for these kind of contingencies, but the question remains, does the US have the stomach for this kind of conflict?
Right, and actually to that point, I want to add that, of course, as you mentioned, the Iron Dome, it's Iran that is having to put up with a very coveted Iron Dome and a sophisticated system here. Even certain missiles that have managed to pierce through the Iron Dome, that, of course, gives us a sense of the operational capabilities of Iran at this point also, especially at a time when its navy has become completely decimated. That's what reports are saying. But of course, this is something that we're looking at right now as well.
Right, but does it seem that Israel has made some level of a miscalculation, because Iran is now adopting the Hezbollah tactics, those homemade rockets, those drones, they are being used in these kind of strikes which are taking place inside Israel. We're also joined by Sanjay Suri, who's joining us from Tel Aviv to get the latest on these consistent ballistic missile strikes coming in from Iran against central Israel. Sanjay Suri, over to you. What is the situation currently on the ground?
Well, I hope this chat does not get interrupted by incoming missiles as did the last one, because you can almost hear these things before you see the traces in the sky, the sound of a whistling jet engine, the sound of a loud boom, which is an interceptor being launched from around us, and then you can see the traces of both in the sky and one hitting the other, and hopefully one hitting the other, which would mean that an interception has taken place once those lines appear to have crossed. But certainly there has been an attempt just a few minutes back to attack Tel Aviv with ballistic missiles. This assault has been intercepted. A couple of days there was another attempt that too has been intercepted. So far the attempts to hit Tel Aviv have been stopped, barring the one that came on day one of the war. So this is a war very much underway. It's a missile to intercept a war, and clearly Iran does have the capacity to launch missiles that are finding their way almost to target. They are being stopped just in time, but the capacity of Iran to launch such ballistic missiles clearly has not been degraded entirely. What we don't know is how much it has been reduced and how long Iran will be able to sustain this kind of attack.
Right, and also when we talk about the cost of war that we're increasingly also focusing on right now, we also have to see what this means going forward. Let's just going forward also discuss. Now, Sanjay, I want to ask you, when we talk about the Iron Dome, certain missiles and drones and the unmanned vehicles which Iran is going to be increasingly deploying in the region going forward as well, the strategy here very much appears to be that they will be, we will be seeing these drone swarms to inflict or try to inflict maximum damage on these US batteries in the region as well as Israeli batteries, further raking up the cost of this war.
Well, the cost of this war is very heavily imbalanced, because a drone is $30,000–$40,000 to make, and a missile, an interceptor missile, a Patriot interceptor is $1 million plus, closer to $2 million. A third interceptor is upwards of $10 million, and that's just one interceptor. And we have signs that the US and Israeli forces could be running out could be running short in any case, as SOS has been sent to bring back THAAD and Patriot missile systems, systems particularly that were exported to South Korea. Clearly, there is a need to move them to West Asia and to position them around here. So this is an indication that there is some concern about the limited supply of these. And of course, later today in the White House, there's a meeting between President Trump and managers of a number of these companies that make these missiles, THAAD missiles particularly, like so we going to have an attempt now from the US government and Lockheed Martin, I was going to say, an attempt from the US government to try and step up production, and this will have to be an urgent task because a THAAD missile system, a battery system, typically needs 1 or 2 years to assemble and to manufacture. So how fast the US can make how many, when they are needed, how many are needed, this is all a very difficult balance in the air now.
Right, and the question remains, will the rest of the Trump presidency be consumed by this conflict? Because this is the damage that US and Israel have inflicted on Iran. Sanjay, please stay with us, because if you look at all of these targets that they have hit, these are the key military installations as well as near the nuclear sites. But as per the IAEA, there hasn't been significant damage to those nuclear sites, which means that there hasn't been a leak of nuclear material from those areas. So you could avoid seeing a Chernobyl type situation emerging from those particular nuclear sites. But this is the problem. If you see the Persian Gulf and you see this area which is left pretty much bare, a lot of Iranian missile launchers as well as drone launchers have been moved into this area, and they are targeting a lot of the vessels as well as the Arab nations across the Persian Gulf, and they are causing immense damage to the energy infrastructure as well as military installations in those areas. You can take out the central leadership, you can take out the military installations, you can take out the nerve centers pretty much of the Iranian regime, but the defense capabilities seem to have gone underground. They have bunkers underground, they have command centers underground, which are coordinating the entire military infrastructure right now. The IRGC has pretty much taken control, and we're getting those details about how Khamenei put in those contingency operations in place to ensure that the IRGC can still control the military, and we're seeing that fight back coming in from Iran. Getting some more breaking news that's coming in, where Israel is bombarding Beirut as well. So as you can see, the war is also escalating against Hezbollah in Lebanon. That is the pitch that's coming in from Israel. Israel even expanding the ambit of the conflict inside Lebanon by targeting those Hezbollah bases. Also moving in its tanks to create a fresh buffer zone in southern Lebanon to take on the Hezbollah infrastructure. Hezbollah, remember, is one of the key proxy units of Iran, which continues to bombard several parts of Israel. And Israel now using the situation emerging with Iran to take on the entire Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Remember, Hezbollah pretty much runs Lebanon, and which is why Israel is now only expanding the ambit of war. You can see Beirut pretty much a war zone, pretty much looking like this ever since the October 7 terror attack, as Israel continues its entire bombardment run. And you can see a lot of parts of Beirut completely flattened after those Israeli airstrikes, and the Israeli military also moving into southern Lebanon. We try to get another view from Sanjay Suri as well. We'll see whether he's with us to get a view from Tel Aviv about the campaign that's emerging in Lebanon. But these are the visuals coming in from Beirut. You can see it's a literal war zone, smoke rising from this central part of the city as the bombardment operations continue against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Several of these buildings are from where these homemade rockets are used by the Hezbollah forces to launch their attacks into Tel Aviv as well as Jerusalem. And remember, that continues to be a cause for concern for the Israeli forces, given the fact that these homemade rockets are very cheap, they're easy to produce, and they are launched from these civilian areas against several parts of Israel and several military installations as well as the civilian infrastructure in the key cities like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Sanjay Suri is back with us. He's reporting from Tel Aviv. So Sanjay, this expansion of the campaign in Lebanon, decode that for us. Does Israel feel that it has the opportunity to once and for all finish the Hezbollah threat?
You know, that is going to be a very difficult task, to finish Hezbollah once and for all, to finish this kind of Iran regime once and for all. As seen in Israel and as decided by Prime Minister Netanyahu, the aim has to be to keep Israel and to keep Israelis safe from missile launches of this kind, so that the future is safe, because Israel cannot live forever and on under this continuing threat and continuing attacks. So the aim is to protect Israel entirely. But that would mean that the last missile launcher, the last missile in Iran will need to be taken out. It will mean the last drone with Hezbollah to be taken out, not just the present stock. The capacity of anyone in future to make such weapons and to launch them, that needs to be neutralized, erased and made impossible. Now that is a very challenging ask. There's always a possibility, and given the way technology is moving with drones, for a very small unit to assemble quite sophisticated drones and to launch them lethally long distance. So whether this war will lead to securing Israel entirely for the future is far from certain.
All right, we have more breaking information coming in. Sanjay, please do stay on with us. There's going to be lots more to discuss on this as well. Now, Dubai residents are getting potential missile threats alert on their mobile phones. Residents of Dubai were given to understand have just received an Emirati Interior Ministry alert on their phones, urging them to shelter from potential missile threats. Remember, in Dubai, the situation remains rather volatile as well. And for more on this, we have Akanksha with us also. Now, Akanksha, let me just come to you. We're getting you more information from the newsroom as and when it comes in. Akanksha, what can you tell us about the situation in Dubai?
So this is in fact an alert which has been issued by the Emirati Interior Ministry, which is alerting all the Dubai residents to actually stay indoors, stay safe and not step out. Because again, compared to say what we've seen in the last 3 days, the tensions did seem to de-escalate a little, but at the moment it seems that there's been a fresh spike with US bases across the Gulf, from Kuwait to say even the UAE particularly actually getting targeted. And that is why in fact friends and family members we all know in Dubai have also shared this information that late night yesterday they received this alert from the Emirati Interior Ministry, and to quote them verbatim, they have in fact received alerts on their phones urging them to shelter from potential missile threats. And that's not breaking news anymore, because we've already seen a week ago how there were missiles being directed towards residential areas, and even though security analysts say that the geographic coordinates are targeting the US assets, but because these are densely populated locations, they are inadvertently colliding into say residential buildings and the various skyscrapers over there, which have led to various explosions. We've seen enough visuals of those.
Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. So, of course, as the situation stands, things rather volatile in Dubai at the moment as well. Advisories are being issued for the time being.
Absolutely, and we're getting some more updates coming in of the satellite imagery emerging from the Al Dhafra US base in the UAE, which is also coming under attack from the Iranian forces. We'll just get those visuals for you, but we're getting this update of satellite images from the Al Dhafra base in UAE. This is a US controlled base. You can see these different aspects of this US base in Al Dhafra in the UAE. You can see that different parts of this base have come under attack. And you can see like how different aspects of installations inside this base are facing those strikes from the Iranian forces. This is also in Tehran in Iran, where you can see these different aspects of those key nerve centers that have been targeted by the US as well as the Israeli forces. This is the Iran state broadcaster antenna, the Revolutionary Guard, the Judicial Palace and Supreme Court, as well as the presidential complex. These nerve centers have pretty much been flattened by the US and Israeli forces. Now, if you look at the airbase in Jordan, this is the Muwafaq Salti air base in Jordan. You can see the entire base has pretty much been left charred by the Iranian strikes. So this is a significant blow to the US capabilities in the Middle East, given the fact that Iranian ballistic missiles and drones are able to cause this much damage on American assets in the Middle East. This hinders their entire ability to mobilize their forces. Then there is the Dahl base in Qatar. You can see the debris, you can see the size of the debris, which just shows the explosive power of the ballistic missiles as well as the Shahad drones that have been deployed by the Iranian forces, completely flattening out these installations. And these are static installations. They're not mobile installations which can mobilize other drones as well as countermeasures, and completely flattened, which means refueling, manpower deployment completely depleted when it comes to those installations in the Middle East. Then there is the third battery near the Al Sadr base in UAE. You can see before how this third missile, which is a very expensive and advanced missile deployed by the US forces, you can see how the entire base is intact. Then Iranian ballistic missiles and drone strikes completely flatten out that entire area. You can see that how these launchers are available in these dark parts over here, and then they are completely disappeared once you see those Iranian strikes. So you can see how when it comes to the military capabilities in the Middle East, the American capabilities to launch those counter strikes, that's why the Iranian regime is targeting these particular installations to ensure that their counter-offensive measures are completely depleted. Then there is another third battery near Al Ruwais. This is also in the Middle East. You can see the dark parts over here. Once again, as we are pointing out, these are the dark parts which show the missile batteries which are operational at one point, and after the Iranian strikes completely disappeared. There's just one dot over here which just shows that those military capabilities for the third missiles, which are essential for the countermeasures in the Middle East, being completely depleted by those Iranian attacks. This is only raising the cost of war for the United States, for Donald Trump, who is still in talks with defense contractors to boost production. Then you have the Al Dhafra US base in UAE, which we were talking about. You can see the charred remains of different aspects of the base over here, where Iranian missiles as well as drones have continuously bombarded these particular sites. They haven't been able to counter the drone threat coming in from Iran, because Iran at this stage has the capacity of building 10,000 of these drones every month, and you can see the explosive power of these drones, which are only sending chaos through the energy markets and slowly and steadily in this war of attrition depleting the military capabilities of the United States as well as Israel in the Middle East by particularly targeting these military bases, which the United States clearly did not have any contingency operations for. We're getting an update from my colleague Rifat, who's also reporting from Israel. This is what he got for us. तो फिर से सायरन बज रही हैं इसराइल में, टेल अवीव में हर तरफ से सायरन बज रही हैं, आप सुन सकते हैं। ये खतरे की घंटी होती है जब ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक किया जाता है, मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किया जाता है तो सायरन बजती है, आप सुन सकते हैं। हर तरफ से सायरन बज रही हैं, उसका मतलब ईरान की तरफ से एक और मिसाइल अटैक जो है लॉन्च किया गया। लगातार मिसाइल अटैक्स जो है लॉन्च किए जा रहे हैं ईरान की तरफ से, और ये टेल अवीव का शहर है। सायरन हर तरफ से बज रही है और हमारा कैमरा है उसी डायरेक्शन पे जहां से ईरान है। तो ये देख सकते हैं आप एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स, ये देखिए किस तरीके से मिसाइल जो है वो फेंके जा रहे हैं। ये न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया के कैमरा में कैद हो चुका है। यहां पे मिसाइल जो है ईरान का यहां पे शायद इंटरसेप्ट हुआ है। अभी हम देख रहे हैं, देख सकते हैं कि टेल अवीव में आसमान में किस तरीके से मिसाइल का छाप है। न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया पे आप एक्सक्लूसिव ये विजुअल्स देख सकते हैं। ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किया गया और अब यहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि ये बिल्कुल हमारी आंखों के सामने, और जोरदार धमाका, ऊपर से बम बरस रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं। Right, we're also joined by Lieutenant General KJ Singh, former Army Commander on the broadcast. Thank you, General Singh, for joining us as the war continues to rage in the Middle East. How do you assess the military capabilities of Iran to continue to persist in this onslaught from Israel, and the United States? Iran, even though it seems to have been bombarded, its nerve centers completely depleted and destroyed, it still has the coordination as well as the capabilities to launch counter-offensives.
Thank you and Jai Hind to all your viewers. What is what can be fairly assessed, because there is this wave of narrative shaping which is taking place, and there are boastful claims being made from both sides. But what can be fairly assessed is that Iran has suffered huge, big losses in terms of its top leadership. It has suffered destruction, extensive destruction. But has that completely destroyed their resilience? I'm not too sure. Here I would like to draw your attention to a report which appeared in New York Times, and it's not media narrative by Iran or something, it is New York Times. They tell us that, like you so graphically brought out, the attacks carried out on various bases. Now, what is getting destroyed on the American side is highly expensive and not easy to replace radars, radomes, and surveillance equipment. And that is the backbone which vectors all the defenses, all the escorts, and war fighting capability. Right. So, to a certain extent, like you brought out so well, that inexpensive drones, which are cheap, can be made by thousands, are destroying high-tech gadgetry of American bases.
Right.
At the end of this war, America will have to carry out a very harsh, very true check, assessment. Was it worth it to have unleashed this kind of thing? Because to suffer destruction on a high-tech equipment, economically it can be debilitating.
Right.
How will you replace that? And another factor which needs to be taken into account is that while you have degraded their command structure, have you completely destroyed it? No. There is this Revolutionary Guard, there is Basij militia. Right. Now, what is worrying is some of these people, steeped in the Shia culture of sacrifice and even suicidal kind of suffering, they have been unleashed as free radical agents. And in their own small groups, without coordination or an overall overarching command structure, they are unleashing attacks. Like it
right,
was
General Singh, we're getting an update when you talk about the command structure inside Iran. We're getting an update on that. My colleague Haim gets us more details.
Right, so this is the latest that we're hearing right now. Remember, Donald Trump has said that the goal here is the end of the current regime. However, that's not what we're seeing right now. But also, there is no clarity on what's really going to happen. And in the breaking news that we're getting right now, we're given to understand that Iran is purposely, deliberately delaying that decision, of course, due to security concerns and what the situation is in West Asia at the moment. Let's just go across to Akanksha in the newsroom. Akanksha, what can you tell us? One would expect that they would take such a strategic call.
And on expected lines, because remember just 2 days ago we had been informed that there was a prayer meet to happen to mourn the killing of the Ayatollah, which was supposed to be happening in Tehran, but this was a call taken by the IRGC to delay that prayer meet. The 3-day mourning period for the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has already started, and what sources are telling us that the IRGC is still in fact commanding significant clout right now, even with regards to say the succession of Murtaza, which was a decision that the council had to take under pressure from the IRGC. They in fact have broken away from the overall protocol of nominating somebody who is in the bloodline of the Ayatollah. But as far as right now making that formal announcement that Murtaza is indeed going to be the next Ayatollah succeeding Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, there is a strategic decision to actually delay that that announcement, because we know that inadvertently the attention will then shift to Murtaza and eliminating Murtaza, because Steve Witkoff and even the US President, all of Trump administration have issued a warning that anybody who continues with the same belief of targeting the United States, of targeting Israel, will, and if that is going to be the one who will be succeeding the Ayatollah, will be the next in the line of fire. So that's why there's a strategic decision.
Now, Akanksha, just for more clarity on that, of course, when Donald Trump says that he very much wants to be a part of whoever is elected next in Iran, how long can Iran also drag this out and play this cat and mouse game?
This is why their military strength right now is, going to decide the overall trajectory of not just the succession, but also the autonomy that Iran is currently exercising. They do believe that the IRGC is still a powerful, intimidating force right now. They command 150,000 troops, and even though the IRGC headquarters in Tehran have been targeted by Israel and the United States, the security experts are saying that there's only damage done to the buildings, and the force, the strength is still very much with the IRGC right now. So we'll have to see if US and Israel can actually influence the overall polity without boots on the ground.
All right, Akanksha, do stay on with us. Of course, there's going to be lots more to unpack. We're getting some more breaking information right now. Sounds of siren blaring at a British base in Cyprus. This is what we're hearing. Rhea, what can you tell us?
So here's where things are getting interesting, Haim, because we do know there are certain contradictory versions that came in from Keir Starmer. Now we are hearing of fresh sirens that are blaring in Cyprus. We're talking about the RAF Akrotiri here. Earlier also, the hangar of RAF Akrotiri has been attacked, although even the UK has come on record and they have said that it was not a direct Iranian attack. It could be possibly Iranian proxies. It could come in from Lebanon, because that is where the proxies have in fact been mobilized after these strikes on Iran by US and Israeli forces. Now there are fresh sirens that are blaring. We also know how a UK Royal Navy destroyer is already there in the Mediterranean. This was after the Iranian ballistic missiles ended up striking the hangar allegedly. So things are still very, very unclear. We also know that Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, has already allowed US to use the UK bases, but that also had happened before these strikes, the missile strikes at the hangar. So what really is happening at Cyprus? Is Iran directly involved? Is it the proxies that are now going ahead and striking the UK base? That also gets really interesting. But right now, this is the latest development. Sirens are definitely, they have been heard at the UK base there, the RAF Akrotiri, and this is the second such development that is happening in that area, which is now also looking at how this entire conflict has gone ahead and gone beyond just West Asia, gone further into getting involving nations like the UK and also France.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Greha. Of course, that gives us a better sense of where things stand right now. Of course, this is the latest that we're getting from Cyprus. Another piece of breaking information that we're getting right now: UK has arrested 4 people on suspicion of spying for Iran. Now, Akanksha, I quickly just want to also tie in the fact that when we talk about the European nations, of course, we know where Pedro Sanchez stands on this entire matter. Going forward, how long do you think European nations can rally behind what's happening in West Asia?
The fact of the matter is, go by the information that's just trickled in. 4 arrests have been made by the Scotland Yard. The counter-terrorism police unit of the Scotland Yard has arrested 1 Iranian national, 3 dual British Iranian nationals, so 4 arrests in total. They believe that they were spying on Jewish individuals and Jewish locations. So as much as Europe may want to maintain a cautious stance, as you rightly highlighted, Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish Prime Minister, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, all of them have been of the view, along with the French President, that they do not want to directly get involved in this conflict, but it is inadvertently spilling over to Europe, as we see that there were these Iranian nationals who were spying on behalf of Iran on these Jewish members. And remember, you have the Jewish community spread all over the globe, particularly in the United States and Europe as well. So for how long will they be able to stay away, and or will they call for dialogue and diplomacy to take place? We'll have to see. But for now, we can tell our viewers that the Scotland Yard has made 4 arrests. 1 is of an Iranian national, 3 of them are British Iranian nationals.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Akanksha. So that's where things stand. This is the latest that we're getting right now. 4 arrests in UK on suspicion of spying. So this is the latest. And as Akanksha mentioned, there is some cautious distance there. But clearly, we're seeing the impact way beyond West Asia at this point as well. All right. So for more, let's just go across to Ayushman, who's bringing us more updates from the studio.
And absolutely, those are the latest updates which are coming in from the war zone. And as Haim was pointing out, the ambit of the entire conflict is only expanding. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Now that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, you know the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Lots more information lined up for you on this side as well. Let's just go across to Ayushman, who's bringing us more breaking developments from the newsroom. Ayushman, over to you.
Right, thank you for that. Hey, we're getting more updates coming in from another theater of conflict which was raging far before the war between the United States, Israel and Iran. What we are learning is that security forces of Afghanistan have launched targeted military strikes on the Pakistani military installations in Dandpatan district of Paktia. So several Pakistani military forces in the Paktia area have been targeted by the Afghanistan forces, is what we are learning. This conflict has been raging along the Durand line even before what is taking place inside Iran and the wider Middle East. So Afghanistan also escalating the military operations against Pakistan along the Durand line. We'll get more updates from my colleague Akanksha to get more details. Akanksha, so this conflict also flaring up. Is Afghanistan taking the opportunity as well as take advantage of the fog of war in the Middle East, which is also roping in Pakistan's military assets at some level, because it seems that the war rhetoric as well as the operations are ramping up in all war zones pretty much?
Absolutely. And if you look at the off-late stance that Pakistan has been taking, whether it is to become the part of Board of Peace in Gaza or even staying calm with regards to the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, there's a lot of anger brewing, not just within the Shia community in Pakistan, even within the Sunni community. So whether or not Afghanistan is taking advantage of the internal, say, political wrestling that we are seeing happen right now and all the anger that's brewing outside the US consulates in Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, we do not know, because say Paktia, as we all know, is very close to the Durand line, and if the Afghans have carried out an attack over there, there is in fact a conscious effort to do so that the Pakistanis actually move and recede beyond, because remember the Pak forces under Asim Munir have been trying to cross over to the Afghanistan side, and this is the southwestern province as far as Paktia is concerned around the Durand line. So clearly there's a conscious effort. They are trying to use this say chaotic time to actually intimidate the Pakistani forces so that they recede further beyond the imaginary line, as we know is the Durand line.
Absolutely. And at the same time, the Iranian theater is right next door, Iran, to Afghanistan and Pakistan. And then we've seen the movement of arms, we've seen the instability. Is that entire pitch also raising the tensions along the Durand line?
Absolutely, because look at the messaging, the political messaging that I'm going to now touch upon. The Shia clerics, in fact, have now been calling out to the Shias and the Sunnis to not vote for the PMLN, which is the ruling party under Shahbaz Sharif. Gilgit-Baltistan is currently headed into assembly election. As far as Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is concerned, that already is under much chaos because of the BLA and because of the Afghan Taliban activities as well. So we are seeing this regrouping of, say, the Shia community, also of the BLA supporting the Afghan Taliban. The TTP has been extremely active, particularly there's been a spike that's been observed in the last 1 month or so, and the killing of Ayatollah at the moment could only add more fuel to this fire. What will Asim Munir do, given that they are using empty ship containers to provide security to the embassy areas, which are their red zones, such as the situation, and such is the lawlessness in Pakistan, Ayushman, for all to see.
Absolutely. And so from the Durin line to the Middle East, the theatre of war is only expanding. My colleague Haim gets us more updates.
Well, thank you so much for that. Of course, now Iranian targets are being decimated. This is what the central US CENTCOM is saying. These are the visuals that they've shared. Let me just play these out for you, viewers. As you can see, this is the periscopic thermal imaging that has been shared by the US Central Command. Look at the impact that this particular target has sustained. Them saying that Iranian targets, let me just pause here. As you can see, this is what we're focusing on, paving the way for continued delivery of overwhelming American military firepower. I'm going to scroll back and play this again for you so that we can see the moment of the impact there. You can see it, the debris there, and the blast that this has endured. Remember, earlier this morning, the US Central Command had also shared certain visuals of a drone carrier the size of a World War II carrier ship. Remember, this was one of the 3 drone carriers that Iran has. It continues to target these particular Iranian targets, which are being decimated by the US forces. This is the periscopic visual that we have, and look at the thermal imaging that the US Central Command shared. I'm going to play this, Ayushman, for our viewers. Look at the kind of impact this has sustained.
Absolutely, and these are the aerial strikes coming in from the different American warheads, primarily even the THAAD missile, as Haim was also pointing out. These are taking out the different missile launchers inside Iran, because this seems to be, Haim, the next phase of the entire conflict, because while you've taken out the military installations, while you've taken out the different nerve centers inside Iran when it comes to command and control, the entire IRGC military infrastructure and command and control has gone underground. There are several underground bases and bunkers where they are now also coordinating these efforts, and these are these mobile units which are being used to launch these drones as well as missiles against several areas in Israel, the US bases in the Middle East, as well as the energy infrastructure across the Arab world. These are all these mobile launch devices which have these small drones with heavy explosive power, which are taking on those military installations as well as the energy infrastructure across the Middle East. This has become a potent tool of the IRGC to exact its revenge, as well as raise the cost of the conflict for both Israel and the United States. And it's the aim of both the US and the Israeli forces is to take out these mobile units. But you might take out like 100 of them in a couple of days, but Iran has the capacity to just mobilize more ways to launch those drones. Remember, you don't need an extensive truck to launch these drones. You just need a mobile vehicle. You can do it at the top of a car as well. You can retrofit one of these drones on top of a car and go to the edge of the border near the Strait of Hormuz and launch that drone at any ship, any naval base, or any other military installation. This is the explosive capacity that Iran currently has, but at the same time, these targeted strikes also expanding across Iran from the United States and Israel, but they are also running out of munitions as well as those advanced weaponry. Iran playing down the advanced nature of its weaponry, and what it's doing is that using these homemade drones, similar to what Hezbollah does in Lebanon, to target this energy infrastructure as well as the military bases across the Middle East. So that seems to be the tactic that Iran is using, this war of attrition that is only expanding in the Middle East, and this is the sight that everyone has to see when it comes to the expanding ambit of this conflict in the Middle East. Haim, so that is the capability that Iran currently holds when it comes to targeting these different areas, but the United States and Israel also hitting back.
Right, we're also getting some more visuals which are being shared. The Fujairah oil industry zone in the UAE, these are the visuals that we're getting for you right now. You can see that these have increasingly come under target as well. Look at the kind of damage that they've sustained as well. Let me share another image that was shared, also shows the kind of wreckage that we're seeing at Fujairah. So here is the image that we're looking at.
Right, and this is the Fujairah oil field, which has come under multiple attacks from Iran. And despite the fact that military assets have been mobilized around this area, you can see how the drones, these are loitering munitions, they fly under the radar and they're able to cause this level of damage at the oil infrastructure. And this, once again, just the visual of this and the fact that the entire oil field has become an unsafe area, it sends shockwaves across energy markets. And this seems to be one of the crucial tactics of the Iranian regime. General Singh is also with us on the broadcast. So General Singh, you can see the explosive power of the drones which are being employed, the Shahad drones employed by the Iranian regime. Low-cost drones, heavy production, almost 10,000 can be produced in a month, and these are the shockwaves they are causing across the Middle East.
See, basically, what is baffling or little surprising is the degree of preparation which Iran seems to have done. It was known from July attack onwards that there may be another round. So Iran has used this time to map out all the American assets, their bases. And like people say, Israel has done thorough preparation. It appears that Iran has also done thorough preparation. And it is also delegated authority. It had catered for something like this. After all, the top command structure is gone completely. Yet, there is response, there is resilience. And how's it happening? So obviously there is some amount of redundancy in their command and control, where they are able to communicate, and also delegation which has been done. So all in all, it's worrying for America, because this indicates that war would stretch on, and uncertainty will multiply.
Right.
So, yeah.
And it's growing exponentially. The uncertainty of the entire conflict, the stated objectives, and what will be the end game. That is something that is completely uncertain. I want to get my colleague Akanksha on these visuals as well that we are getting from Fujairah. Akanksha, the explosive nature of those drones being launched by Iran, at the same time, it plays into what investigations editor Manoj Gupta was also pointing out, that Khamenei had this contingency plan in place in the event that he was assassinated.
Absolutely. And going by the escalatory nature, the domino effect of this overall conflict, what we can tell our viewers, that they seem to be certainly much better prepared, if not as much as the US and Israel, but more than at least the United States' own Middle Eastern allies. Going by the way they are targeting not just oil refineries, they are targeting civilian localities, whether that's planned or not, even though Iran maintains that they are not planning to target any of the civilians. But more importantly, it's the refineries, it's the US air bases that are being targeted. And even though the US CENTCOM has been firmly maintaining that their B-1 and B-2 bombers, even the B-52 bombers, have been able to eliminate the Iranian missiles and their own capacity to attack. 85% of their drones, they're saying the drone attacks have reduced. 90% of their missile attacks have reduced. But you know, much of that still needs to be backed by evidence, because going by the information that's continuously trickling in, the attacks from Iran are continuing very much in Middle East. We'll have to see why CENTCOM is even able to make that kind of a sweeping claim at the moment.
Absolutely. These are claims also in the fog of war. It's part of the psyops that are played from both sides. But if you go back to those visuals, you can see the explosive powers I've been pointing out when it comes to those Iranian drones. And at the end of the day, the Arab nations, they are not feeling secure. They were supposed to be protected by the United States when it comes to the energy infrastructure, because they are pretty much the gatekeepers of the energy markets of the world. This is not sending a great message to American allies in the Middle East.
Absolutely, and of course, it offers certain clues, as Akanksha was mentioning as well, of the operational capabilities of Iran at this point as well, because for the United States to come out and say that 90% of the attacks also, it's come down 90%, now that's a huge claim to make, especially when we're seeing the kind of devastation that we are in these visuals that are coming out.
Right, absolutely. And this is Fujairah oil base. This has been attacked multiple times by the United States. You also have the other oil bases in Saudi Arabia, as well as Oman and other parts of the UAE as well as the strikes on the carriers, as well as the oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran using the drone strikes as a very potent tool in raising the cost of the war for the United States. This war of attrition only escalating from the Iranian side, while the United States and Israel are running out of their munitions, is what we are learning, because the defense contractors are being roped in to develop new THAAD missiles. But as my colleague Sanjay Suri was pointing out, developing new advanced warfare assets will take 1 or 2 years. So is the entire presidency of Donald Trump now going to be mired in the Iranian conflict? That is the big question that emerges as the cost of war as well as the tensions are only escalating. That's all we have to pack in on the show. We'll continue to track all the developments coming in from the Middle East. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, a massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Mamama.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the Strait to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work. So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and count.
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. With me, joining me here on the studios is my colleague Akanksha Swaroop, and we are constantly tracking every development as far as the West Asian conflict is concerned. Akanksha?
Right. It's day 6 of the conflict, and as we can see, the joint forces, whether it is the United States and Israel, both have declared that the war has entered a new phase. Having said that, let's get started with the top stories this hour.
As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil.
US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Iranian ballistic missile attacks drop 90%, while drone attacks fall by 83%. This is a US CENTCOM claim.
Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery also has been targeted in Bahrain. A US base has been hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far.
Israel dismantles 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its own territory. Dramatic visuals have now surfaced.
Also, first visuals that we've managed to access of the Sri Lankan Navy rescuing Iranian sailors who survived the torpedo attack on the Iranian warship. 32 survivors were brought ashore following the attack.
This is how the war is impacting the energy crisis. India's access to critical energy supplies for now have received a temporary lift. This after the United States actually approved a narrowly defined 30-day waiver. That's going to allow Indian refiners to now purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea, while the government positions this waiver as a pragmatic response to regional energy disruptions. The move, of course, has triggered sharp political debate at home, with opposition leaders even questioning why Washington is even in a position to quote-unquote permit India's purchases, and demands clarity on what leverage the US holds over New Delhi.
Absolutely. The language is something that is being discussed, and there is a sharp criticism that is coming in from opposition, particularly for the Narendra Modi government, because when the US says we are allowing India to go ahead and buy Russian oil, when the US says we are giving a 30-day waiver, there is a concession that has been granted. There are certain vessels, there are certain casks that are in fact strewn around the Strait of Hormuz, go by it. All of that is being argued here back home in the political circles, where the opposition is seeing red on what exactly is going on, and why is the US really determining New Delhi's foreign policy, and why that unilateral decision really is not with the United States and
India is
of
also
America and
seeking
India.
US support at the moment. How will this US support help? Because US is also willing to provide maritime insurance. Will this help Indian vessels to receive their own sort of supply of CNG, LPG, all of that? We will keep bringing to you. But for now, Griha, let's break down the visuals for
Absolutely.
our viewers.
Let's first take a look at these images that we managed to access. The US Central Command has put out these images where we are looking at these shots from 6th of March, where you see these attacks that have been witnessed. And this is talking about how a lot of those infrastructure in Iran has been attacked by the US and Israeli forces. These are Iranian targets being decimated initiated by the US forces, and of course this is paving the way for continued delivery of overwhelming American military power. This, of course, is being released by the CENTCOM. This next set of visuals, Akanksha, of course, this tells a very drastic story.
This is of Fujairah oil industry zone in UAE. And remember, UAE is seeing a fresh scale in terms of an escalation as far as UAE is concerned. In fact, residents have also reported that they have been receiving notifications from the Emirati Interior Ministry to stay safe. But at the moment, what we can tell our viewers is that the refineries and the US bases are being targeted. The next set of visuals, Griha can take us through.
Right, absolutely. And this is from Tehran. And these are various locations that we've marked out for our viewers as we get in at a closer look at the strikes that have happened in Tehran. If we take a look at how these images, these satellite imagery, these infra imagery are in fact telling us a story of the kind of destruction that has happened not just at the IRGC base, but several other places in Tehran. Remember, as far as the Ayatollah Khamenei taking out of the Supreme Leader really is concerned, that was on day one.
All right, we have some more breaking inputs coming in right now. US has issued an urgent advisory for its citizens in Baghdad is what we are being told, because remember, Baghdad also, as far as Iraq is concerned, that's getting sucked into this overall conflict. The US has issued this advisories for its citizens to immediately evacuate Baghdad. And it also reads, let me in fact quote what the US advisory is going on to say, that the US government cares about your safety, will continue to share information. You need to make informed decisions about your security. And this is not the first time that the US has actually issued that advisory. At the moment, let's quickly in fact bring our viewers up to speed with regards to how many Americans are we even looking at, and why weren't these evacuations actually ensured on time. Let's quickly go across to Ayushman Jamwal, who will perhaps be breaking this down for us. But at the moment, CENTCOM has actually made some sweeping claims over here. They are saying that they have not only just brought down the drone attacks by 83 to 85%, they've brought down the missile attacks also coming in from Iran by close to 90%. Let's quickly take this forward with Ayushman. Ayushman, what can you tell us about this US advisory issued for Baghdad?
Right. So basically what the US government has said, that the US government cares about your safety and will continue to share information. You need to make the informed decisions about your security. The US government is assessing all options to help Americans leave the Middle East. Imagine that is the statement that's coming in from the United States, Akanksha, and that has been the big criticism that's coming in. Ahead of the Iraq war, the American citizens in the Middle East had weeks to evacuate the entire region. This time they had no warning. Several of them are stuck, and the United States has no option when it comes to taking them out of the war zone. Which is why you're getting this language where the US is saying the US government is assessing all options to help Americans leave the Middle East. US citizens in Iraq are strongly encouraged to depart as soon as they are safely able to do so. So putting the onus on evacuating Iraq on those American citizens.
It's day 6 of the conflict, and such an advisory coming on day 6 is a tad bit too late. It's over to Griha for more details.
In fact, let me take this across to a special guest who's joining me on the broadcast. Tal Orun, who's an advocate, is now with us on the broadcast. Tal, the fact that there's a special advisory that has now come in from the United States, particularly for citizens in Baghdad, and these advisories are trickling in on a regular basis. While on the one hand, there is a posture that the US would have the world believe that they are in fact pretty sorted, they are at a position of power when it is about this war, and yet there is an exercising of caution when it is about the US citizens in this war-torn area. However, a formal declaration and using of the terminology war has still not come in from Washington.
Yeah, I think the reason that U.S. citizens are being advised to be wary right now is because they can be a target all across the region, whether it even be in Israel, it could be anywhere. There are Islamists, unfortunately, across the entire region who would take action against U.S. citizens. So that's probably one of the biggest reasons. The second reason is that we know that the IRGC has been extremely degraded in the last couple of days. Israeli officials and American officials are saying up to 85% of their ballistic missile capability has been removed. And we know like Marco Rubio said, they are about to start a new wave of even more furious attacks, and those could definitely stretch into parts of Iraq, maybe even Baghdad, who knows, depending on where IRGC people who are affiliated are. So that's probably a general advice for U.S. citizens to be careful where they are in the Middle East.
Right, absolutely. We also have former diplomat Sanjay K. Verma joining us right here in the CNN News 18 studio. Ambassador Verma, thank you so much for joining us again back on the broadcast. We continue to discuss what really is coming out of the Middle East, the West Asian conflict only escalating. But we started with talking about the special waiver, so to speak, that has been granted within quotes by the United States of America to India. How does one look at the choice of vocabulary that has been used by the US for India on how the special grant and access that will be given for India to go ahead and purchase Russian oil without any extra cost, now that the world needs it, a global economy needs it, and we are doing it for the greater good?
So what is important for India is to get the oil for our people. We can discuss about the vocabulary and the words that had been used to grant India permission. But at the moment, the most crucial issue is to get the oil to India so that its people cannot suffer.
Right, absolutely. In fact, we continue to keep these discussions going on. Tal, we'd want to also understand from you, the Strait of Hormuz was a problem back then also. We'd always were given to understand that any kind of an aggression, escalation against Iran, this will be the first step by Iran where they would go ahead and in fact block the Strait of Hormuz. But now that is the entire global economy is seeing that pinch, particularly here back home for Indians. That has become a greater set of a problem. What is the US really saying about it? Do you think in practical terms that can really be done with where they go ahead and talk about a certain insurance as opposed to the Lloyds in London? They are going to be taking out of the American taxpayers' money, all of that assurances, so to speak, coming in from the US. How do you read it?
Security in the Strait of Hormuz through Iranian proxies like the Houthis is also going to end up costing the American taxpayer money in the long run, right? If we don't have control over this area, and that doesn't mean control like the U.S. is sitting there and controlling everything that goes in and out, but a general level of control or peace of an understanding, which we've never been able to have with any of the proxies of the Islamic regime or with the Islamic regime itself, it's going to end up costing the American taxpayer and the global economy anyways. So what they're doing right now is a cleanup crew. Basically, they're cleaning up this area. They're getting it ready and prepped for a, hopefully, inshallah, as we say, an age of peace. That's what we're hoping for. And that is going to, unfortunately, in the moment, cost the global economy. It's going to cost India. It's going to cost any company that's been doing deals with Iran and doing business with Iran from gas and oil. It's going to cost them a lot of money. But the hope is that they solve the issue now so we don't have to deal with it 20, 30, 40 years in the future.
All right, stay with us, Tal. We'll continue with that discussion as well. But for now, we are getting in some breaking inputs. A word of caution coming in from Qatar's energy minister, who's warned of an oil price rise up to $150, that too in 2 to 3 weeks, if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. This is worrisome news, in fact, for the energy sector. We'll quickly take that piece of breaking news with Ayushman Jambal, who continues to stay with us. But as we've been talking about, yes, the governments have been reassuring that they have reserves for 20 to 25 days, but for how long will they be able to control the prices is also one key concern. Like I've been saying, Ayushman, we've been talking about how, yes, there is the worry of having reserves. On the other hand, you have the other worry, which is about controlling the prices. $150 per barrel is worrisome news.
Absolutely. And the strikes coming in from Iran continue to send those shockwaves through the energy markets. We're getting that statement from Qatar's energy minister, who has warned that the war in the Middle East could bring down the economies of the world, portending doom when it comes to the situation with the energy markets, Akanksha. So this is the tension that is rising across the globe, with no clear objectives coming in from the United States and Israel, with the stated objective to eradicate the regime, which is still surviving inside Iran and still coordinating its military efforts. The Arab allies of the United States are raising this alarm that while you have your reserves, while every country has contingency plans, for how long will this war last? Because they could run out.
There's another concern. Remember when Qatar says that it means double trouble for India, given that it is our largest LNG supplier as well.
Absolutely. And so this will affect energy markets across the globe, and which is why all nations will have to create those contingency plans. India will have to diversify its supply. China will have to open its routes as well. Russia will become a major power player in the energy market, and that goes against the United States' stated strategic objectives. So while it is trying to divert attention from the Epstein files, while Trump is trying to flex his muscles in the Middle East, in the long term, could US lose that strategic edge?
Let's quickly take this forward with Ambassador Sanjay also, who could weigh in on my question. Ambassador, the question now to also contemplate on is, perhaps we can bring in Tal also in just a bit, is that weren't Israel and the United States expecting such an energy crisis, and what is the contingency plan at the moment?
It's deplorable that the countries who needed to be prepared for such a crisis were not taken into confidence before they struck Iran. So now we are in a soup as the major energy importing country, and we have to find our own ways to make sure that the country doesn't suffer an energy crisis in coming days. We will, of course, look at Russian oil once again. There will be a limit which will be put on the import of Russian oil to India and the energy products from Russia. So let's see how much we are able to get from there, whether that will be sufficient for our energy needs for today and for future. If that is, then probably we'll be able to tide up this situation. Otherwise, we'll be having a bit of crisis at our hand.
But Tal, I'd like to bring you in here. Now that the Qatari energy minister it is not just a word of caution anymore. He's talking about how this entire war is going to bring the global economy down. And that gets back to the same question. Any kind of arrangement that has been made by the United States of America, is that enough? Because here we do know how much of a reliance is there of energy and oil imports of very many other countries, because Gulf countries in fact make for a larger share of those OPEC nations, and all of that, if it just stops coming in from the Gulf, and that is the warning that has come in from the energy minister, how do you see this really playing out?
First, I have to say congratulations CNN for repeating so much IRGC propaganda on your show. I'm very extremely impressed, between the Epstein files to the end of the world, from gas and oil
We're just putting out the news as it comes, Tal. We are not looking at personal comments against what we are trying to run. We are not here for IDF propaganda. We are not here for Iranian or IRGC propaganda. I have just asked you for your inputs.
If you would let me continue, please.
Yes.
If you would let me continue,
You
please.
started with attacking us. I'm just answering you back. Please
I'm
go
not
ahead.
attacking. I'm just saying, good job. So I think between the war with Russia and Ukraine, yes, we had elevated gas prices. Israel-Palestine, we had elevated prices from so many things because of the Houthis in the Straits of Hormuz. This is not the end of the world. This is not going to cause a global economic collapse. It is not even, I don't even think it's really going to affect oil prices that much. Israel and the United States of America are extremely, extremely powerful, and so are the Arab states in the Gulf right now. We are going
Now
to
the
do what
oil
we
prices have gone beyond $84 a barrel. What are you talking about? We are in fact sharply moving towards $100 a barrel, and that's a crazy piece of news that the world is tracking.
It's just
every time there is war anywhere in the
world.
world.
It's just day 6 of the war. How are you talking? How can you even claim that we are surviving this war, given that our own government has said that they have reserves for 20 to 25 days? What happens after the 25 days, given that the US President himself has declared that this war could very well go on beyond 5 weeks? The voices coming in from your country themselves are indicating that they have no timeline in mind.
Prices will stabilize, as I know, because I've been living under war for the last 2 years. In Russia-Ukraine, prices stabilized. Inflation reached the prices of where we're at today. Everything will be okay. The biggest deal, this is the part that everybody needs to get into their head. We were heading towards this point either way. There is no negotiation. There's no economic negotiations to be done with the IRGC. This is a group of people who wanted the end of the world through Islamic theology. This had to be done now. It's going to hurt a little bit in the short term, but we will be okay. The world will be okay, and the world will be a better place after this.
All right, we'll continue with that, but for now we're getting in some more breaking inputs coming in. This after we declared that there was a US advisory issued for its American citizens in Baghdad, fresh advisory being issued for the citizens in Saudi. In fact, the US advisory also goes on to say that they have flights operational in Jeddah and in Riyadh as well, as far as Saudi is concerned. I come back to that question. Shouldn't such an advisory have been issued before the US and Israel were embarking on a joint strike?
Absolutely, but they thought that they would completely cripple the Iranian regime in just a couple of days, but the Iranians have persisted and continue to escalate their attacks, targeting those key shipping lanes, which is also disrupting air travel as well as sending shockwaves through the energy markets. And now Americans across the Middle East, and there's millions of them across the Middle East, they are completely stranded. Even cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which has a massive American population, also facing those disruptions. And at the same time, while America, like the Trump administration, needs to mobilize its resources to get American citizens out, what we are seeing is that they are doubling down on their narrative in the United States. Caroline Levitt and the entire Trump ecosystem are saying that Americans are safe, we are doing everything we can, but on the ground, American citizens are completely distressed, even in a nation like Saudi Arabia. And at the same time, you see from the Arab nations as well, Akanksha, several of them are even fining people for posting visuals of the rocket attacks as well as the drone strikes in their countries.
Talk about downplaying the overall conflict right now. Clearly, the Trump administration seems rattled by the Iranian response as well, but we're going to take this forward with Griha.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Verma, I want to bring you in here, considering there is another set of advisory that now we are learning of coming in from the United States of America. This time, we do see how they are rather concerned about their citizens in West Asia, in the Middle East. Earlier, there was an offensive, there was a certain posturing that came in from America, but now when it is about the human cost of the war, they do look at evacuating their citizens first. Because earlier, when there were certain attacks that were launched by the Iranians on American installation, some even reaching close to residential places in places like Dubai, the version that came in from the United States was that right now you have to sit tight, we cannot really do anything about it. But now there seems to be some kind of a movement there. How do you read the body language of the Americans when it is about this? And these missives are going on. It is Baghdad, it's now Saudi Arabia. How do you see this?
So basically, I will analyze it from two perspectives. One is that they have really felt the need to evacuate their citizens. But secondly, the peer pressure. If you remember, India had already declared that they are ready to take care of their citizens if the situation arises. And therefore, I'm sure that domestically in the US, it would have been discussed that a country like India is able to do that. Why shouldn't the US be? So these pressures do play a role in such planning and contingency. I hope that it doesn't come to that situation, because recently what I have learned is that the Arab countries are getting together and are requesting the US to cease the hostilities so that they are able to be safer.
Okay. Or does it mean boots on the ground? Because we already are reading into how the Kurds are being mobilized as far as the western borders of Iran is concerned. So America possibly is looking at an on-ground offensive, getting in the Kurdish fighters into Iran and other places in West Asia, and that's why possibly it wants its citizens out.
It all depends what is the final objective of the US-Israel joint attack. If the initiative is to degrade the missile launching facilities, degrade the leadership, then I think boots on the ground will be required, but minimal.
Okay.
If it is only the facilitation of their air campaign, then probably they will need, again, slightly larger number of troops, but it's still not as many as they had in Iraq or Afghanistan.
Right. Tal, want to bring you in here, talking about the Kurd factor, considering the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is highly responsible for getting the Washington to in fact lean on the Kurds once again, but a response, so to speak, at least the official one that's coming in from Kurdistan, is not really in that direction. They have gone on record and they have said that they are not going to be engaged in other superpowers' war. But that is on record. We do not know what is really happening on ground. On ground, we are learning of a different story altogether. We are looking at incursions that are happening from Iraq into Iran. How do you see that development?
The Kurds are a formidable force in the region, especially their different military wings. So I think it would be incredible to see them actually take up arms alongside the United States and Israel to try to bring down the IRGC. The problem is that there are sort of competing factors here. The Kurdish people, the Kurdish militaries, they want something else from the collapse of the IRGC, which would probably be to carve out their own nation or at least autonomous region in Iran so that they could safeguard themselves from ever being oppressed under the Islamists again. The question is, do the Persian people, do the Iranian people, even the Kurdish people inside of Iran want that? That's not an answer I really have at the moment. For what I'm seeing, it's kind of a 50-50, but we do know already that the Kurdish people have begun to assault different IRGC factions in Iran, the Kurdish Iranian groups as well. And I think it'll be amazing if there ends up being an amazing coalition between the USA, Israel, and the Kurdish fighters to bring down this evil regime.
All right, stay with us. Getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, what we are learning is that Azerbaijan has now withdrawn its diplomats from Iran. This after, remember, Azerbaijan also got sucked into the overall conflict over here. What we are being told is that this is, of course, going to also lead to downgrading of diplomatic ties between Azerbaijan and Iran. And such is the clout of Azerbaijan that a NATO ally like Turkey has also reacted. In fact, President Erdogan has sent out a warning for attacking Azerbaijan. And in the latest, what we are being told is that the diplomats have been asked to evacuate Iran.
Absolutely. And we saw those strikes on the Azerbaijan airport coming in from the Iranian drones. Remember, the reach of those Iranian drones, which can be launched from the borders of Iran through these mobile vehicles, has even reached Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan also facing the sting of this entire conflict that is raging beyond the Middle East now, because Azerbaijan also a critical player in the global energy market. It seems Iran's entire tactic is not just the Arab nations, but the entire energy corridor, and to raise the cost of war for the United States, given the fact that it seems the United States doesn't have a clear objective in place and they are bungling several operations, even underestimating the Iranian capabilities to hit back at Israel and the United States. Azerbaijan taking that line as well, removing its diplomats, but at the same time, can Azerbaijan defend itself from further Iranian attacks is also the point of contention, but at the same time, the diplomatic power play is also continuing.
Ayushman, the airport was also targeted in Baku yesterday, and so perhaps it's incumbent now on Azerbaijan to ensure that all of its diplomats located in Iran are evacuated at the earliest, because there's been an escalation in their country as well. It's over to Griha for more details.
Well, absolutely. Ambassador Verma, I want your inputs here, considering there was a very, very dramatic imagery that came in from Azerbaijan where we saw something like a ballistic missile or a drone, allegedly Iranian, that fell on one of the airports there. And that's something that was spoken about. There was a summoning of ambassadors that had happened there. But then a version came in from Iran that it was not their doing. Now, this development where diplomats are being withdrawn by Azerbaijan from Iran, how do you read this? We do know how the Iranian and Azerbaijan equation is not really that good, but this is deteriorating it further.
Generally, what happens when we withdraw diplomats, they are for various reasons, and one of the reasons is, of course, to show dissatisfaction with the steps taken by the host country. But there could also be danger to their lives, due to which the diplomats are being asked to come back. So I will not equate it exactly with the missile attack which we were talking about a little while ago. I would say that it is largely the danger to the lives of the Azerbaijani diplomats in Iran, for which they have been asked to come back to the capital.
All right. Tal, would you like to weigh in on this, considering this was long coming? Azerbaijan, Iran do not share good relation. Azerbaijan is rather pro-Western for Iran, and we've already seen that deterioration really coming in when it is about this. Now that the diplomats have been taken off from Iran, there was a summoning. I was just, discussing this with Ambassador Verma, of the diplomats there after that strike really took place, and now this.
Yeah, from what I spoke to some people on the ground in Azerbaijan recently. I happened to be there during the last war with Iran, during the 12-day war. And from what I understood, they struck some very random sites, an island off the coast of Baku that housed some gas facilities and oil facilities to try to hurt Azerbaijan's economy. Not appreciated, obviously, by our friends in Azerbaijan in any capacity, since they are very close allies to Israel as well. And I think what it boils down to is you're seeing a regime with its back against the wall, a scared rat, and it is firing rockets at willy-nilly at civilian populations all over the region and now beyond just our region into places like Turkey and Azerbaijan as well. Just before I came on here, we had a missile barrage and I happened to film it from my apartment here in Tel Aviv, and I could see there is no strategy here to hit any sort of army personnel or IDF. It's literally aimed over civilian homes. And the strategy from the IRGC to try to win a war by striking civilians all across the region, it's just not sustainable. Maybe if you would focus on one country, okay, that makes sense. But now you're focusing on Azerbaijan, you're focusing on Turkey, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi. You're losing any potential friends you had in the region, and you're not really making any grounds.
Stay with us, Tal. More breaking inputs coming in as we speak. This is with regards to India's own concerns over energy supply. In fact, top government sources have informed CNN News 18 that more energy has been sourced from different parts of the world than the one that's just stuck at the Strait of Hormuz. With regards to LPG, sources tell us that maximum prioritizing productions has in fact been indicated. There's going to be no worry for consumer in terms of consumer gas supply. Let's quickly take that forward with Pallavi Ghosh, who brings us those breaking inputs. Pallavi, the government has always been very reassuring, but for how long is the question, the timeline, and the other aspect is, of course, controlling of the prices.
Absolutely, but Akanksha, this is a war-like situation, so no one is going to hazard a definite timeline as to when war is going to be ending. But as of now, the government has been always making the point that for 25 days of crude oil and 20 days of energy products, which of course includes petrol and diesel. So at least we are not very much worried about it. But one thing is very, very clear coming in from the government is that there's more supply of energy which is coming in from other than the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, that's the quote that we are getting by way of our government sources, that there is enough or more energy which is sourced from different parts of the world than from the Strait of Hormuz. So we have nothing really to be worried about in terms of as far as the energy coming in. Most importantly was a concern regarding LPG and LNG. That is where the government is saying that all the energy stations have been instructed maximize their production, and also when they're maximizing the production, that priority will have to be given as far as the prioritizing, and the priority of course in this case happens to be the consumers.
All right. Right. Ambassador Verma, would you like to weigh in here? Some sort of a sliver of hope when it is, when we are looking at how much of an energy supply has been impacted because of this blockage. But now this version that's coming in from the government, do you see this as a silver lining?
In fact, yes, it is. And now we should be able to recoup the reserve, upgrade the reserve, and at the same time have a constant supply of energy products and crude into the country from various sources other than the Gulf countries. How stable will it be? How long can we continue with that? That is something to be seen.
All right. Tal, I'd want your views on it. When India says that we are in fact sourcing energy, oil from other parts of the world, and we are not just relying on the Strait of Hormuz. We've been constantly discussing about how 1/5 of the world's oil passes that strait, that choke point that Iran has a hold over. Do you think many other countries like India are going to be following suit, looking at other avenues? Of course, easier said than done, but there is a lot of contingency that these countries fall back on. India is doing the same thing, and while it is doing that, it is also looking at these other avenues of procuring energy and oil from.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's the smartest move every country can make right now. I mean, India is an incredibly powerful, incredibly intelligent country with an amazing population. Diversifying your oil from a terroristic government or regime like the IRGC is literally the smartest thing you could do, especially at their downfall. And it's a beautiful thing that Donald Trump just accomplished some level of normalcy with Venezuela, which will hopefully open up oil and gas for much of the world from there as well. But 100%, I think the smartest thing India can do right now is push far away from the IRGC, the relationship between them and the obviously oil and gas, in hopes that a future regime can come there and then stabilize both prices and safety in the Straits of Hormuz.
But right now, regime change is not something that we're talking about. We're talking about energy supply. But since you are on that part, on that aspect, version that comes in from Israel altogether, even as we look at someone as a next supreme leader in Mujtaba Khamenei, there is already a target on his head, is the version that comes in from Israel. While that hostility remains, do you think there's any stabilizing, or countries like India can even look at a possible reduction or a cessation of hostilities when it is about this war that continues to brew?
Of course. I mean, this is a matter of time. Every person who's in the IRGC should have a target on their head from the US and Israel right now. But it's a matter of time between when the Iranian people rise up, when they get the command, hopefully from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, to actually rise up once again and officially bring on the downfall of the IRGC. I also think that we need to have some trust in the process. We need to have trust in our leaders, like the leaders of the United States and the leaders of Israel, to actually be moving things behind the scenes that we're not seeing, that are not allowed to be talked about. In the same way that the assassination of Ali Khomeini just happened days ago, none of us knew that was going to happen on the opening hours of the war.
And we really don't know if they will be able to completely eliminate the regime as of now, given that the IRGC is protecting the success there as well. But I want to quickly bring the attention back on the energy crisis that's staring the globe at the moment. And Ambassador Verma, you could perhaps weigh in on that. When we talk about this waiver with regards to Russia, many are looking at it as a silver lining, but remember, this is also referring only to those vessels which have already been procured from Russia. But what are the options, given that Venezuela to be resurrected is going to take years, not just a matter of months? You only are left with Russia if Iran is at war.
See, the problem with India at the moment is that if all the Gulf countries are blockaded, which means if the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, what happens is that it is not only the Iranian oil, it is oil coming from other countries as well, which gets blocked. If that happens, do we have enough sources committed at the moment to get as much oil? I will not be sure. Russia is an incredible source for us to procure oil, but that will also be having its own limitation of its production, of its supply, of the entire supply chain.
Do you believe US will stick to that 30-day waiver or could go beyond?
I think we have great relations with the US, and they should be able to see the reason for India's energy supply security.
All right, many thanks to you, Ambassador, for breaking that down for us. Let's quickly, in fact, bring you ground report. CNN News 18 is the only channel with our own boots on the ground, and that happens to be Tel Aviv. Let's bring you a ground report by Rifat.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है और रॉकेट्स और मिसाइल्स फेंके जा रहे हैं। अभी आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है, मिसाइल जो लॉन्च किया गया था उसको यहाँ पे आसमान में इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है, यहाँ पर भी इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है। ये देखिए आप, आसमान में धमाके हो रहे हैं ज़बरदस्त, तो इंटरसेप्शंस हो रही हैं। ये टेल अवीव की आसमान में ये देख सकते हैं आप, एक और धमाका यहाँ पर भी। 3 जगह पे इंटरसेप्ट किए गए हैं मिसाइल्स, ये एक जगह आसमान में, ये दूसरी और ये तीसरी जगह पे। तो आप देख सकते हैं एक और जगह पे, 4 जगह पे बैक टू बैक, ये जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे टेल अवीव में इंटरसेप्शंस हो रही हैं। ये देखिए एक के बाद एक इंटरसेप्शंस, धमाके लगातार हो रहे हैं। ये देखिए, ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं। इस वक्त स्ट्रेट टेल अवीव से एक के बाद एक मिसाइल और रॉकेट जो है उसको इंटरसेप्ट किया जा रहा है। ईरान की तरफ से लगातार ज़ोरदार हमले किए जा रहे हैं यहाँ टेल अवीव और बाकी जगहों पे। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये ईरान का एरिया है। और ये देखिए आसमान में किस तरीके से इंटरसेप्ट किया जाता है मिसाइल्स को या रॉकेट्स को जो ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जाता है। ज़ोरदार हमला हुआ था, ज़ोरदार धमाके इस वक्त हो गए और अब इन मिसाइल्स को इंटरसेप्ट किया गया।
Sir, CIA is in touch with Kurds and they are saying that the Kurds are going to do help in the regime change in Iran. How would you like to react to this?
First of all, please do not demonize our courts.
Okay.
Our courts are the center to our identity, to the Iranian identity. We are very much proud of our Kurdish people inside Iran. You are talking about separatists who have been nourished by CIA and Mossad. We are born to fight separatism. Iran has a very strong identity. Iran is the oldest living civilization on earth, and we know how to defend our identity. And I'm sure that the first front against those separatists are the courts.
Sir, how do you look at Indian government gesture of signing the condolence book? Foreign Secretary came and signed the condolence book, sir.
Iran and India has old civilizational, roots with each other. We are Indo-Persian culture and civilization, and it is very much in the line with this cultural civilizational heritage, and we are attaching great importance to Iran-India relations.
Mr. Nasheed, today is the 6th day of war in West Asia. There is no room for diplomacy left, it looks like that. How do you assess the situation in West Asia, as you have many friends there, many foreign ministers, many heads of state, your friends? How do you assess? Are you in touch with them? What are they telling you?
Well, it's very worrying and very concerning. Of course, especially the Gulf, the GCC countries and Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and they've been dragged into a conflict which is not of their choosing. We have also seen in recent days that the war is spilling over to the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Now that is very concerning. India, as the net security provider, I'm sure would rise to the occasion. And it is also comforting to see that Sri Lanka is assisting ships in distress in the area. But we hope that we are not, the Indian Ocean is not dragged into this conflict.
Yeah. I was coming to this question because this is perhaps for the first time something like this is happening in India's backyard. India, Maldives, Sri Lanka play a major role to maintain peace and stability in the Indian Ocean. How can these three countries be cooperating within each other?
Well, yes, one of the Iranian, the second ship is, I understand, docked in Trincomalee now, and I hope that the ship has safety and security there. India, Maldives and Sri Lanka, we already have the Colombo Conclave and we meet every year. Countries have been dragged into war that is of not their own choosing, and it really is not of their own concern. It's an Israel war, and Israel is dragging our countries into these wars. We don't want to see this happen. We hope that both Israel and the United States understands this and leave us alone.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार-बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है। ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं इस वक्त।
We already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Right, sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
Now that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely, the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid.
Welcome back. We are on with our continuous coverage as far as the fury in the Gulf is concerned, and there is a particular emphasis on the Strait of Hormuz for obvious reasons, as this is a vital choke point carrying 1/5 of the world's crude oil. it has been effectively disrupted amid escalating conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran, severely impacting global trade and energy flows. The disruption has left scores of merchant vessels, including at least 37 Indian flag ships with approximately 23,000 seafarers stranded in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, with Indian authorities maintaining constant contact and monitoring safety. Washington has signaled it may deploy the US Navy to escort the tankers to keep the vital oil choke point open, even as shipping almost has been halted amid the regional conflict. Tehran now insists that it has not legally closed the strait and remains committed to freedom of navigation, rejecting any kind of claims of a full shutdown as baseless and also absurd.
यदि हम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज या पूरे पर्शियन गल्फ क्षेत्र को देखें तो यह विश्व की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। जब इस क्षेत्र में डिस्टरबेंस या डिसरप्शन होता है तो उसका सीधा असर ऑयल और गैस की सप्लाई पर पड़ता है। इन अनसर्टेनिटीज का सीधा प्रभाव इकोनॉमी और ग्लोबल ट्रेड पर पड़ता है। साथियों, वर्तमान में सिचुएशन काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो गई है। एवं ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि आगे जाकर ये और डायनेमिक ही होती जाएगी। और आज जिस तरह अलग अलग देश लैंड पर, एयर में, सी में और अब तो स्पेस तक में एक दूसरे को टक्कर ले रहे हैं, वह वास्तव में यह हम सभी के लिए चिंता का विषय है। यह एक एबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं। What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
All right, big news coming in. This is in fact a statement coming in from the International Energy Agency chief. He's raised a possibility. Is it time for the world to go back to Russian gas? This when the entire globe, remember, is staring at an oil and energy crisis. This with the Strait of Hormuz also being locked down. We do not know what kind of a timeline you're looking at, given that neither the United States nor Israel have been able to really pinpoint in terms of for how long this conflict is going to last. What is this in terms of an indication? International Energy Agency chief making that statement.
Absolutely, and imagine the power play and the advantage this gives Vladimir Putin as he continues that offensive in Ukraine. Now he has the energy flex against not just Europe but the entire world. We also saw, Akanksha, that statement which came in from Vladimir Putin that he could turn off the gas pipelines to Europe, threatening the European nations. As it seems, the energy power plays are shifting in his favor. And given the fact that the energy infrastructure in the Middle East is under strike from those Iranian drones, the IEA chief, the International Energy Agency chief, has said the crisis in the Middle East questions in some quarters about whether to go back to Russian gas. What does this do to America's strategic calculus? Has Trump miscalculated heavily?
Absolutely. The big question is that the U.S. administration, particularly the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, has in fact been tom-tomming off late about it is the U.S. that the world will now be looking towards in terms of meeting their own energy. But let's quickly take that forward with our guests and Griha as well.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for that. In fact, Ambassador Verma would want your inputs on this, and we've been discussing this. The obvious next step, and even the US, even at the pretext of granting India that favor for global energy's sake, has granted that access for 30 days, and that too has been very loosely defined, that you can go ahead and procure Russian oil. But that doesn't mean that they are in fact relaxing any of those sanctions against Russia. But now with the IEA chief really saying it, that this is the obvious next step. The choke point has been blocked. Iran is saying we haven't done it. US, for whatever it is going ahead and doing, cannot really go ahead and probably ensure each and every stranded vessel to get out of the strait. So Russian oil is the obvious next step.
Yeah, the situation is this, that the total supply of crude has gotten reduced. And if that has gotten reduced, it will have implications for the economy, it will have the implication for the supply chain, it will have the implication for normal people at their households. So therefore, unless the supply of crude has been increased, people will suffer. Now, Russia adds to that dimension. And if I remember, last quarter, India was importing close to about 1.5 million barrels per day of the Russian crude. That has to be restored once again and probably ramped up because of the loss of the oil from the Gulf.
Right. All right. Many thanks to you, Ambassador, for breaking that down for us. And many thanks to Tal also for joining in on this broadcast. We will keep coming back to you, our viewers, with all the latest inputs coming in on the West Asia crisis. For now, that's all from my end and Griha's end as well. Thank you so much for watching.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, a massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet Headquarters in Mamama.
Oman, Saudi Arabia and the Strait to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, Sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work. So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration, which are the zones, and is there an effort?
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. The West Asian conflict has exploded. It has nearly reached India's backyard, and we are tracking every development there is to it. Let's begin with the headlines. The US has issued advisory for citizens in Baghdad as Americans are trapped. The US government says it is assessing all options to help them leave the Middle East. Qatar's energy minister warns oil price could rise up to $150 per barrel in 2 to 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. He's also said this will bring down the economies of the world. As oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Azerbaijan withdraws its diplomats from Iran after drone strikes on its airport in Baku. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships and hitting a drone ship. Also, Iranian ballistic missile attacks dropped 90%, while drone attacks have fallen down by 83%. Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery also has been targeted in Bahrain. A US base has been hit in Kuwait. No reports, thankfully, of casualties so far. Israel dismantles 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its territory. Dramatic visuals that we've managed to access have surfaced. Let's now begin, as India has ordered all the refiners to maximize LPG output and supply it only to Indian oil, HPCL and BPCL, restricting the use of propane and butane for petrochemicals to safeguard domestic supply amid the gas squeeze that has been linked to the Iranian conflict. Separately, we're also learning that India's energy position has received a temporary relief, and all of this after Washington has granted a 30-day waiver allowing New Delhi to purchase Russian oil already stranded at sea. This is a move that Washington calls a limited stopgap arrangement. The decision has, however, triggered political backlash, debate back home with attacks against the Prime Minister, with opposition now questioning United States' permission, while the government frames both the steps as necessary to maintain energy stability and also during this entire regional turmoil, on how much of an importance that needs to be given to something like this. Let me, in fact, take this across to my colleague Rahul Shiv Shankar. He is going to be taking the broadcast forward as we continue to discuss on what are the next steps available for India and how does one read this missive, particularly coming in from the Indian government, Rahul, that is seeing this development as a silver lining.
Yes, it is indeed. In fact, Indian refiners, just looking through some of the inputs that are coming in, Indian refiners are buying prompt Russian oil as Iran war hits supply. So obviously this is going to feed in to the anxieties that we've been having and perhaps alleviate some of them over whether we'll be able to sort of actually funnel oil to our furnaces in a sense of speaking, because as you know, this situation with the Hormuz Strait completely locked down was complicating situations for us. There was already this sort of unstated, I can only say unstated because it's never been declared,
yes,
that we weren't supposed to purchase Russian oil, while a lot of the oil that we bring in, about 15%, wasn't coming through the Gulf, so there was going to be a problem, and the government had already said that we have stocks of 25 days each of both oil and ONGC, so in and LPG, so basically we had stocks of 50 days, but if you really look at it, it's only 25 days, so you had a month. And this certainly, this U-turn by Trump coming as it is going to sort of help us now pick up the excess Russian oil that was already available in the market, because that's really what some of the top voices from the American administration are saying.
Right. Rahul, do you think it is Trump being drawn against the wall, considering, and he would not have us believe that, because there is a certain bravado that he'd still project as far as America is concerned. But first, saying no buying Russian oil, then saying that we are going in for a regime change, then really saying that, okay, fine, there is some issue with the global energy and the security. We need to give that leverage to India in a 30-day waiver, saying that we are allowing you to go ahead and buy this oil. The choice of vocabulary is a question that even the opposition is
You're
asking.
absolutely raising, you know, they're right to raise this, but independently of the opposition, the wording is so patronizing, isn't it, that we're allowing, as if they ever had a veto. It's not as if, and you know, we're going to show you some numbers, viewers, it's not as if the Indian government had stopped purchasing Russian oil. I think Russian oil from a top line of about 30-35% had come down to about 22%. Yes, we were sourcing oil from other markets, but that was determined purely by prices. That's what we had been given to believe. And fundamentally, it was also true that those discounts that the Russians were giving us had begun to evaporate. So it made no logical sense. But what I actually have a problem with is a country like America trying to dictate India's energy policy. And that is a violation of sovereignty. Now, you see what has been happening. You first set these terms, trade sort of terms for India, which are struck down by the Supreme Court. Then you go out there and you sink a ship, a frigate.
Yeah.
People say unarmed frigate, that had come for naval exercises that were hosted by India, and within, I won't say India's territorial waters or even the extended economic zone, but certainly in India's sphere of influence, perhaps not even taking the Indian government or the Navy or any other quarter that looks after external security into confidence, and you do this and you quietly leave the scene without even attending to those by law that you have to attend to, the sailors who have obviously now were in the water.
Yes.
And then you go ahead and you come out and you say, oh, well, now we've decided that we are allowing India to buy 30 days worth of Russian oil, but not from Russia, all the excess oil that was lying around, so that Indian refiners can refine them and so on and so forth. Clearly, this reeks of a certain patronizing attitude. Now, it also tells you that the block on the Strait of Hormuz is beginning to play on Trump's mind. Why is that so? Because we're already seeing reports coming in that Gulf countries that are harried by drone attacks from Iran are beginning to complain to the United States that you weren't prepared, you didn't envisage this, you didn't game theory this in the background. We are now paying for a war that you have initiated for your own self-interest, whatever they might be, because even those are poorly defined. And then you have India, which is a major partner is a massive influence in the Indian Ocean region, also has huge leverage with Iran. Remember, today the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran is sitting at the Raisina dialogues and having a conversation with India's Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar. So we can talk to Tel Aviv, we can talk to DC, we can talk to Tehran, we can talk to all the Gulf states. If you then make the costs very heavy for India, India might walk away. We might pick a side tomorrow. Instead of being neutral, we might say that we actually condemn this war against Iran. And then what happens? Because the entire moral calculus begins to shift. It may not lead to a dramatic change in the security situation, but the legitimacy that Trump wants for this war erodes, because one of the world's biggest democracies says thumbs down. Right now, who's supporting Iran? It's a couple of authoritarian nations. And even, of course, the EU by and large. There might be slight differences about the minutiae, but by and large they're supporting this campaign. If you begin to have a country like India fraying and moving away, that's a loss of legitimacy for a campaign.
Right, absolutely. And Rahul, while I was asking about the kind of exhaustion that's coming in from the United States of America, and we'd come into the studios with that because we are constantly also going to be putting out those breaking pieces of information that we have for our viewers. First, America says that we are going to be escorting these ships out of the choke point.
Yes.
Then, and something that they have done only during the Iran-Iraq war.
Yes.
And that's something that they want to exercise now. Again, practically how much of that is possible is the larger question. Then they say we are going to be ensuring the vessels, because the Lloyds of London is not going to do that anymore now that it's entered this conflict zone. But that too, where is that money coming from? That insurance money is supposed to go to poorer countries, which US is now wanting to extract. All of this coming from the taxpayers.
There's breaking news coming in that Maersk has suspended 2 ship links from the Middle East. Poland strongly condemns Iranian attacks targeting the Gulf countries. So right now what we're seeing is that the Gulf countries are feeling the heat. The European Union is standing behind the Gulf countries very firmly in the US-Israeli hemisphere, but you're also beginning to see complaints coming from the Gulf countries, and you're beginning to see now a little bit of dissonance in the European ranks. If this coalition of the willing, so to speak, begins to fray, begins to break down, there's a problem for America. So America is taking this preemptive action. America has decided that, look, fundamentally we're going to give India a waiver of 30 days, keep them happy, mollify some of the Gulf countries that are feeling the pain, augment our resources by getting now missiles from Ukraine. Can you imagine the irony of ironies? You're asking Ukraine to send you anti-drone technology or drones that counter the Shahid drones. And America looks as if it doesn't actually have a plan. It doesn't have an end game. It also has risked perhaps security and stability of the Gulf to pursue this war. And it is becoming a problem. But, you know, we're going to continue to bring you updates. Let me also bring in one of our esteemed guests, Mr. Sanjay Verma, who is former ambassador to a very important country where, of course, till very recently we had, and I'll just come back to you for more updates. But hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you. Lovely to have you in our studio.
Thank you.
Give us a quick view of why Trump has decided to do what he has decided. 30 days waiver for India came out of nowhere. Obviously, the way it was worded was very patronizing, but let's leave that aside and the politics aside. Why do you think Trump suddenly is shaken up by this and said, okay, 30 days waiver for India?
See, basically the supply is dwindling. And if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it carries close to about 1/5 of total oil requirement. That 1/5 is lost. So which means there will be more price pressure.
So come with me, sir. Let's go up to that wall, that map, and let's talk a little bit about this entire geography that we are talking about. What exactly is going on? And we're going to also try and ask our desk in the background as well as our director to pull out on that wall, on the big wall there, a map of the Strait of Hormuz showing traffic, because that will be quite instrumental. Because Mr. Verma is saying that the oil is drying up. The supply of oil is drying up. Why? Because this is the place where there is a choke, isn't it, sir? That's really what is happening.
Absolutely. It is a choke point. And then one side you have a shallow passage, another side you have a more deeper passage. So whenever any ship goes, it will go by the shallow passage. And when it is loaded, it will come by the deeper passage.
Right.
So therefore that is being stopped. And it is basically fear psychosis. So once the shipping lines, they understand that there could be some damage caused to their ship, they will just stop plying.
Right.
And that fear psychosis is taking place at the moment. So you have close to about 150 ships, tankers and other ships located in this region.
And the other big problem is that, as Tom Cooper has been telling us all through, the strikes on Iran are basically limited to this area. And this is a problem, because if you're not going deeper in, we're being told suddenly that in Mashhad, which is really on the border of Turkmenistan and here closer to Afghanistan, this area, Mashhad, which is where the funeral of the Ayatollah was expected to take place, and it's been postponed because sirens have gone off, because again, the Israelis and the US think that we need to pressure Iran in this particular area. This is Fordoz, which is of course where one of the nuclear enrichment facilities was. This is Isfahan. This area, there is some amount of domination over. Here, unfortunately, where there are a large number of IRGC points, this area, which overlooks the Strait of Hormuz, has been targeted, but not in a way that degrades the capacities of the IRGC, not enough that they can stop these drone attacks that are coming through. So you've had drone attacks in Bahrain, you've had drone attacks here in Qatar, you've had drone attacks in Dubai. In fact, the Bahrain one was quite big because their main oil company was taken out of commission.
See, what's happening is that if you look at the map, then these are the areas which are closer to from where they can launch the strike.
Yes.
Here it is more difficult.
Yeah.
And therefore, any army would position themselves here.
Further, this is because of the mountain range.
This is the mountain range.
Yeah.
Further, what we are we should also know that if there are sea mines put in here,
right,
which are there with IRGC, then what happens in the next months? So there is a leverage available.
Very good point that you make. There's leverage available, and also, and let's just come here because this is a very, very instructive map. This tells you everything that you need to know about the Iranian strategy. Now, they might publicly say that we are not blocking the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they're publicly saying. But then what is happening? On the 28th of February, you're seeing a lot of traffic. These are lots of ships. Some of them are heavier cargo ships, some of them are tankers, and they're going up and down. Some of them are cruise liners, some of them are normal fishing vessels. They're all going up and down, all through. Then as the days proceed, let's go to the next date. You begin to see on the 1st, when hostilities erupt, you begin to see a thinning out. You're seeing that traffic, this busy Strait of Hormuz beginning to sort of empty out. Let's go to the next day. It becomes more apparent as the days wear on. And this is when Iran starts striking back into the Gulf countries. And you see this begins to sort of peter out. If you go again to the next date, yeah, let's go to the 3rd of March. How slow this traffic has become. It's basically barely happening. And you're beginning to see a lot of clustering, a lot of ships in harbor. Look at this here. Lots of ship here in harbor, not moving. And this is creating a big problem because no goods are going out, none can come in. A lot of these, as you can see, these ships coming in from India, from other parts of the world, bringing material for these city-states are all locked down here. No one is moving. In fact, sir, 23,000 Indian seafarers are locked in this area. They have been attacked also.
Absolutely.
3 have died in some of these attacks. Precarious.
So it's a war situation.
It's a war situation.
And in a war situation, it's very difficult to safeguard the lives and the properties, particularly in this kind of a war. So therefore, it is better that they stage somewhere down here rather than going into the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, and then viewers, all of this cleans out, and all these, this is what's really hurting the Gulf. These are oil tankers that would have moved from here, transferred their oil to bigger vessels so that they could be transported all across the world. These are all stuck. You can see the number of boats here stuck. They're all lost here. It's almost as if, there's some sort of Brownian motion going on. And they're all stuck. They can't go. This is emptied out, and this is creating huge leverage for Iran. Iran says, look, we're not doing anything. Just the fear of an attack is keeping all these insurers and the shipping vessels and the big shipping companies out of the game. And that's really what is adding to the tumult. And I've got some big breaking news coming in because there are aftermath of Israeli strikes on some locations. And you can see them, viewers, in Sidon, Lebanon. The Israelis are striking because, guess what? The proxies of Iran, sir, are now getting into the game. So Hezbollah has said that we are going to, and let's just come this way so we can all still see those visuals. The Hezbollah has come out and said very clearly that we are not stepping back. We are going to continue to attack Israeli positions, and there is a war by proxy. So there's a widening of the theater and perhaps even a deepening of the theater, Mr. Verma.
Absolutely. So what's, in my view, happening is that Israelis will be harassed. Hezbollah is a fighting group, but very difficult for it to sustain Israeli attacks. So therefore, these rockets which are going there are basically harassment for the Israeli army and air force. Once they are engaged on that front, for them to come back down south for Iran becomes that much more difficult.
So these are dramatic pictures. Lebanon looks as if it's going to be wasted. Let's go across to Sanjay Suri, who joins us for more on this. Now, Sanjay is one of the only Indian journalists who is in Tel Aviv. He is witnessing this catastrophic mayhem that has been unleashed across the Gulf. Sanjay, what can you tell us about the latest situation? We've been seeing attacks now on Tel Aviv. We are seeing the use of cluster munitions by the Iranians. What really is the situation on the ground? And is there a sense now in Israel that they are perhaps going to have to prepare for a longer campaign here?
The fact is that there have been a number of attacks now on Israel, and we've had attacks here on Tel Aviv a little earlier today. And these were ballistic missiles that were launched from Iran. They were successfully intercepted, as they were in the previous salvo a couple of days back. But the fact is that it establishes that Iran has capacity to launch these ballistic missiles. We've had a number of claims from both Israel and the US that a great deal of that capacity has been degraded. Certainly the number of missiles being launched has come down. But again, we are not certain whether that is because Iran is holding on to its reserves, or whether the mass or the majority of its missiles have been decimated and destroyed. But within Israel, really, this is not a fear. People are quite determined to see this through. In fact, people are supporting the war on both fronts, north with Lebanon and then across to Iran. And with Lebanon, there's a clear determination that they will try and take out Hezbollah and its capacity to hurt Israel. But that's not going to be easy. All it takes is a few chaps with a few drones, even assembled drones, and there can be damage caused. True. So the ideal position for Israel is...
Just hold your thoughts. Viewers, what you're going to see now on your screens, and I know that you're going to see me too. Let's just go back to those pictures, those windows. I want to show those windows back again. I wanted to show pictures that are coming out, viewers, of Karachi, where, in fact, there you can see those pictures on your screens. That's Karachi. And what are we looking at? We are looking at massive cargo containers that have been put up on a road, blocking access to US consulates. US consulates are shutting in parts of the Gulf because there is a palpable sense now of siege, of Iranian capacities, a fear of Iranian capacities causing damage to US infrastructure. And I'm going to show you some examples of that in just a few moments. Iran's Islamic Republic Army has announced that the suicide drones of the ground force targeted US bases in Kuwait. And I'm going to show you some of those instances on our wall at the back, an X-ray really of where Iran has been striking in the Gulf, specifically in countries where there are US bases. And Iran has come out and said, and this is one of them, this oil tanker in Oman has been hit by Iran. But I just want to show some of those satellite pictures, Director Saab, that we have, which can give you a sense. This is an explosion at Iran's Ahvaz oil pipeline, but that's on that side of the fence. We're going to show you what has first been happening in Tehran, but I also want to see the other side. So this is Tehran, but I want to see what Iran has been doing in the Gulf. But here you can see, viewers, some of these sites that have been attacked, but here are the bases. So you have the Muawak Salti Air Base in Jordan, completely reduced to rubble here. And this was an area which was thought to be an important listening post and a US base. That's been reduced to rubble. This was first denied by US authorities and CENTCOM. They said nothing like this had happened. The Chinese have released satellite images that show, on the contrary, that there was damage taken to this facility. Let's have a look at the other one. That's Dahal, Qatar. This is another base, viewers, that has been hit. And here again, you can make out that there has been destruction again to facilities where the US has bases. So that's another confirmation coming out. Now, this is the Thad battery near Al Sadr, UAE. It's very, very important because the Thads are a missile system, interceptor missile system. So whenever the drones from Iran come across into the Gulf, these activate first. These Thad anti-drone or interceptor missiles come into action, and they have been actually brought from the United States and placed here. And you can see some of their batteries, the before and the after picture decimated there. And you can see the big area that has been targeted. This is the Al Dhafra US base in the UAE. Again, very, very, very badly off. You can make out from here this entire area completely reduced to rubble, smoked out. You can see the black mark that is hit actually the ground, which suggests that this particular base has been struck. Again, let's focus on that once. Al Dhafra US base in UAE, one of their biggest bases in UAE. So the UAE and other countries who are allied with the United States are very upset. They're saying that, look, you brought this war to us, a war without end. Let me also go back to Sanjay Suri on this issue. We're reading reports, Sanjay, that are coming in now from the Gulf, which are being filed by top agencies, credible news organizations, including the AFP, that suggest that the Gulf countries are beginning to ask questions of the Trump administration. Did you have a war plan? Did you have in mind an end game? Did you envisage the Iranian response would be so widespread and perhaps at some level so well thought out?
Well, the answers to those questions, Rahul, are as many no's as the questions that you have asked. Clearly, there was no end game, end plan in sight. The broad end plan for Trump has been to somehow come out of all this looking great. That's not likely to happen at all. For a start now, the latest from Trump is really an own goal, to the extent that it will be an act of harakiri, political harakiri, that he will have a say in who will be the leader of Iran. There are protesters who were angry with the regime and are angry with the regime. But do they, for that reason, want Trump to nominate their president? Unlikely. It's very likely that Trump is going to lose the support of the very people who came out to protest against this regime. Are these people going to embrace Israel? Again, unlikely. So Trump is really losing it in Iran.
We're just getting information that Israel announces that the next phase in Middle East war is being launched. Israel's military chief says that the joint US-Israeli campaign against Iran is entering its next phase with operations aimed at further dismantling the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. We have additional surprises ahead. Here it is, and we can actually pull this up. Let me try to get this up on the wall there so everyone can actually have a look at this input that has come in. There you have AFP news agency. There is a soundbite from the chief of the US, of the Israeli campaign, talking about dismantling the Islamic Republic's military capabilities. We have additional surprises ahead, which I do not intend to disclose. Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir said in a televised statement which has just come out. So a quick one from you, Sanjay, on this.
Well, there will be surprises on the detail and the tactical moves, but there's no surprise that we are talking about attacks from the air. That will be stepped up. Perhaps stronger munitions will be used. Perhaps there will be greater bombardment and arising from better intelligence or even better intelligence. And they will be able to take out a lot more targets than they have, take them out faster. But we are still speaking of an aerial campaign, and we are still seeing that there inevitably are limits to that.
Okay, what we're seeing, viewers, is an IRGC video. Let's have a look at this video. It's an IRGC video, and the IRGC has come out and issued a statement saying that the 22nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 began with a barrage of Khorram Shahar 4 Khyber and Fatah missiles targeting the heart of the Israeli-occupied territories. So more missiles on their way apparently, Sanjay. So you might be hearing very soon some evidence of perhaps, I don't know, sirens and incoming ballistic missile warnings. Can you confirm if these strikes are continuing relentlessly, or whether you are beginning to see some amount of dissipation of the regularity and the frequency of those strikes?
Well, we did see a dissipation and a reduction over recent days. But then 2 days back, there was a ballistic strike attempted, and that was intercepted. Again, this morning, we've had a number of ballistic missiles launched. They were intercepted. And in fact, this was happening when we were having a conversation a little earlier today between me and your studio. So this is something that's continuing. Now there is warning of more. And all these missiles are being launched after this new warning from the IRGC that they are now going to hit Israel hard. And the Khorram Shahar 4 is a very, very strong missile. It has a 2,000-kilometer range. It carries about a 2-ton warhead. So if there's a barrage of those coming, certainly Israel would want to intercept those, and all of us here in Israel would certainly like to see them intercepted.
Well, I'm going to paraphrase you because a barrage of inputs are coming through. Viewers, the Iran's Islamic Republic Army has announced that the suicide drones, and they've called them suicide drones, of the ground forces have also targeted US bases in Kuwait. What's happening?
Rahul, this is also apart from a military war that we are seeing a war of narratives also play out, because remember just hours ago we had the CENTCOM come out with information that the drones barrage coming from Iran has reduced by over 80%, the missiles have reduced by 90%, and now you have the IRGC releasing footage of the Khorram Shahar 4, the Khyber and Fatah missiles targeting the heart of Israeli occupied territories. That only goes on to counter the narrative that was coming in from CENTCOM. If you look at this is Khorram Shah itself. We were speaking to Tom also. He describes it as one missile, which is a cluster of other bombs as well. You're talking about a drone strike taking place again. That again is countering the narrative that is coming in from Israel and CENTCOM. If Iran is going on to indicate that they've released more drones towards Israeli occupied territory, which only goes on to say that the IRGC is very well equipped. They're also backing it with evidence when they are releasing footage. Both sides, in fact, have started releasing evidence. It would be interesting to see how they amp up the attack on the ensuing 7th night of the conflict.
Let me also tell you, the IEA chief is saying, and it's very interesting, crisis in Middle East has led to questions in some quarters about whether to go back to Russian gas. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Because unexpected lines. Remember, when the International Energy Agency chief makes that comment that the indications coming in are raising questions if it is time to go back to Russian energy is only an indication that the world is not prepared right now to deal with this crisis, and to back Trump on his stance.
You see, the reason why, viewers, and I'm going to bring Kangsha in on this, one of the reasons why there has been so much pressure on countries that were doing oil business with Russia was to ensure that the Russians didn't make money to fund and finance what the Americans say is Putin's war on Ukraine. Now, if that consensus is breaking because there's desperation, and didn't the Russian president make a sort of, didn't the Russian president make this offhand remark yesterday, Akanksha, that what happens if I stop supplying gas and fuel to Europe? Didn't he say that?
And perhaps he's also exercising his leverage now. I think US has no choice with the IEA chief now coming in on this entire crisis. It's perhaps a reminder to the US president also that you have to choose between the better evils. Right now it is Iran and not Russia. Let's not forget that Venezuela is going to take years, not months to resurrect.
Right. I mean, the capacity for Venezuela to step in and fill the breach, so to speak, is not there. It's going to take years for that capacity to build up. But let me also tell you, viewers, it's not as if there is no oil. There is plenty of oil. It's in the ground, it's in the Gulf, it's in the ships. They're all loaded, they're ready, but they can't exit the port. Nonetheless, I just want to cut across because I'm being told by my director that there is a soundbite of the chief of the Israeli army that we need to play out because that's quite instructive. There is a sense now of a desperation in the face of this survival instinct which has caught everyone off guard on the Iranian side. They didn't expect this war to drag on for 7 days. Initially, Trump had suggested to some of his own advisors and the opposition in America that it could be just a 4 or 5 day war. Now they've increased it to 4 weeks. If it goes into 4 weeks, viewers, it is going to be catastrophic, particularly if Hormuz remains blocked. So let's listen in to the Israeli army chief.
לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת הפתיחה המפתיעה, בו יצרנו עליונות האווירית ודיכאנו את מערך הטילים הבליסטיים, כעת אנו עוברים לשלב הבא במערכה, בו נגביר את הפגיעה ביסודות המשטר וביכולותיו הצבאיות. בידינו מהלכים מפתיעים נוספים שאין בכוונתי לחשוף. נרדוף את אויבינו, את כולם, ונשיגם. לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת 2,500 תקיפות, והטילו יותר לאחר השלמת שלב מהלומת הפתיחה המפתיעה, בו יצרנו עליונות האווירית, ודיכאנו את מערך הטילים הבליסטיים, כעת אנו עוברים לשלב הבא במערכה, בו נגביר את הפגיעה ביסודות המשטר וביכולותיו הצבאיות. בידינו מהלכים מפתיעים נוספים.
Well, there are more footage, viewers, being released by the Iranians now of what they claim are strikes on Tel Aviv. So let's have a look because we were speaking to Sanjay just a few moments back, the only Indian journalist who is still in Tel Aviv reporting this story. In fact, CNN News 18 has 2 of the 3 that are there. 2 happen to be from our network. So we are getting you very authenticated news, verified news, no fakery here. Just have a look, viewers. These are pictures from somewhere in Tel Aviv that seem to suggest that some of those missiles are getting through. Now, we were talking about, and I'm bringing Akanksha into this, we were talking about cluster ammunition being used by the Iranians, which means a missile comes in, it suddenly breaks up into several bits and bobs. It spreads over 8 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and then you suddenly have the interceptors getting really confused because they have several targets now to strike. And they don't know which one to go after. They get stretched, and some of these fall on the ground and they cause damage. Now, the Israelis have been very, very careful about not releasing too much of this material to the press or advertising it too much because obviously they don't want anyone to think that they are being attacked by Iran. It's part of PSYOPs in the info war.
Strategy overall in terms of cost effectiveness also, Rahul, it's high volume and low cost because the drones don't cost as much. But if you look at the missiles, that are used to intercept these drones that are coming in, which are the loitering munitions, which you beautifully described. The ones that we are talking about, particularly in this conflict, are Shahid 136 and 131 loitering munitions. So let me break down the cost for our viewers. You are looking at, say, missiles which are used to intercept them, costing $2.1 million to $3.5 million for ballistic missile interceptors. And what is the cost of these loitering munitions? $193,000 per drone. So one drone compared to, say, an interceptive missile is $2.1 million to going up to $3.5 million.
Low-cost war, unconventional tactics. Pictures now coming in, and I've just put them out on the big wall for you to see, viewers. Pictures of a big meeting that Netanyahu is holding there. Those pictures coming out. This particular meeting is taking place to review what is going to be the next chapter. Now remember, the Israelis have already come out and said that, look, fundamentally, we are thinking of the next stage along with our American partners. There's also consternation in DC right now, because there are many people in DC who believe that the Israelis are talking Trump into a war that perhaps has no end, and that Trump doesn't have the tactical acumen, and neither does the team around him have the tactical acumen to anticipate what could happen next. So there's a lot of backlash against Israel in the United States media, the mainstream media. A large number of voters who were part of the MAGA movement, and you heard a voice here on CNN News 18 last night on the Hard Facts saying that they too were feeling now very, very uncomfortable with the fact that this war could drag on longer than they had anticipated. Let me go back to Akanksha for more on this. Akanksha, yes.
Absolutely. And right now, Israel, if I were to compare the strategy between Israel and the United States, I'll say Israel is still more strategized, Rahul. Because the United States, perhaps, as we are seeing the number of advisories today that have been issued, not just for Baghdad, but for key cities in Saudi Arabia, including Jeddah and Riyadh, only go on to indicate how they were lacking in terms of planning. They should have issued that advisory long before embarking on that joint strike, even if they were trying to be secretive about it. But it's the overall Gulf nations and their own US allies that are now taking pot shots at Donald Trump. They are saying that you should have informed us on time, because they are not able to intercept the missiles that are coming in. A. B. Trump administration's officials themselves have gone on to indicate that they are lacking interceptors as far as their own US allied Gulf nations are concerned, whether that is UAE, Kuwait, or even Qatar. Israel still, they're relying on the Iron Dome, and successfully so, which is why they're able to avert the number of casualties that we are seeing play out in Iran. But we'll have to see for how long will Israel be able to also hold on to its defense systems.
Okay, and also, viewers, big news coming out. An Iraqi Kurdish group, I think Akanksha, has just come out and said that a US oil production facility has been hit. And the production of this facility has been stopped, and the oil flow stopped, and that's the news. Let's just pull that one out and talk about it.
Some breaking inputs. Iraqi Kurdish authorities have said that oil production at an oil field which was being operated by an US firm itself, HKN Energy, has been halted following an attack. This is big news if we were to put this into perspective at a time when they are also propping up Kurdish forces, which, remember, are formidable forces. You have this information pouring in, Rahul?
Well, and more news coming in. The IDF has released a video of jets now flying into Iran, according to them. And they're saying, and let me just play this for you, it's there on our screens, hitting our PR in Iran. There it is. You can see that hitting our PR in Iran. It's an 8-second long clip, and it talks about how the Israelis are going in there and doing their bit to try, there it is. So I've halted this video. That's the IDF. Hitting our PR, it says at the bottom, in Iran with an emoji. There you can see it. That's the emoji there, which shows that, yeah, we are winning, we're powerful, we're going to hit them. And that's hitting our PR in Iran. The IDF releases this, and it talks about a distance of 1,800 kilometers. The pace is 600 kilometers an hour. Time is 3 hours. 3 hours it takes, and there's refueling. Those pictures, I'll just play them out again for you viewers. You can see those pictures. There you go. Those are the jets. and these are obviously bombers that are being used by Israel to target facilities, installations, etc., in Iran. We're going to take a very short break, viewers. We're going to return in just a few moments with many more updates in this rolling coverage of the war in Iran, a war which many people say is now a war without end.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan, all of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream.
Viewers, welcome to our raw broadcast that is tracking the fury in the Gulf. In my hand is an important device. The news comes in and I put it out right there behind me. You can see that it just comes straight into our telephones after it is verified, and I can project this onto the screen. And there's big news coming in, viewers, because this is an innovation that you'll only see on CNN News 18. Big news coming in. I want to go straight across to Akanksha. Yes.
From the Iranian president himself, straight from the horse's mouth, Masoud Pezeshkian, in fact, going on to say that some countries have initiated efforts for mediation. Our response to them is clear. We are committed to lasting peace in the region, but we have not the slightest hesitation in defending the dignity and authority of our country. The audience for mediation should be those who, by underestimating the Iranian people, ignited the fire of provocation. The word is very clear. He's, of course, urging China, and we don't know what Dr. Jaishankar had to say to the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister as well, but he's made it clear that it was not Iran that started the fire. It is those who are underestimating the firepower, rather, of Iran, Rahul.
Well, it's day 7, viewers, and it's very difficult to exactly comment on who's winning this war. This war has turned into a battle of attrition between two sides, and I'm going to show you something now that we put together for our viewers, for all of you, to give you a big sense of where the battle is now focused. It's focused on this particular area, the battle for the Strait of Hormuz. Why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because whoever controls the Strait of Hormuz now wins this fight. And I'll tell you why, viewers. Because if Iran's stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz is lifted, then, viewers, it can no longer exercise the leverage that it is exercising. You see, in battle, you don't just need to win militarily. Sometimes you can tire out the enemy by escalating economic costs to the point where waging a war becomes completely counterproductive to the aims. And that is what Iran is trying to do. And you can see all that is happening, over the last few days, all shipping has plummeted. It has sunk. And you can see this in the first few days of March 2nd, March 3rd, and March 4th, how it has begun to basically peter off the trade. So we started from the end of February when you had normal trade, and then you can see how it has just plummeted. All sorts of vessels are now blocked. Nothing is getting out. And Iran that way is exercising much greater influence than its military victories on the outcome of the war. The day Iran's stranglehold over the Strait of Hormuz ends, that's the end of this war. Can that actually happen going forward? Fundamental question, but here is the picture right now. This really is becoming a battle focused on this one sliver of water which is caught between massive landmass. So it's water that is going to decide the fate of this war. I'll leave it to this. We're going to take a short break. We're right back with more updates. Don't go away.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to $6,122 million 590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, you know the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, you know the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian... Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another edition of Take 3 XL as we continue to focus on the fury in the Gulf. Day 7, 1 week of the war. Where are we and where is it going? Even as we have comments coming in from Israel's military chief that Israel is going to now unleash the next phase and they're going to further dismantle the IRGC and Iranian military establishments and capabilities. Already the report and data says that the Iranians, in terms of their drone activity, in terms of their missile activity, have shrunk down by 80 to 90% over the last 24 to 48 hours. But is that just a recalibration? Are they going to unleash something far more potent very soon? You can't write the Iranians off because they say they will break away, but they will not succumb. That's what they are saying. Now, that has multiple meanings to it. Rahul Shivshankar and Tom Cooper with us. Tom, where do you see this heading? Are you seeing the Iranians moving 7 days down the line in this war of attrition, slowly moving into the guerrilla mode?
They are already in guerrilla mode and they are shooting back with whatever they have in their hands and whatever is free to fire. It is simply so that they are heavily suppressed by the massive amount of airstrikes flown on their bases. And of course this is having an effect. There is also certainly a problem with communications, and primarily problem, I guess, is for their crews, for launch crews to exit the underground missile cities, get to the surface and actually fire, because the Americans and Israelis are targeting the entrances to such missile cities, and the Iranians are literally calling them missile cities.
They're calling them missile cities, and Rahul.
You know, I'm looking at this because I think that there is some covert help also that Iran is getting to stay in the game. And there are reports in the Washington Post that suggest that Russia is providing covert intelligence to Iran to target US forces. This is according to officials. I don't know if this is part of the disinfo campaign, if this is being fed to the Washington Post to create a narrative. But what we're hearing is that officials have told the Washington Post that the targeting information has included the location of American warships and aircraft in the Middle East. Now, look, we always knew that there was going to be this X factor because we saw it in Operation Sindoor. We saw how the Chinese were helping out their allies, Pakistan, by providing them intelligence. All of that is now coalescing into what looks like a very determined defense of the realm by Iran's regime. They are not packing up and going anywhere.
Do you agree that the Chinese and the Russians are actively helping the Iranians, or this is just very, very perfunctory, Tom? Because their involvement doesn't seem to be to the level to which their capabilities are.
In regards to Chinese, I'm quite sure there is cooperation, there is help coming from Beijing. In regards of Russians, no. Because I've spent years researching, between others, military cooperation between Moscow and Tehran, and there is next to nothing. There was one-off sale of, what was that, 2,000 perhaps Shahid attack UAVs, and that was that. Iranians did this for gold. And in order in attempt to get the specific stuff from Russians, for example, Su-35 fighter jets, which they are now sorely missing, Moscow didn't deliver. And whatever Moscow delivered was light anti-aircraft weaponry, point defense systems. Even the S-300 deal almost fell through. It was only once Iran sued Moscow and the International Court of Justice and demanded payment back. Then the Russians delivered a short-range, medium-range variant of S-300, not the longest range. So, and moreover, Moscow was prohibiting Iran from using its system of rivers and channels to bring its oil exploration and gas exploration equipment to the Caspian Sea. So there was no friendship. There was no alliance. IRGC has attempted it back in 2015, 2016. It didn't work.
Right.
So in all of these claims about Russia delivering so and so many weaponry to Iran, all we have seen are training jets, one of which was not shot down by the Israelis. So I'm not buying. Sorry.
Just to complete my point, the fact of the matter was that what I'm trying to get at is that willy-nilly, the Iranians have hung on. And the Iranians seem to also have some sort of a plan in place, which is to constantly expand the theater of war, to bring in more allies, to make them hurt. And I'm reading reports over the last 24 hours from AFP, etc., that there are a number of Gulf partners now of the United States that are beginning to get a bit scratchy with the United States, saying that, did you have a plan? Did you get into this thinking through or game theorizing where we would be after 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 6 days? What's the end game? And while we would want to see a complete degradation of the Iranian regime, because we all know that it is not really a regime that is in some ways valid, because it is ruled by tyranny and terror and it has oppressed its people. The fact of the matter is, it's a problem that isn't going away.
One thing is that some things, although many people keep saying that Trump is contradicting himself, Trump is saying one thing here, one thing there. I was listening to what he had said on the 1st of March and what he said on the 3rd or 4th of March and also on the 5th of March. We ran a series of it. At each point, he has said that we are prepared in it. We came prepared for at least 4 to 5 weeks. So this is only week 1. So the Americans are in it for at least another 3 to 4 weeks. They're not getting out of it before that. He also said that this regime is not acceptable. This regime and the IRGC has to go. And repeatedly he has turned around and told the IRGC, I will pardon you if you change tack, because he knows they are the ones who have control. There are critical leaders within the IRGC. If he is able to break 1 or 2 of them, then that entire regime will change. Thirdly, he's turned around and he said that now he said about Mujtaba Khamenei also that I want to be a part of whoever is going to sit there in power next. No, clearly their objectives, he may reword it differently, ballistic missiles, nuclear program here and there, but clearly they're very say they want a pliant, a moderate and perhaps a softer regime in Iran that will abandon this entire ballistics missile city building, and they will also abandon this entire death to Israel narrative. Somewhere there seems to be that clarity. There is also clarity that America is not pulling out anytime soon. They're there in it for at least 30 days. They're not getting out before 30 days.
That's all true. Absolutely. I agree with you that this is what Trump has said. But take a look at it from the point of view of IRGC commanders, those that are still alive.
Right.
What have they learned the last few years? Whenever they negotiate, Israelis are killing them. It's as simple as that. So there is no point for them to now rush going negotiating with Trump, because they know Israelis are going to strike them again. Therefore, while Trump is trying to solve disunity between them, I don't believe that there are very significant number of them.
This is the point that we're missing. We're looking at it from a very militaristic point of view. Yes, of course, the Americans have the weapon systems and all of that to stay in the game for maybe a month and a half. And Trump will get some people to manufacture more weapons and fill the breach. But every day that America remains involved, and every day that strait remains blocked, the costs are escalating. So there are two ways of looking at this. There is an economic war that is being waged by proxy, and there is a military war. The military war is a non-contest, really, if you look at it. The Iranians are getting hit in Tehran. You're seeing those pictures. The odd missile lands in Tel Aviv. It's not frequent enough for them to actually scare or create a scare based only on military capacities. But guess what is happening? Every day, every hour, the costs are escalating. The money that is being spent by the United States to wage a war are increasing. Who is bearing those costs? Yes, of course, the arms companies, their stocks are going up. Right? They're going to be manufacturing these weapons, but whose money the US will use to buy these weapons from these arms companies.
The Americans in the past, see, in the Russia-Ukraine war itself, they have sunk about $375 billion. That's the number that was caught. But America was not even fighting that. They're just giving aid to the Ukrainians. This is a direct fight for them, and the cost is at $6 billion. Even if it is $1 billion a day, $30 billion in the American scheme of things is not a big deal in terms of the money. They will get congressional approval irrespective of what the noise that is being made.
It's becoming difficult. Anand, you know, even the MAGA base, and I had somebody,
the cost will go up.
I had somebody on the show, on the hard facts. We were thinking that person was going to be, and I think you might have been here, Tom, we thought that that lady was going to defend the Trump regime because she was a Republican strategist, and she's saying, no, I want this war to end. Sorry, we want this war to end. And I'm like, oh, sorry, this is a narrative that I didn't see coming.
This is something that is not getting through to India, for example. Just how much anger there is over this war in the United States. Not only in Europe.
Correct.
At least in the public, not between the governments. But in the United States, in the US public, between the MAGA people, not only between the opposition, but between MAGA. They do not want this war. And sooner or later, this is going to get too much. When is it going to happen? We are going to see.
Right. You're saying sooner or later it's going to get too much. But this is something which, yes, I'm not saying that this is not a politically convenient choice that Trump is making, but this is a choice he had to make, because there are many who are saying that the consequences of not acting now would have been far greater 6 months to a year down the line for the entire West, and for this region, along with the America, had Iran got the ability to become as strong as it was trying to get to a level where their ballistic missiles stockpile itself would have gone more than 6,000 missiles, and they would have also reached a position where they could enrich uranium in fast time to weaponize it. They would have become a nuclear power in this region, and that is going to make a lot of the neighboring Gulf countries very, very uncomfortable.
But that is true. Also. Fact is, however, that we have to see this also from Iranian point of view, and Iranians have always made it clear. I mean, if you like, call me somebody who fell for Iranian propaganda. I don't mind anymore, since longer. Fact is, in their publications in Iran, not just one, not just two, published, released over the last 10, 15 years, and they have always emphasized, we are creating a deterrent. We are not creating a strike force. And they said we are going to bunker ourselves, go under the ground, fire occasional missile or more, whatever we can, and we are going to defend ourselves in this fashion as long as it goes.
Right.
So that means that now, actually, what is required is destruction of this
missile system. I want your views on this, Anand, also. Let's just game this a little bit, right? You're saying that, okay, if Iran had acquired a weapon, they would become nihilistic and they would demolish and erase all the other countries and all of that. Look, by that yardstick, you have a North Korea. North Korea has threatened the sovereignty of South Korea and Japan. Japan is a Quad partner. Japan is one of the oldest allies in the Eastern Pacific of the United States. There are bases of the United States in Japan. Yet we are not seeing Trump wage a war on Kim Jong-il. In fact, he's gone and hugged him and said he's a great guy.
And North Koreans have threatened, not once, to burn South Korea, for example. So why then not doing anything over there?
And South Korea is a friend of the United States. It's a production engine. Also another point, and I want to ask you this. Look, let's look through what America is doing. Okay, so on this one aspect, there is hypocrisy on nuclear weapons. Secondly, and this is where I have a problem with this whole narrative. Who is America to decide who gets to wield a nuclear weapon and who doesn't? Who is America? Who is America to decide whether we should buy oil from Timbuktu or from Russia?
Now, this is the classic case of the bully in the room becoming the class monitor. Now, as long as the bully is the bully and the class monitor is the class monitor, they are the class monitor. Today, it is America who has the power, who controls the power, and they have the right, they are able to do it. Now, when India would go in and attempt to take out a Masood Azhar or a Dawood Ibrahim, the whole world will be up at arms. But they go to the world and say, I am the president and I got into Abbottabad and I got got Osama bin Laden from Pakistan. So they are perfectly fine to do that. But that's how the world order is, because he who wields the stick gets to use it. And that's exactly with the Americans. The other part is that North Korea is not funding terrorist organizations. North Korea is not creating a problem for this entire neighborhood. Look at the support. There's no support from the OIC for Iran. Where is the support from the OIC for Iran? 56 Muslim countries have not come together for Iran. It is attacking another Shia majority country, that is in Bahrain. Bahrain was attacked by the same Shia grouping. So this whole Shia, Sunni or Arab, Muslim, etc., this narrative doesn't seem to be holding here. What seems to be holding is one nation wanted regional dominance. One nation spent billions of dollars that came into it via aid or via smuggled and non-sanctioned methods, which it was funneling towards the Hamas, to the Hezbollah, to the Houthis, to all of these entities. Iran has not colored itself in any glory in this region by doing anything. And October 7 was unleashed on Israel, and Iran celebrated it.
But Iran was not involved. That was one of the first things that the Israelis confirmed on 8th or 9th of October. Iran is not involved in this attack. And
why?
And what is valid for, you are absolutely right, what is valid for Iran is in regards to spending billions and creating proxies and so on, is valid for Israel as well, even more so. Because Israel is creating proxies, running state-sponsored terrorism around Middle East, Africa, even in Asia. We have seen the operations.
See, I'll tell you what, we'll get into a very complex problem, because there is a grouping, they are all Abrahamic offshoots, they are all followers of the same book, but different offshoots and different thought process. That's what they claim, but one has decided to wipe out the other. The Jews at this point in time haven't taken a position they want to wipe Muslims from the face of the earth. But there is...
Can I ask a question? Which is the country? Which other country?
Between Zionists and Jews, because they are starting to differentiate themselves between the two. You have lots of Jews in the United States who do not identify as Zionists, who refuse to support Israel, who are openly pro-Palestine. Nobody's talking about them.
No, but there are a lot of Muslims also who are openly pro-peace rather than anti-Iran.
Majority,
just like let's just look up within Persia itself, majority of the Shia also are quietly suffering the Khomeini regime, because otherwise they'll be shot point blank. I'm just saying, look at the world making, it was a tragic turn.
Look, I just want to ask you a question. Yes, fine, Iran is a bad boy, and yes, no doubt about it. There's another question that I want to pose to you. Are we to say that tomorrow, if the Saudis were to get a nuclear bomb, they would be friends of the world?
No.
They would be friends. Hang on. Which is the one country in all of these that hasn't recognized Israel even now? Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
They don't recognize the existence of Israel. Are you going to tell me that tomorrow, that these people, if they don't get a nuclear weapon...
That is what many experts believe, that there was a time when the Saudis were ready to come and sit on the table and sign and talk about the Abraham Accords. And when that happened, that's when Iran orchestrated October 7, or this was done so that this never happens. That's one thought process.
What stops?
The other question...
Hang on, what stops? What stops? You see, this is the problem. The problem is that we've got to ask ourselves, what are the objectives of this war? Only once we have that answer will we know if this war will end and where it will end.
The objective of this war is that the mullah regime has to go in Iran. That's the objective.
Who says that?
That's the objective that's been set by the Americans. That's the objective that's been set by the Americans.
Who has said that? The Americans. No, the Americans are confused. One American comes out and says no, regime change was never the option. The other one comes out and says no, regime change is the option. The third one comes out and says no, regime change by the people of Iran is the option.
Whatever it is, the regime change, the mullah regime has to go. However it goes. Now somebody would say, I will throw it away by force. Others will say, I'll create an atmosphere for those who are oppressed within Iran to come out back onto the streets and take control of the government. Whatever they say, the end of the game is that this current regime, where they say it's the mullah regime, but it's the IRGC. The IRGC's control and the way it is running Iran has to go, has to change. That is where it is. Now the ways of achieving this means or this end, the means of achieving this ends may differ. Everybody may have different points of view. That's what they say.
Where is Anand? Where is Iraq today? Regime change happened. Where is Iraq today? Iraq today is a base. For whom? For terrorists on both sides. You have Kurdi terrorists, you have Iranian proxies, it's a bad land.
Americans are doing whatever they want.
Americans,
Israelis whatever they want in Iraq.
Exactly. So it's a failed state. It's actually more of a security problem.
It was always a failed state, but now it's more than ever.
It's more of a security problem.
What is going to happen? What is going to happen is this tactical or this entire strategic move to try and change the regime has become a different part. This is something which I don't know if entities have gamed it, if US has gamed it, the rest of the Middle East has gamed it or not. You have a Qatar Energy and the Qatar Energy's head, Qatar's energy minister saying oil prices could go up to $150 a barrel. Now, if oil prices are going to go up to $150 a barrel within 2 to 3 weeks, it's going to make the cost of oil very, very dear, and globally nations will start worrying about this. Absolutely. Everybody will turn around. Nobody wants an economic pinch. Nobody, no nation
That's why I began
want
by
an
asking,
economic pinch.
how long can America sustain this when there are everyone else in the world who are saying that's enough, thank you very much. Will America take on the whole world?
And this is
already you are seeing. And
was nicely explained 2 days ago.
Yeah,
Trump doesn't care because whatever happens.
Trump may not care, sir, but the fundamental point is that he has to work with his own allies in Europe who are also beginning to turn against this war.
That is the point. Trump does not care about Europe. He considers Europe for some old hysteric girls or whatever. He considers Russia actually is more important for him as a partner against China. Israel is anywhere holy and divine, and the purpose of supporting or
they see there's another thing.
No, but he's not working. He's not working in a vacuum.
24 to 48 hours.
He can't do all of this if he doesn't have back-end support. If tomorrow Ukraine says, forget it, buddy, we're not sending you any anti-drone technology. If tomorrow others say that this consensus, like 1 second, like France,
that is true.
Hang on.
Trump just said,
please don't think that they can't, because you know what's going to happen. You can have a lever opening. If all of these weapons is going to be sort of diverted to the United States cause, you can have Russia starting to use once again an offensive.
See, that's the reason why Ukraine can't say no to the Americans. Well, that's the reason why Ukraine can't say no to the Americans.
But you also have a situation, Anand, where Europe, the large consensus that has been built, will start fraying. This war will become illegitimate very quickly.
The Europeans don't have a choice. They will have to take a duplicitous position going forward, because somewhere or the other, a US military asset, if it is hurt deeply outside of the bases which are there in the Middle East, they will call upon NATO to act, because it is part of the NATO charter. And at that time, European nations, if they turn their back on America, America will make them grind.
If they don't have energy, sir, if they don't have the oil, if they don't have the gas, if gas goes up to $150, it becomes cost prohibitive. Forget about anything else. To support and wage a war. It comes down to economics. We had to stop, apparently, the war against Pakistan because we realized that after a point it was going to impact our economy. This was what was said by a large number of people. We are having a massive revival of our economy. You wanted to get into a quagmire with Pakistan. A lot of people said, oh, get into a war with Pakistan. Let it be 10 days.
Contrary to India, America, 70% of America's economy is fueled by its arms lobby, its military-industrial complex.
But you have to pay for those arms, no, Baba?
So it will.
Let's look at this.
I'm just saying.
Oil doesn't get to China. China stops producing. China stops producing. Someone stops consuming. Someone stops consuming. Guess what happens? You get into a circular, everything stops.
Everything stops.
It's the end of the game.
That is the reason why I'm saying that this is not going to be an endless war. This is going to be an endless guerrilla fight by the Iranians, but the Americans will put a hard stop to it. And I'll tell you, in 15 days, the American priority will be the only way American muscle will be sort of.
Look,
the only way American might want. I'm just hear me out. I'm just saying the only way Trump can convince the world is if he can open up the Strait of Hormuz. And I think Donald Trump and the Americans realize that they have to use their might and muscle to open.
All it takes is one drone to come out after 5 days and hit some vessel. And the vessel sinks, and that's guaranteed to happen because Iran has done it not once but several times. So I don't believe right now, and this is as things are placed. We have enough costs being imposed on Iran for them to stop the war. I don't think Trump is in control of the outcome of this war. That's fundamentally what I believe.
Well, with the Americans and the Israelis seem to have gamed it, saying that in 4 weeks they'll get to a situation. But your thoughts.
Something. I think we are a little bit too much into America, which is understandable because what is going on here is having such a massive impact upon India, costs billions, not only India, but also your customers and your deliverers. So the problem is the following. While paying so much attention to this, we are forgetting what is Israel doing in this all. And Israel is already working on well, taking Iran apart with help of proxies.
Yes.
So that means, for me, the way I understand is that they have already given up this idea of regime change and are working in the different direction. So to say Balkanizing, or however you want to call it.
Balkanization of Iran to a certain extent, that also means a regime change only, because this somewhere this will
No. That is the point. That is the point.
Okay.
They have already accepted that the regime is going to survive in one fashion or the other. This is why they are trying to do something with Kurds and perhaps Azeris.
That's only going to further muddy the waters and perhaps stir the pot
of course,
a little
terribly.
more.
Yeah.
Now, we'll talk about that also at length on our continuous rolling coverage. But for the moment, we run out of time in this edition of Take 3. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है। ये एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं इस वक्त।
We already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us. And these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely, the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it...
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special coverage, Fury in the Gulf. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. It's day 6 of the conflict in West Asia, and we continue to bring you all the latest and live updates. At the same time, don't forget, the United States has declared that the war has just begun, while Israel says that this is a new phase in the war. We'll continue to bring you all the latest, but first up are the headlines. The US has issued advisory for citizens in Baghdad. This as Americans are trapped. The US government says it is assessing all options to help them leave the Middle East. Qatar's energy minister has warned oil price could rise up to $150 per barrel in 2 to 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Says this will bring down the economies of the world. As oil prices spark sharply, big energy boost for India. United States has issued a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Azerbaijan has withdrawn its diplomats from Iran after drone strikes on its airport in its capital, Baku. US strikes intensify against the Iranian Navy, sinking 30 ships, hitting a drone ship, Iranian ballistic missiles. Attacks have dropped by 90%, while drone attacks have fallen by 83%. Remember, this is a claim being made by CENTCOM at the moment. Iran has launched fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery is targeted in Bahrain. A US base is already hit in Kuwait. No reports of casualties so far. Israel is dismantling 6 Iranian missile launchers just minutes before they were intended to be launched towards its own territory. Dramatic visuals have in fact surfaced. On that note, we're getting in breaking inputs. All right, so in the latest we are getting in is that the IDF has now declared that they took 50 fighter jets to in fact destroy a bunker. This was in fact in the heart of Tehran. Remember, this was the very bunker that was also housing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei till he was eventually eliminated in that joint strike by the United States and Israel. But those are the visuals that we are bringing to you. 50 Israeli fighter jets have razed this entire bunker. It's no ordinary bunker. Let me tell you why this is not an ordinary bunker, ladies and gentlemen, because this is one that sprawled across the entire capital city of Tehran. It was also used as an important meeting hall with various and multiple entry points and even exits. And not only was it attacked with the help of, say, Mossad, the intelligence agency of Israel, on the day when Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed, but today itself, the latest information coming in that the IDF has shared is that 50 Israeli jets were sent out today. They were directed towards Tehran. As you can see, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you. And it is, in fact, a massive explosion that's taking place on the satellite imagery that we are bringing to you. 50 Israeli jets is what it took to in fact break it to the ground. Let's quickly take this forward and get you some more details here from the war room that we have in the studios and in fact in the newsroom of CNN News 18. Anand, give our viewers a sense of why this destruction of the bunker is so significant.
See, one of the things is that the IDF is releasing these pictures after a period of time. So we are all tracking the war or following the war. It's already moved a few dimensions, but the collective effectivity, 50 aircraft flying together, dropping such huge ammunition to ensure that it is beyond doubt that whoever is under those buildings is decimated totally. And this was because of the intelligence that had been carried. Now, the more the IDF continues to release this every day, it's also PSYOPs. It's trying to tell the Iranians that we got into your base, we got into and breached your security, and we took out your leader, and this is how we did it. So sometimes this is also strategically released, and this is at a time where the IDF military chief is saying they are entering the next phase of their assault and their operations as far as Lions Roar is concerned. And that's the reason why this is significant. Look at the concentration of these and the precision with which it's been hit. And those that itself shows that the Israelis had 100% hard evidence. And perhaps that's what also goaded America to get into this.
Because we are looking at at a compound which was extremely critical. It was massive in
Yes.
size. They're saying it had multiple entry points and exit points. And over the bunker, remember, Anand, there were streets of Tehran. That is how massive it was. Take our viewers through these visuals.
Well, these pictures, and I think we've seen some of the other images also. This is the idea of saying they have recorded everything. They had their satellites overhang, they had the drones, UAVs, and also the aircraft. While one dropped the payload, the other one filmed it and ensured that it landed where right at the spot was. And this was where the convention was happening. The Iranians now believe that the Ayatollah, despite knowing the threat, said, no, we need to meet because they were going to discuss policy. They never thought that there will be such a big assault and that would take place, but they have. And the idea of releasing this at this point in time is the next level of psyops to further rile up the Iranians, or at least tell them, listen, we have weakened you. We pummeled, and took out your supreme leader right in the heart of your capital, and we are launching our next phase to further weaken your military stranglehold on the Iranian people, and then allow a certain level of democracy, democratic discourse, or perhaps a little more freer, open discourse in the streets of Iran, whether people want to reclaim Persia of the old, or do they want to continue with the same regime.
All right, stay with me, Anand. We're getting in more breaking inputs. This is with regards to the Iran-Israel war. This is, in fact, with regards to the pounding that Iran is receiving. Remember, according to the CNN reports indicating that the death toll has already crossed 1,000. There is, in fact, a review being conducted in terms of the overall death toll, how many children, 150 of them till some days ago. But perhaps Anand can weigh in on the way Iran is currently being attacked. This is, in fact, a joint operation that we are looking at. 16 cities already razed to the ground in Iran.
Well, 16 cities already being attacked, and there is a plan to it. Tom Cooper was explaining this a short while ago, that they are trying to break down the missile cities and the intelligence. Let's not forget, this is not starting overnight. This is 2, 3, 4 years of continuous intelligence gathering, monitoring of the Iranian activities, just like Iranians have entities embedded in Israel and elsewhere in the world. So vice versa, the Mossad would have also penetrated, the CIA would have penetrated, and there is a collaboration of collective intelligence that's being gathered, and that's how this targeting is happening. Cities are being pummeled because there would be missile cities, there'll be the underground missile launchers, underground store dumps or munition dumps, and also underground manufacturing facilities. And it's like a sea, if you were to see, towards the western parts and northern parts of Iran, not so much as central Iran, but around Tehran, Qom, Isfahan, Natanz, and up Tabriz. So this is the kind of a curve that you would see, and these 11 cities that form perhaps a kind of a ring around Tehran as they're slowly making it, and that's how they've developed. And are they all connected? We'll have to wait and watch. But the Israelis are very clear. They are pummeling not just the military ballistic installations, they're pummeling the IRGC headquarters where the cadets are, and also the local police stations in some of these cities and areas, so that on ground the police brutality that was shown in January, where nearly 30,000 plus protesters were shot dead reportedly by the IRGC and their own brought out cadre of militia, that does not happen if there is yet another uprising.
All right. Thank you for sharing all of those inputs with us, Anand. Inputs brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta over there. But as Anand explained, that this is in fact a host of cities from Qom to Natanz, which of course, as we all know, are also hosting the nuclear facilities as well. On that note, let's quickly bring some breaking inputs coming in. This amid the Middle East tensions. The Taiwan deputy NSA has spoken exclusively with CNN News 18, where he's also spoken on the India-Taiwan economic ties and talent tech collaboration. Listen in as he had that conversation with CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra at the Raisina Dialogue.
The gas prices are all-time high, the crude prices are all-time high. How do you look at this situation unfolding, and where do you see this entire conflict going?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's great to be here in India. Taiwan and India share a deep strategic partnership, and certainly we share similar values and interests here in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening in West Asia, certainly from Taiwan's perspective, we're looking at this conflict carefully in terms of its economic impact, in terms of its impact on global energy markets. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we certainly hope that such a conflict ends as soon as possible. But it's true that we are facing a more complex and complicated global environment in which we operate. I think it's incumbent on every country in the world to think carefully about how we can react and how we can manage given these complexities.
Okay, how do you look at India-Taiwan economic cooperation, growing economic cooperation?
I mean, frankly speaking, it's going great. And we're seeing a lot of progress, a lot of achievements, successes between the two countries. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we're very pleased to see that a growing number of Taiwanese companies, over 350 companies now, have invested here in India, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. The semiconductor industry also sees India as a very important economic partner. And we see new wafer and packaging plants coming up in India. So I do think the crux of the matter is that many Taiwanese companies see India as an oasis of stability, given the complex geopolitical realities in which we live in. And so we fully expect that there will be more cooperation economically, industrial, in terms of the high-tech industries in the years ahead.
All right, getting in more breaking inputs. This is, in fact, a report in Washington Post, which is now reporting that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence for attacks on U.S. forces. The Washington Post, in its latest report, has made this claim, which has indeed arrived as a surprise, because so far everybody was talking about how intelligence sharing between Iran and China was an open secret, but more information coming out of Washington Post that even Russia has been sharing intelligence with Iran with regards to the ongoing conflict. Remember, Iran and its retaliation has indeed arrived as a surprise and a jolt to the United States and Israel, and more importantly, even the Gulf allies to the United States, which have inadvertently got sucked in, whether that is Kuwait, whether that is UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. All of them are bearing this brunt of the conflict. In fact, most recent is Azerbaijan, which has even downgraded its diplomatic ties with Iran, because they've ordered all of their diplomats to evacuate Iran at the earliest. You also have a word coming in from